Welcome, dear friends, to this evening's bedtime story. We're so grateful you've chosen to spend your precious evening with us. As the gentle whispers of spring dance in the air, we invite you to set aside your worries and embrace this peaceful moment. We hope you had a chance to enjoy the beauty of this spring day. Thank you for being here, and may this cozy story set the stage for a restful night and a wonderful start to your day tomorrow. Story 1. Oliver always felt the ancient forest breathing. Its emerald canopy sighed with the wind, and the rustling leaves whispered secrets to those who listened. But Oliver, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart too big for his small village, felt more than heard it. He'd been drawn to the forest's edge since he could walk, collecting fallen acorns and tracing patterns in the moss. Yet something always held him back, a quiet voice inside warning him away from the deeper thickets where sunlight struggled to touch the ground. One crisp autumn afternoon, while gathering kindling near the brook, Oliver noticed an unnatural gleam beneath a gnarled oak root. Brushing away damp earth, he uncovered a small, perfect sphere of glass. It was cool to the touch, humming faintly like a drowsy bee, and within its core swirled constellations of gold and violet light that pulsed in time with his own heartbeat. As he cupped it in his palms, warmth spread through his fingers, and the forest's whispers sharpened into distinct, melodic murmurs. Guardian, they seemed to breathe. Seeker. That night the glass sphere glowed like a captured star on his windowsill. Its light cast dancing shadows that beckoned toward the forest. Unable to resist, Oliver bundled himself in a thick woolen scarf, the one his grandmother had knitted, smelling faintly of lavender and wood smoke, and slipped into the moonlit woods. The glass sphere lit his path, its radiance parting the undergrowth like a curtain. Ferns unfurled silver fronds in its glow, and night-blooming flowers turned their faces toward the light, releasing drowsy perfumes of vanilla and rain-soaked earth. Deep within the forest, where the trees grew ancient and twisted, Oliver stumbled upon a sight that stole his breath. A colossal, hollowed-out oak stood before him, its trunk wide as a cottage. But instead of darkness within, a soft, pearlescent light shimmered. Vines heavy with glowing berries framed an arched entrance, and as Oliver stepped closer, the air tingled against his skin, tasting of ozone and wild honey. He crossed the threshold. The world inside the oak was both vast and intimate. Bioluminescent mushrooms carpeted the ground in soft blues and greens, casting enough light to reveal towering shelves of interwoven roots holding delicate cities of dewdrop lanterns. Overhead, the hollow trunk soared into darkness, dotted with drifting orbs of light like captured fireflies. This was the Whisperwood, a hidden sanctuary pulsing with ancient magic. Yet something felt wrong. The air thrummed with a low, discordant hum, and the lanterns flickered weakly. Patches of the glowing moss had withered into gray ash. A sudden movement startled Oliver. From behind a curtain of shimmering lichen, a creature emerged. It stood no taller than his knee, with fur like spun moonlight and large, liquid black eyes that reflected the glass sphere's glow. Its long, delicate ears twitched nervously, and its 4 slender limbs ended in tiny, clawed hands. It chirruped, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and pointed a trembling finger at the sphere in Oliver's hand. You have the Heartstone," the creature's voice echoed directly in Oliver's mind, soft and shimmering as starlight on water. "I am Loomies, I tend the Whisperwood's light, but it fades, weakens, since the Heartstone vanished." Loomies explained that the Heartstone was the Whisperwood's core, a focus for its life force, channeling harmony through the roots and branches. Without it, the sanctuary was slowly dying. Loomies had searched for weeks, despairing, until Oliver's arrival. "The forest called you," Loomies chimed. "It needed a seeker." Oliver felt a surge of protectiveness. How do we fix it? Where does it belong? Loomies led him deeper into the sanctuary, toward a central clearing where a pedestal of intertwined roots stood empty. But as they approached, Loomies froze, fur bristling. "He comes, the Shade Singer." A chilling silence fell. The gentle hum of the Whisperwood fractured into discordant whispers. From the shadows coalesced a tall, gaunt figure wrapped in tattered gray mist. Its form seemed to flicker like a dying candle flame, and its eyes were hollow pits of cold light. The air around it grew brittle and sharp. "Foolish keeper," the Shade Singer hissed, its voice scraping like dry leaves over stone. "The Heartstone belongs nowhere. Its light is pain. Its harmony is a lie." It lunged not for Loomies, but for Oliver, clawed hands of vapor snatching at the glowing sphere. Oliver stumbled back, clutching the Heartstone protectively. Loomies darted forward, chirping a sharp, crystalline note. A pulse of pure white light burst from the tiny creature, forcing the Shade Singer to recoil with a shriek of fury. "Run, Seeker," Loomies cried. "To the Whispering Falls. It is the only place strong enough to shield the Heartstone." Oliver turned and fled, the discordant shrieks of the Shade Singer echoing behind him, Loomies a streak of moonlight at his heels. Their journey through the Whisperwood became a desperate dance of light and shadow. The Heartstone's glow guided them, but it also drew the Shade Singer. They navigated caverns lined with glowing crystals that chimed warnings as the Shade Singer neared, crossed bridges woven from living vines that trembled beneath their feet, and hid within groves of luminous willows whose weeping branches offered fleeting concealment. Oliver learned to listen to the Heartstone, its pulse quickened near danger, slowed near pockets of lingering harmony. He learned to trust Loomies' instincts, the way the creature could sense the faintest tremor in the earth or the shift in the wind's song. Loomies, in turn, marveled at Oliver's quiet determination and the way his human hands cupped the Heartstone not with greed, but with reverence. One night, huddled beneath a massive, sheltering fern, Loomies shared its fear. "The Shade Singer, he was once like me, a keeper of light. His name was Chorus. But he sought power beyond the Heartstone's harmony, touched the deep shadows beneath the roots. They consumed him, twisted his song." Oliver understood then. The Shade Singer wasn't just a monster, it was a warning. A keeper corrupted by loneliness and ambition. He thought of his own village, of the times he'd felt unseen, and a pang of unexpected empathy stirred within him. Finally, after days of travel marked by exhaustion and fleeting moments of wonder, like swimming in a pool lit by glowing fish or sleeping on beds of impossibly soft, warm moss, they reached the Whispering Falls. It wasn't a waterfall of water, but of liquid light. Cascading ribbons of silver and gold poured from a high ledge into a basin of swirling opalescent mist. The air hummed with profound peace, and the Heartstone in Oliver's hand blazed with joyful light. "Here," Loomies breathed. "Place it upon the basin's Heartstone. The falls will cleanse its resonance, amplify its power to heal the Whisperwood." But as Oliver stepped toward the shimmering basin, the Shade Singer materialized from the cascading light itself, a jagged silhouette against the radiance. "No," it roared, the sound cracking the air like ice. "You doom us all, the harmony is weakness, the light blinds you to true power." It lunged, a vortex of chilling shadow forming around it, reaching for the Heartstone. Loomies sprang forward, unleashing another burst of light, but the Shade Singer swatted it aside like a moth. Loomies hit the ground with a soft cry, its glow dimming. Oliver stood frozen, the Heartstone burning in his hands, the fall's song pounding in his ears. He saw the raw pain in the Shade Singer's hollow eyes, the echo of the Keeper chorus. He remembered Loomies' words, consumed by shadows, twisted by loneliness. Instead of fear, a wave of fierce compassion washed over him. He didn't raise the Heartstone as a weapon. He held it out, gently, its light bathing the Shade Singer. "Chorus," Oliver said, his voice steady despite the tremors in his legs. "The light isn't pain. its connection. Look. He poured his own feelings into the Heartstone, his loneliness at the forest's edge, his wonder at discovering the Whisperwood, his fierce protectiveness of Loomies, his aching empathy for the creature before him. The Heartstone pulsed not with blinding force, but with a deep, resonant warmth. Its light softened, becoming an invitation, a gentle embrace. It washed over the Shade Singer. The creature flinched, its shadowy form writhing. A strangled sound escaped it, not a hiss, but a sob. The cold light in its eyes flickered, dimmed, and for a moment Oliver saw not a monster, but a being of pure, agonized sorrow. The consuming shadows retreated, recoiling from the Heartstone's amplified warmth, from the pure, unguarded empathy Oliver projected. The Shade Singer chorus wavered. The discordant hum around him softened, fractured, then dissolved into a single, pure note of grief. "I was lost," a voice whispered, faint and broken, yet unmistakably Loomies' kin. The silence, the cold, it promised strength, but it was only emptiness. The shadowy form began to dissolve, not into nothingness, but into streams of gentle, silver-gray light. The light flowed not away, but towards Loomies, who had weakly raised its head. The streams touched Loomies' fur, sinking into it. Loomies' own glow flared, stronger, brighter, infused with the returning essence of its lost kin. The Heartstone in Oliver's hand blazed with triumphant light. Oliver carefully placed the Heartstone into the heart of the basin, within the Whispering Falls. The moment it touched the swirling opalescence, their entire Whisperwood seemed to inhale. A wave of pure, harmonic energy radiated outwards. The withered moss bloomed anew, vibrant, green, and glowing. The flickering dewdrop lanterns blazed steady and bright. The discordant hum vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant chord of perfect peace that vibrated through the roots, the air, and Oliver's very bones. Overhead, the darkness within the hollow trunk filled with swirling constellations of light, more brilliant than ever before. Loomies stood, transformed. Its fur shimmered with new depth, holding echoes of both moonlight and starlight, and its eyes held ancient wisdom alongside its familiar kindness. "Chorus, he is part of the harmony again," Loomies chimed, its voice richer, layered with the returning keeper's resonance. "His song is woven back into the Whisperwood. You healed him, Seeker, you healed us all." It placed a tiny, warm paw on Oliver's hand. The Heartstone recognized the guardian in you, not just strength, but the courage to offer kindness in the face of fear. Oliver knew it was time to return home. The journey back felt different. The Whisperwood wasn't just alive, it was joyful. Flowers bloomed along the path in celebration, their scents sweeter. The trees seemed to lean in, their rustling leaves whispering words of gratitude. At the threshold of the great hollow oak, Loomies handed Oliver a small acorn. It glowed faintly with the same inner light as the Heartstone. "Plant this where your world meets ours," Loomies instructed. "It will grow a bridge not just of wood and leaf, but of understanding. You are forever a guardian of the Whisperwood, Oliver. Come back when your heart calls." Emerging from the forest at dawn, Oliver felt the crisp village air on his face, heard the distant crow of a rooster. The glass sphere was gone, returned to its sacred place, but its warmth lingered in his chest. He planted the glowing acorn right where the meadow met the ancient trees. As the seasons turned, a magnificent oak grew there, faster than any natural tree, its bark swirling with faint, golden veins. Sitting beneath its branches, Oliver could close his eyes and hear the Whisperwood's song, a gentle hum of peace and connection. He no longer felt like an outsider looking in. He felt woven into the world's quiet magic, a guardian holding a secret light, forever changed by a journey into a hidden heart, and the unexpected friendship that showed him the truest strength lies in compassion's gentle glow. And the forest, breathing softly around him, felt like home. Story 2. Oliver lived in a small village nestled between rolling hills and an ancient forest, where chimney smoke curled into skies painted with the soft golds and violets of autumn evenings. Though surrounded by warmth, Oliver often felt a quiet loneliness, for he was a boy who noticed things others overlooked, the way dew clung to spiderwebs like scattered diamonds, or how the wind whispered secrets through the willow trees. His only constant companion was a smooth, milky white stone he'd found by the river, its surface cool and comforting in his palm, with a hole worn straight through its center like a tiny doorway. Oliver called it his seeing stone, for when he peered through it, the world seemed sharper, more alive with hidden colors. One crisp afternoon, while wandering near the forest's edge, Oliver lifted the stone to his eye. Through its lens, the gnarled roots of an oak tree shimmered, revealing a path he'd never noticed, a trail of glowing moss that wound into the shadows. Heart pounding with curiosity, Oliver followed it, the air growing sweeter, richer with the scent of pine and wild honeysuckle. Deeper he ventured until the ordinary forest faded, replaced by trees whose bark gleamed like polished copper and leaves that chimed like delicate bells in the breeze. He'd stepped into the hidden glade, a world folded within his own, alive with magic. There, beneath a canopy of luminous ferns, Oliver met Pip. No taller than his knee, Pip was covered in velvety moss-green fur, with eyes like liquid amber and ears that twitched like a rabbit's. Startled, Pip dropped the acorn cup he was sipping from, and Oliver saw fear flicker in those wide eyes. "Please," Oliver whispered, crouching low, "I mean no harm." He offered his seeing stone, its surface pulsing softly. Pip's fear melted into wonder as he touched it, and the stone glowed brighter, casting warm light between them. "You carry a heartstone," Pip breathed. "It's been lost for ages." Pip explained that the hidden glade was dying. Once the heartstones, tokens of pure starlight, nourished the land through the great root, a colossal tree at the glade's heart. But the stones had vanished, stolen by a creeping gloom called the Shiver, which fed on loneliness and fear. Without them, the great root was withering, and the glade's magic was fading. "Your stone is the last one," Pip said, his voice trembling. "But it's weak. It needs the others to awaken fully." So began their quest. Guided by the seeing stone's gentle glow, they journeyed toward the great root, each step revealing the glade's plight. Flowers drooped, their petals gray, streams ran sluggish and silent, and the very air felt thin, like a sigh. Their first trial came at the Singing Gorge, where a bridge of woven vines had collapsed into the ravine below. "The Shiver did this," Pip murmured, pointing to frost-blackened vines. "It thrives on division." Oliver peered through his stone and gasped. Hidden in the gorge walls were stepping stones, invisible to the naked eye, shimmering like submerged pearls. "We can cross," he cried. Hand in paw, they leaped from stone to stone, the heartstone's light flaring with each bound, stitching courage between them. Deeper in the glade, they encountered the weeping caves, where the Shiver coiled thickest. Here, illusions preyed on their fears. Oliver saw visions of the village children mocking his quiet ways, while Pip recoiled from shadows of larger creatures who'd once chased him for being small and strange. The air grew icy, sapping their will. "It's feeding on us," Pip shivered. But Oliver clutched the seeing stone. "Look," he urged Pip. "See what's real." Together, they peered through the stone's hole. The illusions frayed, revealing the cave's true beauty, walls glittering with kindness crystals formed from forgotten acts of love. Pressing their palms to the crystals, warmth flooded back, pushing the Shiver away. Friendship is its weakness, Oliver realized. It can't bear being seen. Their bond deepened as they traveled. Pip taught Oliver to listen to the language of rustling leaves, while Oliver showed Pip how human laughter could startle birds into joyful flight. When Pip's leg was nicked by a thorny trap left by the Shiver, Oliver tore strips from his coat to bandage it, humming a lullaby his mother once sang. In return, Pip found edible moonberries that glowed in the dark, their sweetness reviving Oliver's strength. "I thought humans were loud and careless," Pip admitted one night by a fire of enchanted blue flames. "And I thought magical creatures were just stories," Oliver smiled. "The world's bigger and kinder than we knew." At last they reached the great root, a tree so vast its roots formed cathedral arches, though its branches were now skeletal, leaves crumbling to ash. There, Oliver understood the Heartstone's purpose. "It's not about finding the other stones," he whispered, awestruck. "It's about awakening this one." The seeing stone had dimmed, its light was spent guiding them. Pip nodded tearfully. "It needs a sacrifice, a piece of your heart's light to ignite it fully." Oliver closed his eyes. He thought of his loneliness, the hollow ache he'd carried. But then he saw Pip's trusting gaze, the way the glade had welcomed him, and the courage he'd unearthed within himself. Letting go of his old sorrow, he poured every ounce of newfound love and belonging into the stone. It blazed like a captured star, so bright that shadows screamed and dissolved. Light shot from the stone, striking the great root. Bark regrew emerald and vibrant, branches burst with leaves that sang in harmony, rivers of liquid gold flowed through the roots, spreading across the glade. The shiver shrieked its final breath, not in malice but in release, 1,000 whispers of "I'm sorry" and "thank you" as it melted into stardust. Where it vanished, wildflowers bloomed, each petal holding a tiny, recovered heartstone. The glade was healed. As dawn painted the sky, Oliver knew it was time to return. Pip pressed a newly bloomed flower into his hand, its center a miniature heartstone. "So you'll always find your way back," he said. Oliver hugged him, feeling the softness of Pip's fur and the sturdy beat of his heart. "You're my first true friend," he whispered. Back in the village, Oliver seemed changed. He smiled more, spoke with quiet confidence, and the children who'd once overlooked him now gathered to hear tales of whispering forests and moonberry feasts. Yet every evening he'd sit by his window, peering through the seeing stone. There in the ordinary woods the hidden glade shimmered, a promise kept. And sometimes, if he held very still, he'd spot a flash of moss-green fur and amber eyes, watching over him like a secret. Years later, Oliver became a gardener, coaxing beauty from the earth with patient hands. Villagers wondered at his way with wilted blooms or saplings, never knowing that in his pocket he carried a smooth stone with a hole like a doorway, and that deep in the forest a small creature tended the great root, humming a lullaby only 2 hearts remembered. For loneliness, they'd learned, was simply love waiting to be found, and in the quiet spaces between worlds, friendship had built a bridge that would never fade. And so, under a ceiling of stars, with the scent of turned soil and distant honeysuckle drifting through the window, Oliver's eyes grew heavy. His last waking thought was of Pip's laughter, a sound like wind chimes, echoing from a glade where magic slept in every root in stone, forever alive, forever kind. Sleep now, dear listener, and may your dreams be woven with such gentle wonders. The fire crackles low, the night is deep, and all is well. Story 3. The first chill of autumn whispered through the valley of Willowbrook, painting the maple leaves in fiery hues and scattering crisp, golden apples across the orchard floor. In a cottage nestled beside a babbling brook, young Silas tended his garden with meticulous care. His plot was a haven of quiet order, each row perfectly straight, each plant familiar and predictable sturdy carrots, dependable cabbages, and fragrant rosemary that never strayed from its neat, clipped shape. Change, Silas felt deep in his bones, was a thing to be managed, controlled, and preferably avoided. The shifting seasons made him uneasy, a reminder that nothing stayed the same, not even the sturdy oak tree that shed its leaves without permission. His closest friends, Briar with her ever-curious eyes and Lark with his gentle laughter, often tried to coax him beyond his garden walls. "Come see the new waterfall path, Silas." Briar would urge, her cheeks rosy from the cool air. The moss is like velvet emerald after the rains. Or Lark would gesture towards the meadow. The butterflies are migrating, Silas. They dance like living jewels on the wind. But Silas would merely shake his head, his fingers tracing the familiar edge of a cabbage leaf. My garden needs me, he'd murmur, finding comfort in the known patterns of soil and stem. Silas's grandmother, Granny Fern, lived in a slightly crooked cottage deeper in the woods, known for her wisdom and her own, wildly different garden. Hers was a riotous tapestry of color and scent, where sunflowers leaned companionably towards hollyhocks, and climbing beans tangled playfully with moonflowers. Strange, shimmering plants Silas couldn't name pushed through the earth, their petals sometimes glowing faintly in the twilight. Granny Fern watched Silas's struggle with a knowing, gentle gaze. One afternoon, as he helped her gather late-season lavender, she pressed a small, rough-hewn wooden box into his hands. It felt warm, humming with a quiet energy. "Open it when the moon is full, child," she said, her voice like dry leaves rustling. "When the night feels too still and your own heart feels too tight." Silas tucked the box away, skeptical but respectful. He didn't need magic, he needed things to stay exactly as they were. But as autumn deepened, a peculiar restlessness settled over his own garden. His carrots grew knobby and twisted, his cabbages formed loose, floppy heads instead of tight balls, and even the rosemary seemed to droop, its scent less potent. The more Silas fretted and tried to impose stricter order, watering precisely on schedule, measuring the distance between plants with obsessive care, the more unruly his garden became. Vines snaked where they shouldn't, and unfamiliar, tiny weeds with silver veins sprouted overnight between the rows. It felt like the earth itself was mirroring his own inner turmoil, resisting his rigid control, yearning for something he couldn't name. The night of the full moon arrived, huge and luminous, bathing Willowbrook in liquid silver light. The stillness Granny Fern spoke of descended, thick and heavy. Silas felt it pressing on his chest, the familiar walls of his routine suddenly feeling like a cage. His heart did feel tight, constricted by a nameless fear of the unknown. Remembering the box, he fetched it from his dresser drawer. The humming vibration was stronger now. He took a deep breath and lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on soft moss, lay 3 seeds. They weren't like any seeds he'd ever seen. One was the deep, velvety blue of a twilight sky, speckled with tiny points of light like distant stars. Another shimmered like polished moonstone, cool and smooth. The third pulsed with a warm, deep amber light, like captured sunlight. There was no note, no instruction. Just the seeds and their quiet, insistent hum. "What am I supposed to do with you?" Silas whispered, his voice small in the moonlit room. He felt utterly lost. His carefully managed world was fraying, and now this. Magical seeds. It felt like chaos incarnate. Overwhelmed, he closed the box, setting it back on the dresser. He couldn't face planting the unknown. Not yet. The next morning, his garden looked worse. The knobby carrots had wilted entirely, and the silver-veined weeds had grown taller, their leaves shimmering unsettlingly. Silas sank onto the garden bench, his head in his hands. He felt Briar's presence before he saw her. She sat beside him, silent for a moment, watching a determined bee navigate the unruly rosemary. "It's okay to be scared, Silas," she said softly, her voice warm like honey. "New things are scary. Look at me last spring terrified of climbing that old oak until Lark showed me the safest branches." She nudged his shoulder gently. "Remember." Lark appeared moments later, carrying 2 steaming mugs of Granny Fern's chamomile tea. "Granny said you might need this," he offered, handing one to Silas. The fragrant steam rose, carrying a soothing, floral scent. She also said sometimes the most magical things grow from the soil we least expect. Lark gestured towards the shimmering weeds. Even these look kind of beautiful in their own way, don't they? Their simple presence, their quiet understanding without judgment, loosened the knot in Silas's chest just a fraction. He looked at his friends, then at the chaotic patch that was once his perfect garden. He thought of the humming seeds in their box, pulsing with potential he couldn't comprehend. Fear still lingered, but beneath it, a tiny spark of curiosity flickered. What would happen if he planted them? Taking a deep breath, Silas fetched the wooden box. He showed Briar and Lark the extraordinary seeds. Their eyes widened with wonder, not fear. "They feel alive," Briar breathed, carefully touching the amber seed. "Like little hearts. Where will you plant them?" Lark asked, his voice filled with gentle excitement. Silas looked around his struggling garden. The most chaotic spot was near the old stone wall, where the silver weeds flourished and the soil seemed almost to shimmer in the sunlight. It was the place he avoided most. He pointed. There. Together they cleared a small patch. Silas's hands trembled slightly as he carefully dug 3 small holes, deeper than usual, following an instinct he didn't understand. He placed the twilight seed, the moonstone seed, and the amber seed into the cool, dark earth, covering them gently. He watered them not with his measured can, but with water from the brook Briar fetched in a simple wooden cup. As the water soaked into the soil, a faint, multicolored glow pulsed once from the ground where the seeds lay, then faded. Days passed. Silas still felt the familiar tug of anxiety, the urge to control, but Briar and Lark were constant, gentle reminders. They didn't push, but they shared their discoveries: a hidden bird's nest woven with iridescent spider silk Lark found, a patch of luminous mushrooms Briar spotted glowing softly under the ferns. They brought him cups of tea, sat with him in companionable silence as he watched the patch of earth. Slowly, Silas found himself tending the rest of his garden less rigidly. He let a rogue pumpkin vine wander a little, didn't immediately pluck every unfamiliar sprout. The earth seemed to sigh in relief. One misty morning, Silas noticed 3 tiny shoots pushing through the soil where he'd planted the magical seeds. They grew with astonishing speed. The shoot from the twilight seed unfurled slender, deep blue leaves edged with silver, like captured starlight. The moonstone seed produced a stalk of pure, cool white, translucent as alabaster. The amber seed sprouted broad, heart-shaped leaves that glowed with a warm, internal light, like miniature suns. Silas was captivated. He watered them, talked to them softly, marveling at their unique beauty. He stopped trying to make them fit his old ideas of a garden. He simply watched, learned, and tended. Briar brought sketches she made of the plants, capturing their otherworldly glow. Lark found smooth river stones to place around them, creating a tiny, protective circle. Their support wasn't about fixing things for Silas. It was about holding space for him to discover his own path. As the plants grew taller, they began to intertwine. The starlight vine twined gently around the moonstone stalk, while the amber leaves stretched towards them both. Where they touched, something extraordinary happened. Tiny buds formed not flowers, but clusters of shimmering light. One bud pulsed with soft blues and silvers, another with pure, cool white, and another with warm, golden amber. And then one evening, as the first stars pricked the twilight sky, the buds opened. Silas, Briar, and Lark sat together on the garden bench, Granny Fern joining them silently. From the twilight plant bloomed a flower shaped like a tiny nebula, swirling with deep blues, purples, and points of starlight. From the moonstone stalk unfurled a blossom like frozen moonlight, radiating a gentle, cool luminescence. And from the amber plant burst a flower like a miniature sun, radiating pure, warm, golden light. But the true magic happened where the plants touched. At the points of connection, the lights blended, creating shimmering bridges of violet, peach, and silver colors born from the union of their unique essences. A soft, harmonious hum filled the air, a sound that resonated deep within Silas's chest, easing the last tight knot of fear. He looked at his transformed garden. The knobby carrots had recovered, robust and healthy. The cabbages formed neat heads again, nestled beside the wandering pumpkin vine. The silver-veined weeds had blossomed into delicate, bell-shaped flowers of pure silver that chimed softly in the breeze. The rigid order was gone, replaced by a vibrant, harmonious tapestry where familiar and fantastical coexisted beautifully. The chaotic corner near the wall was now the heart of the garden, pulsing with gentle, blended light. Silas understood. The magical plants weren't separate from him, they were him. His fear of change had manifested as resistance, causing his familiar world to wither. The seeds were the potential within him, the deep wonder twilight, the quiet resilience moonstone, the warm courage amber, waiting to be planted in the fertile soil of his own spirit. His struggle wasn't erased, but transformed. The rigid gardener had learned to bend, to embrace the unexpected, and to trust the process of growth, guided by the wisdom of his own unfolding heart and the steady warmth of friendship. Granny Fern placed a gnarled hand on his shoulder. "Beautiful, isn't it?" she murmured, her eyes reflecting the blended lights. "The garden always shows us what we need to see. You tended your own soul, child, and look what bloomed." Silas looked at the luminous blossoms, then at briar and lark, their faces bathed in the gentle, magical glow. He felt a profound sense of peace, a deep comfort settling over him like a warm blanket. The changing seasons no longer seemed a threat, but a rhythm to be part of. He had grown not by staying the same, but by opening himself to the beautiful, sometimes scary, magic of transformation. The blended light pulsed softly, casting dancing patterns on the cottage wall, a silent lullaby of acceptance and newfound peace. Silas took a deep breath of the cool, fragrant night air, scented with magic and earth and the quiet promise of tomorrow, and smiled. Story 4. The starship Stardust Drifter hummed through the velvet darkness, its polished hull reflecting distant nebulae like scattered jewels. Inside, amidst gleaming corridors and softly pulsing control panels, lived Zorblax, a being from the crystalline planet of Zeridian. Zorblax was composed of interlocking geometric plates that shimmered with internal light, his movements precise, his thoughts logical sequences. His world valued efficiency, order, and quiet solitude. He maintained the ship's complex systems with flawless accuracy, yet the vast emptiness of space echoed within his core, a loneliness he couldn't quite define. One routine scan detected an anomalous life pod adrift near a nebula rich with ion storms. Protocol dictated retrieval. Inside the pod, curled in a nest of soft, bioluminescent moss, was Kaylin. She hailed from Verdantia, a world where sentient flora and gentle fauna lived in deep symbiosis. Kaylin resembled a slender sapling woven from living wood and vine, her eyes large, luminous pools reflecting starlight, her movements fluid and silent. She communicated through soft chimes, gentle rustles, and projected emotions like warmth or cool breezes. Their first meeting was a symphony of misunderstanding. Zorblax, processing her organic form through his logic circuits, saw potential contamination to the ship's sterile environment. He attempted to confine her moss to a biocontainer, interpreting her distressed rustling as a system malfunction. Kaylin, sensing his rigid, inorganic nature, felt only coldness and fear. She perceived his precise movements as threatening gestures, his internal light as a warning beacon. She retreated to a corner of the medbay, her bioluminescence dimmed with sorrow, projecting a feeling of damp, heavy fog. Days passed in awkward proximity. Zorblax monitored Kaylin's vitals with detached efficiency, puzzled by her need to spread moss near the viewport or hum softly to the stars. Kalen watched him repair complex circuitry with fascination, yet recoiled at the harsh clicks and whirs of his tools, projecting images of snapping branches. Their attempts at communication were halting, often frustrating. Zorblax's translated words felt clipped and cold to Kalen. Her projected emotions seemed chaotic and illogical to Zorblax. The loneliness deepened for both, now tinged with a sense of irreconcilable difference. Then disaster struck. A violent surge from the nearby nebula, unforeseen by the ship's predictive algorithms, slammed into the stardust drifter. Alarms shrieked a harsh, metallic sound that made Kalen flinch and curl tighter. Lights flickered, consoles sparked. Critical damage registered. The ship's primary oxygen recycler was failing, and the backup was located deep within the compromised engineering section, accessible only through a maze of unstable conduits filled with flickering energy fields. Panic, a foreign sensation, flickered through Zorblax's logical pathways. His usual repair protocols were insufficient. The conduits were too volatile for his precise tools. He needed agility, an understanding of chaotic energy flows, something he lacked. He turned, his internal light pulsing erratically, towards Kalen's corner. Kalen had felt the ship's distress like a physical wound. The shuddering metal felt like a dying tree, the flickering lights like fading sunlight. She saw Zorblax's frantic movements, the erratic pulsing of his core light reflecting genuine fear, a feeling she understood intimately. Despite her lingering apprehension, a deep-rooted Verdantian instinct surged, protect the life around you. She uncurled, her own soft light brightening with resolve, projecting an image of intertwined roots holding firm against a storm. Zorblax, interpreting the image not as chaos, but as resilience, felt a strange shift in his logic circuits. He projected a schematic of the engineering maze, highlighting the dangerous energy fields. Kalen studied it, not with Zorblax's analytical precision, but with an intuitive sense of the energy's ebb and flow, like sensing the wind through a forest canopy. She projected back a path, not a straight line, but a winding route that danced with the field's fluctuations, avoiding their fiercest points. They ventured into the chaos. The conduits were a nightmare for Zorblax. Unpredictable arcs of energy lashed out, threatening to overload his systems. He moved with stiff caution, his logical mind struggling to adapt to the randomness. Kalen, however, moved with surprising grace. She seemed to feel the energy before it surged, guiding Zorblax with gentle tugs on a vine-like tendril or soft chimes of warning. When a particularly violent arc snapped towards Zorblax, Kalen didn't hesitate. She pushed him aside with surprising strength, taking a glancing blow herself. A section of her wooden form blackened and smoked, and she projected a sharp, cold jolt of pain. Zorblax felt a surge of something entirely new, not just logic, but a protective urgency. He shielded her with his own sturdy frame, deflecting the next surge with a resonant hum from his core. He saw the damage on her form, the pain in her projected feelings, and understood sacrifice. Designation, Kalen, his translator word, the voice softer than before, injury detected, priority, repair. He carefully applied a conductive gel from his repair kit to her wound, a gesture of care that transcended protocol. Working together, their differences became strengths. Kalen sensed the safe path through the chaotic energy, her intuition guiding them. Zorblax, with his precise tools and understanding of mechanics, bypassed damaged relays and stabilized flickering conduits under her guidance. He learned to interpret her rustles and chimes not as noise, but as vital information. She learned that his precise clicks and whirs weren't aggression, but focused concentration. When they finally reached the backup oxygen recycler, it was Kalen who spotted the fractured root-like coolant line, feeding it something Zorblax's sensors had missed. Using her own knowledge of plant structures, she guided Zorblax's tools to make a living graft, weaving a strand of her own resilient moss into the fracture to seal it, a solution born of both technology and nature. As fresh, cool air began circulating through the ship, the alarms silenced. They sat amidst the quiet hum of the restored systems, bathed in the soft, dual glow of Zorblax's core and Kalen's bioluminescence. The sterile medbay felt different now. Kalen's moss near the viewport wasn't contamination, it was a touch of life, a connection to the starlight she loved. Zorblax's tools weren't harsh noises, they were the sounds of creation and care. No grand declarations were needed. Kalen gently extended a vine, wrapping it loosely around one of Zorblax's smooth, geometric fingers. It wasn't a constraint, but an anchor. Zorblax responded by dimming his internal light to a gentle, warm pulse, matching the rhythm of Kalen's soft glow. He projected a feeling, not a logical statement, but a sensation, the deep, resonant calm of a perfectly aligned crystal, coupled with a newfound warmth. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in spite of their differences, but through them. The cold logic of Zeridian and the warm intuition of Verdantia, the precision of metal and the resilience of living wood, these weren't barriers, but complementary notes in a shared harmony. The vast loneliness of space no longer pressed in so heavily. The Stardust Drifter sailed on, its quiet hum now accompanied by the soft rustle of moss and the comforting pulse of intertwined lights. Within its walls, two unlikely companions, once adrift in misunderstanding, had found a shared orbit, a warm, quiet haven built on mutual support, hard-won understanding, and the enduring glow of an unexpected, gentle friendship. And as the stars wheeled silently outside the viewport, bathing the moss and the crystalline plates in their soft light, a deep, peaceful contentment settled over them both, a silent promise whispered in the language of shared light and quiet companionship. Story 5. The forest beyond young Benji's window always seemed deeper at twilight, painted in shades of indigo and charcoal. While other children chased fireflies, Benji preferred the quiet company of his bookshelf, its worn spines holding adventures he admired but felt too timid to seek himself. His world was small, safe, and predictable, a world where courage felt like a suit of armor meant for someone else. That is, until the autumn afternoon a peculiar wind rattled the oak tree outside, dislodging a single, impossibly large acorn that thudded onto his windowsill with the weight of destiny. It wasn't like any acorn Benji had ever seen. It was the size of his fist, its cap polished like dark amber, and nestled within its cup lay not a seed, but a smooth, milky white stone that pulsed with a soft, internal light, like a captured moonbeam. Hesitantly, Benji picked it up. It was warm to the touch, humming with a faint vibration that traveled up his arm. As his fingers closed around it, the world outside his window shimmered, the familiar trunks and branches seeming to dissolve into a swirling mist of green and gold. A sudden, irresistible urge pulled at him. Holding the acorn tightly, he pushed open his window and climbed out, his feet landing not on the cool grass, but on something impossibly soft and yielding. He stood upon a vast, undulating landscape of moss. Not the patchy moss of his garden path, but deep, velvety moss in shades of emerald, jade, and forest green, stretching as far as his eye could see. Towering above him were not trees, but colossal ferns, their fronds unfurling like cathedral windows against a twilight sky tinged with lavender and peach. The air hummed with the chirps of unseen cricket song and smelled richly of damp earth, crushed herbs, and something sweetly floral. He had found the hidden world whispered about in his oldest fairy tales, the realm of whispering moss. His wonder was quickly tinged with apprehension. He was alone, tiny in this colossal, verdant landscape. The acorn's light pulsed reassuringly in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he began to walk, his footsteps silent on the springy moss. He passed mushrooms taller than himself, their caps glowing with soft bioluminescence, pale blues, gentle yellows, and soft pinks that cast dancing shadows. He skirted around dewdrops the size of teacups, reflecting the alien sky. He felt a profound sense of peace, yet a tremor of fear lingered. Where was he? How would he get back? His answer came not with a shout, but with a soft, persistent hum. Following the sound, Benji discovered its source nestled in a cradle of luminous blue moss, a creature unlike any in his books. It was roughly the size of a kitten, its body plump and segmented like a caterpillar, but covered in a velvety, deep purple fur that shimmered with iridescent flecks. 6 tiny, delicate legs tucked neatly beneath it. Its head was large and expressive, dominated by enormous, liquid black eyes that held startling intelligence. But most astonishing was the soft, golden light emanating from its entire body, pulsing gently in time with a low, melodic hum. It seemed sad. "Hello," Benji whispered, his voice swallowed by the vastness. The creature startled, its light flaring briefly. It regarded Benji with wide, wary eyes, then let out a soft, mournful trill. Its glow dimmed noticeably. "You're lost too?" Benji asked, feeling a sudden kinship with this luminous being. He cautiously knelt, holding the glowing acorn stone out slightly. "I found this. It brought me here." The creature's eyes fixed on the stone. It hummed a questioning note, then cautiously inched forward, its tiny antennae twitching. It nudged Benji's hand gently with its head. The moment its velvety fur touched Benji's skin, a wave of pure, wordless emotion washed over him: loneliness, confusion, and a deep yearning for home. Benji gasped. The creature, whom he instinctively named Glimmer, hummed again, a sound of surprise mixed with tentative hope. Home. The thought wasn't spoken, but projected clearly into Benji's mind, warm and fuzzy like the creature's fur. "Yes," Benji breathed, the connection startling but not frightening. "We both need to find home. Can you help? I don't know this place." Glimmer nudged his hand again, projecting an image, a towering structure woven from living vines and glowing mushrooms, nestled against an immense, ancient tree stump that seemed carved with faces. Heartwood Haven, the thought came. Safe, but lost. A wave of sorrow followed, accompanied by an image of rushing water and darkness. Benji understood. Glimmer knew the way to safety, the Heartwood Haven, but something had happened, a flood perhaps, blocking the familiar path. Glimmer needed Benji, just as Benji needed Glimmer. An unexpected friendship born in shared displacement, sparked between the timid boy and the luminous glowworm. Benji offered his hand. Glimmer hummed a brighter, more hopeful note and clambered gently onto his palm, its light warming his skin. Together, holding the pulsing acorn stone, they set off into the depths of the whispering moss realm. Their journey was a sensory feast. They traversed meadows of clover flowers as big as Benji's head, their sweet scent thick in the air. They crossed streams on bridges woven from spider silk, glittering with dew. Glimmer navigated confidently now, projecting images of the path ahead: a field of luminous puffballs, a grove of sighing willow ferns, a slope covered in moss so thick it felt like walking on clouds. Benji marveled at the miniature wonders: beetles with gem-like shells trundling past, butterflies with wings like stained glass flitting through shafts of colored light filtering from the giant ferns, tiny moss sprites shimmering, ephemeral beings of light and moss darting playfully around their feet. Yet challenges arose. They skirted the territory of grumpy rockback tortoises, ancient creatures whose moss-covered shells resembled boulders, learning to move slowly and respectfully. They navigated a treacherous patch of slippery cap mushrooms, their surfaces slick as ice, requiring Benji to crawl carefully while Glimmer illuminated the safest spots. Each obstacle, faced together, chipped away at Benji's ingrained timidity. He found himself speaking softly to the creatures they passed, offering a gentle finger to curious moss sprites, his fear replaced by a growing sense of wonder and responsibility towards his luminous companion. The acorn stone pulsed more strongly as they approached the source of Glimmer's distress, the sundered stream. What had once been a gentle brook, Glimmer projected sadly, was now a wide, churning torrent of dark water, swollen by unseen rains. It cut directly across their path to Heartwood Haven. The familiar stepping stones were submerged, and the banks were steep and slick. On the other side, Benji could just make out the welcoming, vine-covered arches of the haven, glowing faintly against the colossal tree stump. So close, yet utterly unreachable. Glimmer's light flickered with despair, a mournful hum vibrating through Benji's palm. The sight of his friend's distress ignited something new within Benji, not the panicked fear he was used to, but a fierce, protective determination. He had to get Glimmer home. He looked down at the pulsing acorn stone in his other hand. Its light seemed to respond to his resolve, glowing brighter, warmer. He closed his eyes, focusing on the stone, pouring his need, his newfound courage, and his wish to help Glimmer into its warm surface. The stone flared brilliantly. When Benji opened his eyes, the world seemed different. He could see intricate patterns of energy woven through the moss, pulsing along the fern trunks, flowing like faint currents in the air. He saw the hidden strength in the spider silk strands nearby, the potential energy coiled within the supple willow fern branches. And he saw a path not across the water, but over it. Glimmer, Benji whispered, his voice steady with a certainty he'd never known. I see a way, trust me. He carefully placed Glimmer on his shoulder, where the creature clung with surprising strength. Using the enhanced perception granted by the acorn stone, Benji identified the sturdiest willow ferns leaning precariously over the torrent. He saw the strongest anchor points for spider silk. He gathered thick, flexible strands, his fingers guided by the stone's subtle energy, weaving them with a dexterity he didn't know he possessed. He selected long, resilient fern fronds, lashing them together with the silk. He worked tirelessly, his initial clumsiness replaced by focused grace under the stone's gentle guidance. Glimmer hummed encouragement, its light illuminating his work. Hours seemed to pass in a focused blur. Finally, Benji stood back. Before them stretched a delicate but sturdy bridge, woven from fern fronds and reinforced spider silk, anchored securely to the strong willow ferns on either bank. It swayed gently, a fragile-looking but surprisingly resilient arc over the dark, churning water. Ready? Benji asked Glimmer, his heart pounding not with fear, but with anticipation. Glimmer hummed a confident, bright note. Holding the acorn stone tightly, Benji took a deep breath and stepped onto the bridge. It dipped slightly under his weight but held firm. The roar of the water below was deafening, the spray cool on his face. He focused on the energy lines the stone revealed, placing his feet with deliberate care on the strongest woven sections. Glimmer's light shone steadily on the path ahead. Step by careful step, hand gripping the silken handrail he'd woven, Benji crossed the sundered stream. When his feet finally touched the mossy bank on the other side, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. He'd done it. He'd built a bridge and crossed it. Heartwood Haven loomed before them, even more magnificent up close. The living vine arch pulsed with soft light, and the ancient tree stump radiated a deep, comforting warmth. As they passed under the arch, dozens of creatures emerged, more glowworms like Glimmer in various colors, soft blues, gentle greens, warm oranges, delicate-winged sprite moths, shy moss hares with ears like fern fronds. A chorus of soft hums and chirps rose, a sound of pure joy and relief. Glimmer let out a long, melodious trill that echoed through the haven, projecting pure happiness and gratitude towards Benji. An elder Glimmer, larger with a deep violet light and wise, crinkled eyes, approached. It touched antennae with Benji's companion, a complex exchange of light and emotion passing between them. Then the elder turned to Benji. Warmth and profound gratitude washed over him, deeper than words. Images filled his mind, Glimmer separated during the flood, the despair of being lost, the astonishment at finding Benji, the shared journey, the bridge Benji's courage and cleverness shining brightly. You found the keystone, the elder's thought resonated gently, its focus on the milky stone in Benji's hand. It chooses those with quiet hearts and hidden courage. You helped a lost light find its way. You are welcome always, bridge builder. Benji felt tears prick his eyes, not of sadness, but of overwhelming warmth and acceptance. He hadn't just helped Glimmer, he'd discovered a hidden part of himself. The haven was a place of profound peace. He spent timeless moments resting on soft moss beds, sharing silent communion with the gentle creatures, feeling the ancient, slow heartbeat of the realm itself through the warm ground. He learned that courage wasn't about the absence of fear, but about acting despite it, especially for a friend. He learned that gentleness held its own immense strength, as resilient as the woven bridge. Eventually the keystone acorn pulsed gently in his hand, a soft pull towards home. It was time. Saying goodbye to Glimmer was bittersweet. The little glowworm nuzzled his cheek, projecting feelings of enduring friendship and a promise. Remember, you carry the light now. Benji placed the keystone back into the acorn cap. As he did, the vibrant colors of Heartwood Haven began to soften, the giant ferns shrinking, the moss beneath his feet becoming familiar grass. The transition was gentle, like waking from a beautiful dream. He found himself standing under the old oak tree outside his window, the ordinary-sized acorn resting coolly in his palm. The world seemed both the same and utterly different. The twilight air smelled sweeter, the rustle of leaves held a melody he hadn't noticed before. He wasn't just Benji the timid boy anymore. He was Benji who had walked in a hidden world, Benji who had befriended a luminous glowworm, Benji the bridge builder. Weeks passed. Benji still loved his books, but now he often sat beneath the oak tree, the keystone acorn, now just an ordinary though cherished acorn in his pocket. He noticed things he never had before, the intricate architecture of a spider's web glistening with dew, the determined journey of a ladybug across a broad leaf, the quiet resilience of moss growing in the cracks of the old garden wall. He felt a connection to the small, quiet wonders of his own world, a reflection of the vast beauty he'd witnessed. One crisp autumn afternoon, he saw a younger neighbor, Lily, sitting alone on her porch steps, looking small and forlorn after a disagreement with friends. The old Benji might have retreated inside. The new Benji remembered Glimmer's loneliness, remembered the strength found in kindness. He walked over, sat beside her, and didn't offer grand solutions or false cheer. Instead, he pulled the smooth, cool acorn from his pocket. "Found this under the oak tree," he said softly. "It looks ordinary, doesn't it? But sometimes the most ordinary things hold the most extraordinary stories. Would you like to hear one?" Lily looked up, her eyes wide and curious. Benji began to weave a tale not of grand nights, but of a hidden world of whispering moss, towering ferns, and a lonely, luminous creature whose light was saved by an unexpected friend. He spoke of velvet landscapes and glowing mushrooms, of spider silk bridges and quiet courage. As he spoke, Lily's sadness faded, replaced by wonder. The story wasn't just an escape. It was a quiet reminder that kindness could build bridges, that even the smallest creature or person held light within them, and that courage often bloomed in the softest soil. Later, tucked into his own bed, the scent of autumn leaves drifting through his slightly open window, Benji held the acorn. The moonlight caught its smooth surface. He didn't need the keystone's magic to return to the whispering moss. He carried its essence within him. He felt the soft phantom weight of Glimmer on his shoulder, the echo of the haven's peaceful hum. He had journeyed to a hidden world and returned transformed, not into someone loud or brash, but into a quieter, stronger version of himself. A boy who understood the profound strength found in gentle steps, in listening, in friendship, and in the courage to build bridges both literal and those woven from kindness. The world outside, once merely safe, now hummed with quiet magic, a reflection of the light he now knew he carried. And as sleep gently pulled him under, he smiled, a peaceful warmth spreading through him, knowing that even the smallest acorn could hold the seed of an extraordinary journey, and the quietest heart could harbor the bravest light. The whispering moss had spoken its truth, and he carried its soft, enduring echo home. Story 6. The little village of Willowbrook, nestled in its valley, was usually as peaceful as the first snowfall. But one crisp autumn evening, strange things began to happen. It started with Mrs. Bramble's favorite knitting needles vanishing right out of her basket. Then old Mr. Oakley found his spectacles perched high in the branches of his ancient apple tree, polished to a shine. Warm loaves of bread disappeared from windowsills only to reappear, slightly nibbled, on doorsteps the next morning. Candles flickered out inexplicably, and soft, tinkling laughter seemed to drift on the breeze just beyond hearing. A gentle, puzzling mystery had settled over Willowbrook. Young Luna, with eyes as observant as an owl's, noticed the patterns. The disappearances always happened after dusk, near cozy hearths or fragrant kitchens. The returned items, though misplaced, were never harmed, often cleaner or neater than before. And that faint laughter, it carried a note of shyness, not mischief. "Papa," Luna said one evening, stirring her mug of spiced cider as the fire crackled merrily, "it feels like someone is trying to help, but getting a bit muddled." Her father chuckled, stoking the logs. "Perhaps, little owl, but Mrs. Bramble misses her needles, and Mr. Oakley nearly walked into his pond without his specs. We need to understand our quiet helpers." Luna knew just who to ask. Deep in Whispering Woods, where the oldest trees sighed secrets, lived Anya the River Guardian. Anya wasn't a grand sorceress, but a keeper of wisdom, her hair like silver riverweed, her voice as calming as flowing water. Luna packed a small basket with honey cakes in case wisdom needed sweetening, and set off at dawn, the autumn leaves crunching underfoot like toasted sugar. The woods welcomed her. Sunlight dappled through the golden canopy, and the air smelled of damp earth and ripe berries. Luna walked carefully, listening. Near a mossy stone bridge over the chuckling brook, she heard it again, that tiny, fluting giggle, quickly muffled. She knelt, peering into the ferns. Nothing stirred, but she spotted something gleaming, a single, impossibly tiny silver spoon, no bigger than her thumbnail, tucked beside a toadstool. "Hello," Luna called softly. "I found your spoon, it's very lovely." Silence. Then a rustle. A creature no taller than Luna's hand peeked out from behind a foxglove. It had skin like polished birch bark, large, luminous eyes the color of moss, and wore a tunic woven from dried corn husks. It looked utterly terrified. "Don't be scared," Luna whispered, placing the tiny spoon gently on a leaf. "My name's Luna. I live in Willowbrook. Did you take the knitting needles and the spectacles too?" The little creature nodded shyly, twisting its tiny hands. More figures emerged from the ferns and undergrowth, perhaps a dozen in all, each unique one with shimmering beetle-wing cloaks, another with acorn cap hats. Their leader, a slightly taller sprite with a beard like lichen, stepped forward, bowing deeply. "I am Thistlewick," he piped in a voice like wind chimes. "We are the hearth sprites. We meant no trouble, dear child, truly." Thistlewick explained. They were house sprites, usually invisible, who cherished tidy, warm human homes. They'd lived peacefully alongside Willowbrook for generations, secretly polishing silver, sweeping crumbs, and ensuring embers glowed safely. But the unusually harsh early frost had driven them from their usual burrows near the warm chimneys deeper into the chilly woods. Desperate for warmth and their familiar tasks, they'd begun visiting houses again, but clumsily. "We only wanted to help," Thistlewick lamented. "We saw the knitting lying about, thought it needed tidying. The spectacles looked smudged, so we cleaned them. The bread smelled so good, we just wanted a tiny taste to warm our bellies, but we got flustered, dropped things, panicked when someone stirred, left things in silly places. Oh, the shame." Luna's heart melted. They weren't thieves or tricksters. They were cold, displaced helpers who'd fumbled their tasks. "It's all right, Thistlewick," she said kindly. "Everyone gets muddled sometimes, but the villagers are worried. They don't understand." Luna knew she needed Anya's wisdom to bridge this gap. She gently invited the sprites to follow her to the River Guardian's glade. Anya was waiting by the water's edge, her presence as serene as the deep pool beside her. Luna explained the situation, the sprites huddling together nervously. Anya listened, her ancient eyes gentle. "Ah, little keepers of the hearth," she murmured. "Your hearts are warm, but your actions caused a chill. The greatest magic often lies not in doing, but in understanding." She turned to Luna. "You saw the pattern, child. What solution does your kind heart suggest?" Luna thought of the cozy village, the worried faces, and the shivering sprites. "They need warmth and a place to belong," she said slowly. "And the villagers need to know they have friends, not foes." An idea sparked. What if we build them new homes, tiny, warm houses near the hearths where they can stay safely hidden and warm, then they can help without getting flustered or scared. A ripple of excited whispers went through the sprite band. Thistlewick's eyes shone. Proper little houses, near the warm bricks. Anya smiled, the river seeming to chuckle with her. "A wise solution, Luna. Cooperation and a welcoming hearth solve many mysteries." Luna returned to Willowbrook with the sprites hidden in her basket. She gathered the villagers, explaining the tale of the shy, cold hearth sprites who only wished to help. At first there were murmurs of surprise, but seeing Luna's earnest face and remembering the harmless nature of the mischief, hearts softened. That very afternoon the village became a workshop. Mr. Oakley, his spectacles firmly on his nose, carved beautiful miniature doors from walnut shells. Mrs. Bramble, reunited with her needles, knitted tiny, warm blankets. Children gathered smooth stones and moss to build foundations. Soon, tucked beside every fireplace, hidden in nooks and crannies, appeared the most charming little dwellings, acorn cottages, bark cabins, and even a miniature brick house near the baker's oven. Each had a tiny, welcoming door and a soft bed inside. As dusk fell, the villagers gathered in the square, lanterns casting a warm glow. Luna placed a tiny honey cake on the doorstep of each sprite house. Slowly, shyly, the hearth sprites emerged. Thistlewick bowed low to the villagers. "Thank you," he chimed, "for warm homes and warm hearts." From that night on, the strange occurrences stopped. Instead, villagers often woke to find hearths swept exceptionally clean, silver gleaming brighter, and perhaps a single, perfect autumn leaf left as a token on their pillow. And sometimes, if you listened very closely beside the fire on a quiet winter's night, you might hear the faint, happy tinkling of sprite laughter, a sound as comforting as the crackling logs themselves. The mystery was solved not by force, but by kindness, observation, and building a bridge of understanding, making Willowbrook cozier and more magical than ever before. Luna drifted to sleep that night, her own small room warmed by the hearth and the gentle certainty that unseen friends watched over their peaceful village, content at last. Story 7. The first time Oliver noticed the mossy door at the base of the ancient oak tree, it was barely a whisper of green against the gnarled bark. He'd been searching for his lost kite, its bright yellow tail snagged somewhere in the high branches. But the breeze shifted, sunlight dappled the forest floor just so, and there it was, a door no taller than his shoulder, intricately carved with twisting vines and crowned with a brass knob shaped like an acorn. Curiosity, warm and insistent, bloomed in his chest. Where could it lead? Taking a deep breath of the damp earth and pine-scented air, Oliver turned the cool, smooth knob. It clicked softly. The door swung inward, not onto the tree's hollow, but onto a path bathed in the softest, golden light. It smelled like honey, sun-warmed stone, and something sweet and unfamiliar like crushed moon petals. Stepping through felt like sinking into a warm bath. Behind him, the door vanished, replaced by more of the winding path. Ahead, the path meandered into a forest unlike any he'd ever seen. This was the Glimmerwood. Trees weren't merely green, they shimmered with subtle hues of amethyst, topaz, and emerald, their leaves shifting color like captured rainbows when touched by the gentle, perpetual twilight. Glowing moss carpeted the ground in velvety patches of blue and silver, pulsing faintly. Above, instead of birds, luminous butterflies the size of his hand drifted silently, their wings dusting the air with sparkling motes of light that smelled faintly of cinnamon. The air hummed not loudly, but with a comforting, resonant thrum, like the purr of a contented giant cat. Oliver's heart beat a little faster, a flutter of nerves mixed with pure wonder. He walked slowly, his footsteps muffled by the soft moss. Soon the path forked. One way led deeper into the vibrant trees, the other dipped towards a babbling brook that sparkled like liquid crystal. Unsure, Oliver paused. A soft chittering sound came from above. Perched on a branch dripping with glowing amber leaves was a creature the size of a squirrel, but far more extraordinary. Its fur was pure, shimmering silver, and large, luminous eyes, the color of sapphires, blinked at him with gentle intelligence. Its tail ended in a tuft of soft light. It tilted its head, then scampered down the trunk, stopping just a few feet away. It made a series of melodic chirps and whistles, pointing a tiny paw first towards the deeper forest, then towards the sparkling brook. "You're trying to help me choose," Oliver whispered, enchanted. The silver creature nodded vigorously, its light-tufted tail waving. It pointed again towards the brook path, then gestured with its paws as if mimicking stepping stones. "The brook path, it has stones." Another nod. "Okay," Oliver smiled, feeling a surge of warmth. "Thank you, little friend." The creature chirped happily and bounded back up the tree, vanishing into the shimmering canopy. Following the advice, Oliver took the path towards the brook. It widened, revealing smooth, flat stones spaced invitingly across the sparkling water. The brook itself seemed alive, its current swirling with flecks of light that danced like underwater fireflies. It looked simple enough. But as Oliver stepped onto the first stone, something unexpected happened. The moment his foot touched the cool, damp surface, the stone sank slightly, and a soft chime echoed around him. The water between the stones swirled faster, and the stepping stones shifted. Not much, just a little wobble, a subtle change in angle. It wasn't treacherous, but it required careful balance and focus. Taking a steadying breath, Oliver remembered his grandmother's words. "Courage isn't about not being scared, dear. It's about taking the next step even when your knees feel wobbly." He focused on the next stone, judging its new position. Slowly, deliberately, he stepped. The stone chimed again, wobbled less this time. He concentrated, feeling the cool spray on his face, the solidity of the stone beneath his worn boots. Step by step, chime by chime, he navigated the shifting path. It wasn't about speed or strength. It was about calmness, observation, and trusting his own steady movements. Halfway across, he saw the silver creature watching from the opposite bank, its sapphire eyes gleaming with approval. When his final boot touched the far bank, A ripple of warm light spread across the water, and the stones settled back into their original, steady positions. He'd done it. A quiet sense of accomplishment, warm as sunshine, filled him. Beyond the brook, the Glimmerwood opened into a wide meadow. Here the twilight deepened into soft indigo, and the air was filled with drifting, seed-like lights that glowed softly pink and gold. They floated lazily, like dandelion wishes made real. In the center of the meadow stood 3 figures, unlike anything Oliver could have imagined. They were tall and slender, seemingly woven from living wood and draped in cloaks of shimmering moss and lichen. Their faces were smooth bark, etched with kind expressions, and their eyes glowed with a gentle amber light. They were the Heartwood Sentinels, ancient guardians of the Glimmerwood. As Oliver approached, the tallest sentinel inclined its head. Its voice wasn't spoken aloud, but resonated directly in Oliver's mind, warm and deep like the roots of an old tree. "Welcome, young traveler. Few find the hidden door. Fewer still cross the singing stones with such quiet courage. What brings you to our twilight realm?" Oliver felt no fear, only awe. "I found a door in the oak tree," he explained, his voice hushed in the peaceful stillness. "I was curious. I suppose I just wanted to see what was here." He paused, then added, "And a little silver creature with glowing eyes helped me find the path." The sentinels exchanged a look, their bark faces seeming to smile. "Ah, Flicker, a good guide," the sentinel responded. "Curiosity is the first spark of discovery, but journeys, even wondrous ones, can stir the heart. Do you feel a pull towards home?" Oliver hadn't consciously thought about home since stepping through the door, but now, surrounded by such profound beauty, a tiny, familiar ache bloomed in his chest, the comforting smell of his mother's baking bread, the worn quilt on his bed. He nodded slowly. A little, "It's so beautiful here, but yes." "The bravest explorers know the path back is as important as the path forward," the sentinel intoned gently. "Hold out your hand, young traveler." Oliver did. One of the sentinels reached out a branch-like hand. From its palm drifted down a single, perfect leaf. It wasn't from any tree he knew. It was a miniature, shimmering constellation captured in translucent green, pulsing with a soft inner light. It landed gently on his palm, cool and weightless. "A glimmerleaf," the sentinel explained. "A token of your courage and curiosity. When the wish for home grows strong within you, hold it tight and think of the hearth's warmth." Oliver carefully tucked the precious leaf into his shirt pocket. It glowed softly against the fabric, a tiny beacon. "Thank you," he whispered, deeply touched. "The path home lies open to you now," the sentinel said, gesturing towards the edge of the meadow where the path reappeared, winding back the way he'd come. "Visit again when your heart seeks twilight wonders. Remember the quiet courage you found today and the friendships that light the way." With a final, respectful bow to the wise sentinels and a wave towards Flicker, who chittered a farewell from a nearby branch, Oliver turned onto the homeward path. The journey back felt different. The shifting stones across the brook seemed steadier, perhaps because he knew their secret now. The Glimmerwood felt like a friend, its colors deeper, its hum more comforting. He passed the spot where he'd met Flicker, the amber leaves glowing warmly. Soon the familiar mossy door set in the ancient oak tree appeared ahead. He opened it, stepping back into the familiar green and brown of his own forest. The late afternoon sun slanted through the trees, finding his bright yellow kite still tangled high above. He smiled. The world seemed brighter, somehow charged with a subtle magic he now knew existed. He touched the pocket where the glimmerleaf rested, its soft light hidden but its comforting presence real. That night, tucked snugly into bed, Oliver held the glimmerleaf. It pulsed gently in the darkness, casting shifting constellations of soft green light onto his ceiling. He thought of the shimmering trees, Flicker's sapphire eyes, the deep, kind voices of the sentinels, and the quiet strength he'd found crossing the stones. The tiny ache of homesickness was gone, replaced by a warm contentment. He hadn't just explored an unknown place, he had discovered a wellspring of quiet courage within himself, guided by kindness and wonder. As the leaf's light softened, lulling him towards sleep, Oliver knew the most important journeys weren't always about faraway lands, but about the brave steps we take and the gentle wonders we carry back in our hearts. The soft glow faded completely as his eyes drifted shut, leaving only the peaceful silence of a room warmed by an unseen hearth, and the deep, comforting knowledge that magic, courage, and kindness were always intertwined, waiting just beyond the next moss-covered door. Story 8. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed cobblestones, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Ben lived there with his grandfather, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, and a heart that noticed things others overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played kick-stone, Ben often sat by the old stone well in the square, tracing the cracks in the worn wood of its cover, wondering about the secrets whispered beneath the surface. One misty autumn morning, while helping his grandfather clear the attic of his creaky, timber-framed cottage, Ben discovered a forgotten wooden chest tucked beneath dusty eaves. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst faded quilts and bundles of letters tied with faded blue ribbon, lay a small object wrapped in soft, unbleached linen. Unwrapping it carefully, Ben found an ordinary-looking teapot. It was made of smooth, cool porcelain, painted with a simple, swirling pattern in cobalt blue. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, and when Ben tilted it, he heard a faint musical chime, like tiny bells tinkling deep within its belly. "Grandfather," Ben called down the ladder, his voice hushed with wonder. "What's this?" The old man climbed up, his joints creaking like the attic floorboards. He peered at the teapot, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. "Ah, the whispering kettle belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Elowen. Folks said it held more than just tea." He tapped the side gently. "She claimed it could brew stories if you listened close enough. Just stories, never saw it myself, but it was precious to her." That night after Grandfather had gone to bed, Ben sat by his own small window, the whispering kettle on the sill beside him. The moon painted silver streaks on the floorboards. On impulse, Ben poured cool water from his jug into the kettle and whispered, "Tell me a story." Nothing happened. Disappointed, Ben sighed. But as he turned to leave, a faint wisp of steam curled from the spout. It didn't smell like tea leaves, it smelled like old paper and distant rain. And then, soft as a sigh, a voice seemed to echo not in his ears, but within his very bones. It spoke of a hidden glade, far beyond the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook, where a pool of purest moonlight water shimmered, its surface reflecting forgotten constellations. The voice spoke of the pool's magic fading, dimmed by a creeping, cold shadow of forgetting. The story ended with a feeling of profound sadness, like a lost melody. Ben felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning as deep as the kettle's chime. He knew with a certainty that surprised him that he had to find that glade. The whispering kettle hadn't just told a story, it had offered a quest. He packed a small bag, a wedge of cheese, a crusty loaf, his warmest woolen scarf, and carefully the whispering kettle wrapped in the linen cloth. At dawn, Ben slipped out, the village still dreaming. The path into the whispering woods was familiar at first, carpeted with fallen leaves the color of embers and gold. But soon the trees grew taller and closer, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting green patterns. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Ben felt small and alone. He stopped by a mossy boulder, unsure which path to take. "Lost are we, young sprout," a gruff voice rumbled from beneath the boulder. A large, silver-furred badger with wise, dark eyes pushed his way out. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Name's Thorn. Paths in these woods twist like a squirrel's tail if you don't know their rhythm." Ben explained his quest, showing Thorn the whispering kettle. The badger sniffed it thoughtfully. "Moonlight water, a tricky business. Shadow of forgetting is thick near the glimmer glade now, makes the path slippery for the mind." He adjusted his spectacles. "Wisdom you'll need, not speed. I know the old ways. I'll guide you part of the journey. But the final path, that requires a different kind of sight." Thorn proved a patient and knowledgeable guide. He showed Ben how to read the language of the moss thicker on the north side of trees, how to listen for the different songs of the streams, the one that chuckled led deeper, the one that sighed led towards rocky cliffs, and which berries were safe to eat, bright blue with star-shaped leaves. He shared stories of the forest, his voice a comforting rumble as they walked. "Strength isn't always in the claw or the tooth, Ben," Thorn said as they navigated a tangle of roots. "Sometimes it's in knowing when to be still, when to listen." After 2 days of travel, the woods began to change. The vibrant greens faded to muted grays and silvers. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like frost and old stone. Sounds became muffled. Even the birdsong seemed distant and thin. Thorn stopped at the edge of a silvery birch grove. "This is as far as I go, lad. The shadow thickens here. It makes creatures forgetful, even grumpy old badgers. You'll need lightheartedness now, a spark to pierce the gloom. Look for Pip." Ben thanked Thorn, who gave him a gruff nod before disappearing back into the deeper green. Feeling the cold seep into his bones, Ben pressed on. The silence was oppressive. He tried to recall the kettle's story, but the details felt fuzzy, like a dream upon waking. Doubt whispered coldly in his ear. "Why are you here? Go back. It's warm at home." Then a flash of brilliant blue shot past his head. A tiny bird no bigger than Ben's thumb, with feathers like sapphires and wings that hummed, hovered before him. "Hello, hello, feeling a bit gray, are we? Blasted shadow makes everything so dull." The bird's voice was like tinkling glass bells, impossibly cheerful in the gloom. "I'm Pip, Pip the forget-me-not finch. I remember everything, especially the bright things. Are you lost? Are you sad? Do you need a song?" Ben's spirits lifted instantly at Pip's infectious energy. He explained about the moonlight pool and the shadow of forgetting. Pip zipped around his head. "Oh, the glimmer glade, beautiful, terrible shadow making it all misty. Follow me, I remember the way. I remember the song the moonbeams sing on the water, la 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 luminous." Pip darted ahead, his tiny form a beacon of dazzling blue against the gray landscape. His constant, cheerful chatter and bursts of song were like tiny candles pushing back the cold forgetfulness. He reminded Ben of the kettle's warmth, of his grandfather's smile, of the smell of baking, bread in Willowbrook, all the bright things the shadow tried to smother. Finally, they emerged from the last of the gray birches into a small, circular clearing. It should have been bathed in ethereal light, but instead, a thick, swirling gray mist clung low to the ground, obscuring everything. At the center, Ben could just make out the faint, sorrowful shimmer of the moonlight pool, its light weak and flickering. The air was thick with the shadow of forgetting, a heavy, sorrowful feeling that made Ben want to curl up and sleep, to let go of all purpose. "The shadow feeds on loneliness," Pip chirped, his voice subdued for the first time. "It wraps the pool in forgetting, makes it feel abandoned." Ben stood at the edge of the mist, clutching the whispering kettle. How could he fight this? Thorn had said wisdom, not force. Pip spoke of loneliness. He remembered the kettle's story, the sadness within it. He thought of his own quiet nature, how sometimes he felt unseen. Perhaps the pool felt that way too. He knelt on the cool, damp grass. He unwrapped the whispering kettle and set it gently before him. He poured water from his flask into it, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. Then, instead of asking for a story, Ben began to speak. He spoke softly, pouring his heart out to the hidden pool. He spoke of noticing the small things, the intricate pattern on a spider's web at dawn, the way sunlight turned the village fountain into liquid gold, the comforting weight of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. He spoke of feeling small sometimes, but finding wonder in the world anyway. He spoke of his journey, of Thorn's steady wisdom, of Pip's dazzling joy. He spoke of seeing the pool even through the mist, of believing in its light. As Ben spoke, a thin, warm stream of fragrant steam began to rise from the whispering kettle's spout. It smelled like sun-warmed stone, like honeysuckle on a summer evening, like comfort and belonging. The steam didn't fight the gray mist, it wove through it, gentle and persistent. Where the steam touched, the mist seemed to soften, to thin, revealing patches of silver grass beneath. Pip, understanding, began to sing. Not his usual frantic, cheerful tune, but a soft, pure melody that echoed the feeling in Ben's words, a song of quiet noticing, of gentle companionship, of light remembered. He fluttered near the steam, his blue feathers catching the faint moonlight struggling through the thinning mist. Ben continued, his voice gaining strength as he poured out his simple truth. You are not forgotten, you are seen, you are beautiful. The whispering kettle chimed softly, a resonant note that vibrated through the clearing. The warm, story-laden steam poured forth more strongly now, intertwining with Pip's song. The heavy, sorrowful feeling of the shadow began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of peace. The gray mist dissolved not with a roar, but with a sigh, melting away like frost under a kind sun. The glimmer glade was revealed. Moonlight pure and liquid silver streamed down unobstructed, illuminating a small, perfectly round pool. Its water wasn't water at all, but seemed to be made of captured moonlight, swirling gently, reflecting stars that weren't in the sky above. It shimmered with a soft, internal radiance, casting dancing silver reflections on the surrounding ferns and mossy stones. The air was crisp, clean, and filled with the gentle hum of pure magic. The shadow of forgetting was gone, dispersed by the warmth of shared stories, the light of friendship, and the simple, powerful act of being seen and acknowledged. Ben approached the pool reverently. He dipped the whispering kettle into the moonlight water. As it filled, the porcelain seemed to glow from within, the cobalt blue patterns deepening like a twilight sky. He felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, a connection to something ancient and gentle. The journey back was lighter. Pip chattered excitedly about the glade's restored beauty. Thorn met them at the edge of the silver birch grove, a knowing glint in his eye. Wisdom listened to, friendship offered, light remembered. Well done, Sprout. He accompanied them back to the edge of the familiar woods. When Ben finally slipped back into his room in Willowbrook, dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. He placed the whispering kettle, now holding the precious moonlight water, carefully on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a comforting nightlight. He knew the magic wasn't just in the water. It was in the journey, the helpers, and the quiet understanding he'd found within himself. From then on, Ben wasn't just the quiet boy. He was the boy who listened, who noticed, who understood that the greatest magic often lies in kindness, connection, and the courage to share your heart. And on clear nights, when the moon was full, he would brew a small pot of chamomile tea with just a drop of the moonlight water in the whispering kettle. As the fragrant steam rose, carrying whispers of ancient glades and steadfast friends, he would share stories not just of grand adventures, but of the quiet wonders of Willowbrook, the steadfast wisdom of the woods, and the dazzling joy found in even the smallest blue feather, reminding everyone who listened that they too were seen, remembered, and full of their own quiet, extraordinary light. And the steam would curl around the room, warm and comforting, weaving a blanket of peace before the journey into dreams. Story 9. The little town of Bramblewood, nestled between whispering pines and a slow, chuckling river, was known for two things: exceptionally good blackberry pie and exceptionally predictable weather. Milo, a boy with perpetually muddy boots and eyes that missed very little, felt the town was rather too predictable. He longed for something extraordinary. He often lingered near the dusty window of Mr. Thimble's curiosity shop, gazing at the peculiar jumble inside a music box shaped like a badger, a compass that pointed insistently towards the bakery, and a particularly unremarkable dark blue umbrella leaning forgotten in a corner. One rainy Tuesday, Milo was caught in a sudden downpour. Ducking into Mr. Thimble's for shelter, he noticed the blue umbrella. "Just borrowing it, Mr. Thimble," he called out, snatching it before the shopkeeper could protest. Stepping back into the deluge, Milo popped the umbrella open with a satisfying whoosh. Immediately, the drumming rain softened to a gentle pattering. But it wasn't just quieter. The world changed. The gray pavement beneath his feet shimmered like wet obsidian. Raindrops didn't just fall, they danced, tiny prisms of light catching within each droplet, turning the air into a swirling kaleidoscope. The scent wasn't just petrichor, it was the deep, green breath of ancient forests and the sweet tang of wild honeysuckle carried on the breeze. Milo gasped. He lifted the umbrella higher, turning slowly. With each turn, the ordinary street transformed. The baker's sign glowed with warm, buttery light, the butcher's awning rippled like velvet, and the cobblestones hummed a low, comforting tune. This was no ordinary umbrella. It was a key to seeing the hidden magic woven into the very fabric of Bramblewood. Milo's heart hammered with excitement. He had to explore. He followed the humming cobblestones down a side alley he usually ignored. It led him past the whispering pines, deeper into the woods bordering the town. Here, the umbrella revealed even more wonders. Moss glowed emerald on ancient bark, fireflies pulsed in complex, silent rhythms, and the river, glimpsed through the trees, sang a complex, bubbling melody. But as the woods grew denser, a different sensation crept in: a chill, a dampness that clung despite the umbrella's canopy. The vibrant colors dimmed, the cheerful hum faded, replaced by a low, mournful sighing in the wind. The magic felt sad. A small, prickly ball rolled directly into Milo's path. It unfurled to reveal a hedgehog with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, made of acorn caps and spider silk. "Lost the sparkle, hasn't it?" the hedgehog sighed, adjusting his spectacles and peering at the gloom. "Name's Pip Quilton, been tracking this melancholy miasma for days. Gets into everything, dampens the magic, something dreadful." Milo explained about the umbrella and the fading wonder. Pip nodded gravely. The revealer knew it had to be about. This gloom, it's not natural. Comes from the heartwood spring deep in the woods. Used to sing the sweetest song, kept the magic flowing. Now it's just sighing. We need to find out why. He gestured with a tiny claw. "This way, but mind the whisper willows. They amplify sadness." Their path led them alongside the now subdued river. Its song was a mere gurgle. Suddenly, a sleek silver head popped up. An otter with bright, curious eyes and a necklace of smooth river stones grinned at them. Hullo heard the sighing, "Not like the old spring, is it? Name's Marina Ripple, bit gloomy for a paddle." She effortlessly swam alongside them as they walked the bank. "Heard you talking about the Heartwood Spring. I know the quickest way. Follow the stones that glow faintly blue when the rain hits them, the spring's old tears they are." With Pip navigating the whisper willows, urging Milo to hum cheerful tunes to counteract their amplifying effect, and Marina guiding them via the faintly glowing blue stones, they journeyed deeper. The melancholy deepened too. Flowers drooped, their colors muted. Even the light filtering through the canopy seemed tired. Finally, they reached a small, mossy clearing. In its center, bubbling feebly from between ancient roots, was the Heartwood Spring. But its water was murky, and instead of its legendary song, it emitted only a continuous, heart-wrenching sob. The source of the sadness was immediately apparent. A massive, ancient weeping willow, its branches heavy and low, draped over the spring like a shroud. Its roots had grown thick and gnarled, choking the spring's outlet. Tears, actual shimmering tears, rolled down its silvery bark and dripped into the water, clouding it. "The grand willow," Pip whispered, his voice thick with sympathy. "She's grieving, lost her oldest sapling in the last great storm, her sorrows choking the spring." Marina paddled closer to the choked outlet. "Look at those roots, like giant fingers squeezing the life out. We need to free the water." Milo felt a surge of helplessness. The roots were thicker than his arm. He couldn't possibly chop them. Pip couldn't dig them out. Marina couldn't pull them loose. Force wasn't the answer. He remembered the umbrella's revelation, the hidden magic, the connections, the feelings beneath the surface. He closed his eyes, holding the umbrella tightly. He focused not on the choking roots, but on the immense sadness radiating from the grand willow, the deep, ancient love she felt for her lost sapling, and the spring's own muffled song of life beneath the murk. "Wisdom," Milo murmured, opening his eyes. "Not force, understanding." He stepped forward under the revealer's canopy. He didn't try to move the roots. Instead, he gently placed a hand on the grand willow's weeping trunk. "We see your sorrow," he said softly, his voice carrying the warmth the umbrella seemed to amplify. "We see how much you loved your sapling. It's okay to grieve, but your tears are clouding the spring that nourishes you and all the magic here. Your grief is choking the life you helped create." He poured his understanding, his compassion, through the touch. Pip scurried close, pressing his small, warm body against the bark. "We remember your sapling too," Pip squeaked. "Strong and bright, its memory lives in every new leaf." Marina swam to where the willow's longest branches trailed in the water. "Let your tears flow through," she urged gently, nudging a branch, not into. "Let the spring carry your sorrow away, clean and clear." A tremor ran through the grand willow. A deep sigh rustled her leaves, less mournful, more releasing. The tears still fell, but as Marina guided, they flowed along the trailing branches, dripping onto the mossy bank beside the spring, not directly into it. Milo kept his hand on the trunk, a steady anchor of empathy. "Let the spring breathe," he whispered. "Let its song return. Your love isn't gone. It's part of the forest now." Slowly, miraculously, the massive roots seemed to soften, not move away, but to relax their crushing grip. They shifted almost imperceptibly, settling deeper into the earth rather than constricting the stone. With a sound like a contented sigh, clear, sparkling water bubbled up freely from the heartwood spring. It gurgled, then swelled into its old, joyous melody, a song of pure, cool water and ancient, living stone. Instantly, the gloom lifted. Color flooded back into the clearing. Flowers straightened, glowing with vibrant hues. The air hummed with pure, clean magic. The grand willow's branches lifted slightly, her leaves catching the dappled sunlight. She still wept, but the tears were lighter now, flowing clear and joining the spring's song, transformed from choking sorrow into a gentle, healing stream. The journey back was a revelation. The woods pulsed with renewed vibrancy under the revealer's canopy. Fireflies danced intricate ballets, the river sang a triumphant chorus, and the moss glowed like scattered emeralds. Pip chattered excitedly about documenting the phenomenon, while Marina did joyful flips in the sparkling water. When Milo returned the umbrella to Mr. Thimble, the shopkeeper simply winked. "Knew it found the right hands," he murmured, placing it back in the corner where, to ordinary eyes, it looked perfectly unremarkable. Milo walked home, the ordinary streets of Bramblewood now humming with a secret music only he could truly appreciate. He saw the baker's warmth not just in his pies, but in the golden light spilling from his windows. He heard the river's song even from his doorstep. He understood now. The magic wasn't just in the umbrella, it was everywhere, woven into the world, waiting to be seen with the right kind of heart, a heart open to wonder, ready for kindness, and wise enough to listen. That night, as the gentle rain pattered against his window, Milo drifted to sleep, the soft melody of the heartwood spring singing in his dreams, a lullaby of magic seen, sorrow soothed, and the extraordinary found nestled deep within the heart of the ordinary. And the cozy warmth of that understanding wrapped around him like a well-loved blanket, promising peaceful dreams. Story 10. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Every evening, enchanted lanterns shaped like fireflies bloomed along cobblestone paths, casting honeyed pools of light that danced with floating dandelion seeds. For generations, this gentle glow had soothed children to sleep and guided neighbors, sharing moonberry pies. But 3 nights ago, something peculiar began. Precisely at 7 o'clock, every lantern winked out simultaneously for exactly 13 seconds. In that velvety darkness, a chorus of high-pitched giggles echoed like chimes tumbling down a well before the lights returned. No harm came, yet unease prickled through the village like frost on a window pane. Young Milo, whose freckles seemed to gather starlight, first noticed the pattern. Curled by his attic window with his pet moss rabbit Thistle, he'd been sketching the moonflowers in his observation journal when the darkness swallowed the village. 13 seconds, he whispered each time, marking it beside pressed lavender. The adults dismissed it as just fairy mischief, but Milo saw how the village baker dropped her cinnamon rolls when the lights vanished, and how old Widow Hester's knitting needles clattered to the floor. The giggles sounded lonely. On the 4th evening, Milo tucked Thistle into his woven satchel and sought the wisdom of Master Alden, the star map keeper. Alden's cottage smelled of parchment and peppermint tea, constellations swirling across his ceiling in liquid silver. "Ah," murmured Alden, polishing his spectacles as Milo described the timed darkness. "Giggles in shadows, that's no ordinary prank. Tell me, child, did you notice anything else?" Milo recalled the scent of damp soil that lingered afterward, and how Thistle's nose always twitched wildly moments before the blackout. Alden's eyes crinkled. Time to consult the Glimmerfolk. Milo's heart leapt. Glimmerfolk were shy, luminous creatures who tended the village's dream gardens. Only children could see them clearly. With Alden's moonstone compass in hand, Milo ventured to the Whispering Stump, an ancient tree hollow where fireflies gathered like living constellations. He placed an offering of honey-soaked clover and hummed the lullaby his grandmother taught him. Slowly, 3 Glimmerfolk emerged no taller than Milo's thumb, wings shimmering like crushed pearls. Their leader, a tiny being with fern-green hair, alighted on his palm. "Lights out troubles you," she chimed, her voice like raindrops on petals. "We've seen them too. Follow the root songs." Guided by the Glimmerfolk's soft glow, Milo traced vibrations humming beneath the soil. They led to the crystal brook, where water sang over polished stones. There, beneath an overhang draped with weeping willows, sat a cluster of dejected-looking mushroom caps. But these weren't ordinary mushrooms. Their stems pulsed with bioluminescent patterns, and tiny faces peered from under speckled caps. "Sorrow spores," breathed the Glimmerfolk leader. "They weep light when sad." Milo knelt. One particularly small sorrow spore sniffled, its glow flickering. "Why do you dim our lanterns?" Milo asked gently. The little creature trembled. "Not dimming, borrowing," it hiccuped. "Our elder's light-fading sickness. We need bursts of warm light to heal her, but we're too shy to ask." The giggles, it explained, were nervous reactions to stealing. Each lantern's brief darkness gave just enough energy for a healing pulse. Thistle nudged Milo's journal, open to his notes. 13 seconds, exactly how long the elder needed between doses. Milo rushed back to Alden, who nodded sagely. Compassion is the brightest magic, he said, brewing starlight-infused tonic. That night as 7 o'clock neared, Milo and the Glimmer folk waited by the brook. When the lanterns vanished, Milo poured Alden's tonic onto the Elder Sorrowspor's cap. Instantly, her light blazed like a captured sunrise. The borrowed lantern light streamed back, brighter than ever, weaving into the healing glow. No giggles echoed, only a soft, collective sigh of relief. Come morning, Willowbrook awoke to a wonder. Lanterns now glowed with delicate mushroom-shaped halos, casting dreamy patterns on the cobblestones. The sorrowspores, no longer hiding, offered luminous spores that healed scraped knees and warmed chilly fingers. And every evening at 7, the lanterns didn't fade, they pulsed gently, a reminder that kindness could turn borrowed light into a shared gift. Milo fell asleep to Thistle's contented purring, the village bathed in a soft, golden radiance that whispered of friendships forged in the gentle dark. Story 11. The little town of Cobbleton nestled in a valley known mostly for its quiet mornings and the soft chime of the blacksmith's hammer at dusk. In a small cottage with climbing roses lived a boy named Leo, whose heart often felt as empty as the dusty attic above his room. His parents worked long hours, and while the townsfolk were kind, Leo spent much of his time wandering the cobbled streets or reading by the window, wishing for a friend who understood the quiet ache in his chest. One rainy Tuesday, seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Leo ducked into the town's cluttered curiosity shop, run by the perpetually flustered Mrs. Gable. The air smelled of old paper, dried lavender, and dust motes dancing in the dim light. While Mrs. Gable fussed over a teetering stack of hat boxes, Leo's gaze fell upon a forgotten corner shelf. There, tucked behind a chipped porcelain shepherdess and a box of mismatched buttons, sat a teapot. It wasn't grand or gleaming, it was simple earthenware, the color of rich, dark honey, with a small chip on its spout and a lid that seemed slightly too large. But something about it hummed, a vibration Leo felt in his fingertips more than heard. Its surface felt unexpectedly warm. "Just an old thing, dear Mrs." Gable chirped, noticing his interest. "Belonged to my great-aunt Mildred, said it made the oddest tea, 2 copper pennies if you want it." Leo, his pocket money jingling lightly, handed over the coins, cradling the warm teapot carefully. It felt comforting, like holding a small, sleeping animal. Back in his room, the rain drumming on the roof, Leo decided to test Mrs. Gable's story. He filled the kettle from the kitchen tap, poured the water into the teapot, and placed it on his small desk. He didn't have any tea leaves handy, just a sense of curiosity. He lifted the lid, peered into the dark interior, and whispered, "I wish I had someone to talk to." Instantly, the teapot began to tremble. Not violently, but with a gentle, eager vibration. From its spout, instead of steam, poured a thick, swirling plume of shimmering, deep blue vapor. It smelled not of tea, but of thunderstorms and distant mountains, of ozone and ancient forests. The vapor didn't dissipate. It coalesced, swirling and shaping itself into shimmering letters that hung in the air before Leo's astonished eyes. "Seek the path of whispering clouds, find the market where stars trade, bring the teapot of unspoken needs." The letters shimmered for a moment, then dissolved like mist, leaving only the scent of petrichor and the teapot sitting innocently on the desk. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. This wasn't just an odd teapot, it was a magical one, and it had spoken directly to his loneliness. The next morning, with the teapot carefully wrapped in soft cloth inside his satchel, and a hastily packed lunch of bread and cheese, Leo set off. The instructions were cryptic, but he remembered old tales told by the baker about a hidden path high in the Whisperwood peaks, where clouds clung like sheep to the slopes. the journey was long. Cobbled streets gave way to dusty lanes, then to winding paths through whispering pine forests. As he climbed higher, the air grew thinner and cooler, smelling sharply of pine resin and damp earth. Just as his legs began to ache and doubt crept in, Leo heard a slow, deliberate scraping sound. Rounding a moss-covered boulder, he found a tortoise. Not an ordinary tortoise. His shell was patterned with intricate swirls of jade and amber, like a miniature galaxy, and his eyes held the deep, patient wisdom of millennia. He was attempting, with immense difficulty, to climb over a large, smooth stone blocking the path. "Goodness," the tortoise rumbled in a voice like stones grinding gently together, his neck craning to see Leo. "This pebble seems to have grown overnight, quite the impediment to progress." Leo knelt. "Perhaps I can help. My name's Leo." With a careful push, he shifted the stone just enough for the tortoise to clamber over. "Ah, much obliged, young Leo," the tortoise sighed, settling on the other side. "I am Terence of the slow and certain path, and where might you be journeying with such purpose?" Leo explained about the teapot, the message, and his quest for the market where stars trade. Terence blinked his ancient eyes slowly. "The path of whispering clouds, why, it begins just beyond the crystal falls, a league or so up this very trail. I happen to be heading that way myself. The market convenes only when the moonflower blooms, which, if my internal chronometer is correct, and it usually is, occurs tonight. Care for company? I may be slow, but I know every stone and root on this mountain." Grateful for the companionship and guidance, Leo walked beside Terence. The tortoise pointed out hidden springs, edible berries Leo never knew existed, and the nests of shy, jewel-colored birds. He spoke in measured tones about the patience of mountains and the importance of noticing small things. The path grew steeper, winding alongside a rushing stream that eventually cascaded down in a sparkling curtain, the crystal falls. Behind the curtain of water, barely visible, was a narrow opening. Mist curled around it like beckoning fingers. "This is it, Leo," Terence announced. "The path of whispering clouds. Now you must tread carefully. The clouds here are opinionated." Indeed, stepping through the waterfall's veil, Leo was surprisingly dry, felt like entering another world. The path wasn't stone, but compacted, swirling mist that felt solid, yet yielding beneath his boots. Tendrils of cloud brushed against him, cool and damp, and they whispered. Faint, fragmented murmurs filled the air, snippets of forgotten lullabies, the sigh of wind through lonely canyons, the distant laughter of children. It was beautiful and slightly unnerving. "Don't mind them," Terence advised placidly, plodding along. "They mean no harm, just echoes of feelings lost on the wind. Focus on the path, it likes to shift." No sooner had he spoken than the misty path ahead seemed to dissolve, replaced by a sheer drop into nothingness. Leo gasped, freezing in place. A high-pitched giggle sounded nearby. Perched on a wisp of cloud was a sparrow. But this sparrow shimmered with iridescent feathers that changed color like oil on water sapphire, emerald, ruby, and her tiny eyes sparkled with mischief. "Ooh, stuck already," she chirped, zipping around Leo's head like a living jewel. "The path's just shy, give it a compliment, works every time. Name's Pip, by the way, Pip the Quick." Feeling utterly foolish, Leo cleared his throat and addressed the seemingly empty air where the path should be. Excuse me, path, you are incredibly soft, and you smell lovely, like rain and possibility." The mist shimmered. The sheer drop melted away, reforming into the solid, swirling path. Pip did a delighted loop-the-loop. "See, told ya, everyone likes a nice word, even grumpy old paths. Where you off to, slow coach and newbie?" Leo explained his quest again. Pip's eyes widened. "The Star Market tonight, ooh sparkly, can I come? I know shortcuts." She zipped ahead, then back, then circled Terence. "Seaman, Terence, pick up the pace. Moonflower waits for no tortoise." So the unlikely trio continued, Leo stepping carefully on the whispering mist path, Terence plodding steadily with ancient patience, and Pip zipping and darting ahead, scouting, occasionally berating a stubborn cloud or whispering encouragement to the path. They navigated sections that tried to lead them in circles by singing marching songs together, Pip's voice surprisingly sweet, crossed a chasm on a bridge woven from rainbows, Pip assured them it was solid, just don't look down, and soothed a grumpy cloud that wept icy tears by telling it jokes. Terence's slow delivery made them even funnier. Finally, as the first stars pricked the velvety twilight sky, they emerged onto a vast, flat plateau high above the world. The air thrummed with a gentle, ethereal energy. Before them lay the market where stars trade. It wasn't like any market Leo had ever imagined. Stalls weren't wood and canvas, but woven from starlight and moonbeams, shimmering softly. Vendors moved with silent grace, tall, slender beings cloaked in nebulae, creatures of pure light, small, furry things with eyes like galaxies. They traded not in fruits or tools, but in shimmering orbs of captured starlight, bottles of bottled comet trails, fabrics spun from auroras, and seeds that glowed with soft, internal light. The air hummed with 1,000 soft chimes and carried scents of cold space, ozone, and something sweet and floral Leo couldn't name. High above, the full moon cast a silver glow, and beside a central fountain of liquid moonlight bloomed a single, enormous flower. Its petals were pure white, edged with silver, and it pulsed with a soft, radiant light, the moonflower. Here we are, Terence rumbled softly. The market convenes only under the moonflower's light. Leo felt a tug from his satchel. Unwrapping the earthenware teapot, he saw it was glowing faintly, a warm, honey-colored light emanating from within. He held it out, unsure what to do next. A vendor nearby, a being seemingly made of swirling violet smoke with pinpricks of light for eyes, drifted closer. Its voice was like wind chimes. Ah, the teapot of unspoken needs. It has chosen its bearer. You seek its purpose. I think so, Leo stammered. It brought me here. The teapot brews not tea, but understanding, chimed the being. It senses the deepest, quietest needs of the heart, the ones too shy or too painful to speak aloud. It guides the bearer to where that need can be met. But first, the being gestured towards the glowing moonflower. The teapot must be filled with moonflower dew. Only then can it truly serve. Leo approached the magnificent flower. Its light was warm and welcoming. Nestled in the cup of one large petal like a diamond sat a single drop of luminous dew. Carefully, reverently, Leo lifted the teapot's lid and tipped it towards the droplet. As if drawn by a magnet, the silvery dew slid from the petal and into the dark interior of the teapot with a soft plink. The teapot pulsed once, a wave of warm, golden light spreading outwards. Then it grew quiet, the glow subsiding to a soft ember within the earthenware. But what now? Leo asked, looking around at Terence and Pip, who had watched with wide eyes. The violet being shimmered. The journey was the filling, young bearer. The need it sensed within you was not for a thing to be traded here, but for the journey itself. For courage found, for friendship offered, for wisdom gained. You sought connection, and the path provided companions. It gestured to Terence and Pip. You sought purpose, and the path presented challenges overcome not by force, but by kindness, patience, and words. The teapot has brewed its first understanding within you. Leo looked down at the humble teapot, then at Terence's wise, patient eyes and Pip's shimmering, excited form. A warmth spread through him, deeper and more comforting than the teapot's initial heat. It wasn't just warmth, it was a sense of fullness, a quiet joy. The lonely ache was gone, replaced by the certainty of friendship found in the most unexpected places, and the knowledge that his own heart held courage he hadn't known was there. The journey back down the whispering path felt different. The clouds seemed friendlier, their whispers more like welcoming murmurs. Terence shared stories of ancient constellations, and Pip darted ahead, finding the safest, quickest route, her iridescent feathers catching the moonlight. They parted ways at the foot of the mountain near Crystal Falls. Terence to a hidden grove he called home, Pip promising to visit Cobbleton soon. Gotta see if your boring town has any real shiny things. Leo walked the familiar lanes towards Cobbleton as dawn painted the sky peach and rose, the teapot snug in his satchel, no longer humming, but radiating a quiet, steady warmth against his back. Back in his room, the ordinary world seemed brighter. He placed the teapot on his windowsill. Later that day, feeling a flicker of his old loneliness as he saw children playing outside, he absent-mindedly touched the teapot. It was warm. Remembering, he whispered, "I wish I knew how to join them." A tiny wisp of blue vapor, smelling faintly of sunshine on grass, curled from the spout. It didn't form words but carried a feeling, a gentle nudge of encouragement, a whisper of just say hello, heart pounding, but warmed by the teapot's silent support. Leo went outside. He took a deep breath, walked over to the children playing hopscotch and simply said, "Hello, that looks fun, can I try?" The teapot on the windowsill cooled, its work done for now. Leo didn't need magical markets or whispering clouds anymore, not right then. He had found the greatest magic of all, brewed not in starlight, but in the simple, extraordinary courage to reach out, guided by an understanding heart and a teapot that knew the secret language of unspoken needs. And as he laughed, hopping carefully on the chalked squares, the warmth in his chest felt like a tiny, friendly sun, promising that he was never truly alone. The world was full of quiet magic, waiting only for a kind word, a patient step, or a brave hello to be found. And that night, falling asleep to the familiar sounds of home, Leo dreamed not of distant stars, but of the steady rumble of a wise tortoise and the joyful shimmer of a quick little friend, knowing his own story was just beginning, one gentle, understanding sip at a time. Story 12. The autumn mist clung to the cliffs of Seabreeze Cove like a soft, silver shawl, and young Amara felt its cool kiss on her cheeks as she walked home from the village school. Her grandmother's cottage, perched where the forest met the sea, always smelled of rosemary bread and salt-kissed wood smoke. But lately a quiet ache had settled in Amara's heart, a whisper that she didn't quite belong, like a seashell out of place on a mountain path. Her friends spoke of family crests and heirloom quilts, while Amara only knew her grandmother's gentle stories of the old ways, tales that felt as distant as the horizon. One evening, while dusting the high oak beams of the cottage attic, Amara's fingers brushed against a carved wooden box hidden behind a basket of dried lavender. Its surface was worn smooth by time, inlaid with mother-of-pearl swirls that shimmered like captured moonlight. Inside rested two treasures, a necklace of iridescent abalone shells, cool and humming with a faint, ancient melody only she seemed to hear, and a leather-bound journal filled with elegant script and sketches of starfish, waves, and dancing figures under a full moon. Her grandmother's eyes grew misty when she saw it. "That," she murmured, tracing a shell, "belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Marina. She was a keeper of tides and tales. The journal holds our family's voice." Amara spent nights by the crackling hearth, deciphering Marina's words. They spoke of the moonlit gathering, a tradition where their ancestors honored the sea's wisdom beneath the autumn equinox moon. Marina wrote of a hidden cove where the ocean sang secrets to those who listened, guarded by a heartstone, a polished obsidian rock imbued with the memory of the tides. But the last entry was sorrowful. The path fades, our children forget the salt in their blood. Amara's chest tightened. This was her legacy, a connection severed by time. Guided by the journal's descriptions and the gentle pull of the shell necklace against her skin, Amara ventured into the whispering woods. Ancient oaks arched overhead, their leaves rustling like old parchment, while ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls beneath her feet. The air thrummed with the scent of damp earth and pine. Following a creek embroidered with moonstones, a path Marina called the Starlit Stream, Amara felt the necklace grow warmer near a waterfall cascading over mossy rocks. Behind the water's veil, hidden like a shy secret, lay a small cave. There, on a natural pedestal of sea-smoothed basalt, rested the Heartstone. It was smaller than she'd imagined, dark as a moonless night, yet speckled with flecks that glowed like trapped starlight. As Amara's fingertips brushed its cool surface, visions bloomed in her mind. Women in seashell-adorned shawls singing harmonies with the crashing waves, children weaving crowns of kelp under the moon, elders placing offerings of honey and herbs upon the Heartstone while whispering gratitude to the ocean's bounty. She saw Marina herself, young and bright-eyed, laughing as she taught a little girl to read the patterns in the foam, lessons of patience, balance, and how every creature, from the tiniest hermit crab to the mightiest whale, belonged to the great tapestry of the sea. A soft voice echoed in the cave, not with sound but with feeling, a presence as comforting as her grandmother's embrace. "We are the waves remembering the shore," it seemed to say. "Our strength lies not in holding tight, but in flowing together. When you feel adrift, listen. The past breathes in the present." The vision shifted. Amara saw her grandmother as a girl, placing wildflowers by the Heartstone after a storm, her small face solemn with understanding. The lesson was clear. Traditions weren't chains, but roots, deep and nourishing, allowing new branches to reach for the sun. Dawn painted the sky in peach and lavender when Amara emerged, the Heartstone cradled in her hands. She found her grandmother waiting on the cottage porch, wrapped in a shawl the color of seafoam. Without a word, Amara placed the stone into her wrinkled palms. Tears welled in the old woman's eyes as she recognized it. "You found the way home, child," she breathed. That evening, as the equinox moon rose, a luminous pearl above the ink-dark sea, Amara and her grandmother walked to the hidden cove. They lit driftwood candles that flickered like captured stars and laid offerings of oatcakes and sage. Amara wore Marina's shell necklace. Its gentle hum now felt like a heartbeat against her own. Standing where her ancestors once stood, she sang an old blessing from the journal, her voice weaving with the wind and waves. The ocean seemed to sigh in recognition, its rhythm syncing with her breath. For the first time, the hollow ache in her chest filled with warmth, a profound sense of belonging. She wasn't just Amara, she was Marina's hope, her grandmother's pride, a note in the eternal song of her people. Back in the cottage, with the Heartstone resting on the mantel beside a bowl of sea-polished pebbles, Amara curled by the fire. Her grandmother read aloud from Marina's journal, the words now alive with meaning. Outside, the tide whispered against the shore, a lullaby of continuity. Amara closed her eyes, the scent of rosemary bread and salt water wrapping around her like a quilt. She understood now that heritage was a quiet, resilient magic, a compass in uncertainty, a lantern in the dark. And as sleep gently pulled her under, she smiled, knowing she was forever cradled in the arms of the sea, the forest, and the loving echoes of those who came before, a legacy of peace carried forward on the tide of her own steady heart. Story 13. Oliver had always been a quiet boy who noticed things others missed, the way dew clung to spiderwebs like diamond necklaces, or how acorns tapped the earth in Morse code only trees understood. His favorite treasure-hunting spot was the mossy hollow beneath Widow Willow, where lost buttons and smooth river stones gathered like shy guests at a party. One misty morning, his fingers closed around something unexpected, a teacup no larger than a robin's egg, patterned with cobalt swirls that seemed to ripple like water. As he wiped away the dirt, warmth bloomed in his palms, and a faint hum filled the air, like a kettle singing on a distant hearth. That evening, Oliver discovered the cup's secret. When moonlight streamed through his attic window and touched the porcelain, steam curled upward, carrying the scent of chamomile and wild honey. Sipping the tea revealed not flavors, but feelings, a sudden awareness of the baker's loneliness as he kneaded dough before dawn, or the blacksmith's quiet pride in shaping iron into horseshoes. The cup showed hearts, not histories. Guided by the teacup's gentle pulse, Oliver ventured into the Whisperwood, where trees murmured secrets to those who listened. There he met his first helper, Bramble, a prickly hedgehog with thistledown fur and a voice like rustling parchment. "Lost your way, have you?" Bramble sniffed, nudging Oliver's ankle. "Or found it." When Oliver explained the cup's magic, Bramble's eyes softened. "Ah, the empathy chalice. It's been missing since the Great Forgetting, when folk stopped sharing stories by firelight." Bramble agreed to guide him, uncurling only after Oliver shared a sip of tea that tasted of sun-warmed earth, the hedgehog's dearest memory. Deeper in the woods they encountered Piper, a red squirrel with a tail like a question mark and a habit of tap dancing on oak branches. "Trouble brewin' at the gloaming glade," she chattered, twitching her nose toward a thicket veiled in twilight. "The guardian's gone all prickly." Piper explained that the glade's protector, a sentient thicket of brambles, had sealed itself off, choking the path with thorns. The empathy chalice had once been used to soothe its sorrows, but without it, loneliness had turned the guardian bitter. The challenge was clear. Oliver must calm the guardian without force. Bramble advised patience, thorns shield tender hearts, while Piper suggested music, a merry tune melts frost. Oliver chose a third path. Holding the chalice aloft, he let moonlight fill it until steam wove into shimmering threads. He didn't speak, he shared. Through the steam, the guardian felt Oliver's awe at its shimmering berries, Bramble's gratitude for its sheltering roots, and Piper's delight in its dappled shade. The thicket quivered, then slowly, thorn by thorn, unraveled. At the glade's heart lay the guardian's true form, an ancient hawthorn tree, its bark etched with weary lines. "Thank you," it sighed, voice like wind through reeds. "Loneliness is a cage, and you've handed me the key." From its branches fell a single silver leaf, which fused with the chalice, deepening its glow. The wood sighed in relief, wildflowers unfurled, and fireflies sparked like embers in the dusk. Returning home, Oliver carried the cup to the village square. He offered sips to the baker, who then gifted bread to the lonely widow next door. The blacksmith shared tales of his youth, inspiring children to mend broken toys for the orphanage. Kindness flowed like a quiet river, deepening roots and lifting spirits. Now the empathy chalice rests on Oliver's windowsill, steaming softly under the moon. Some nights Bramble and Piper visit for a sip of tea that tastes of starlight and shared laughter. And if you listen very closely, you might hear the guardian humming a lullaby through the rustling leaves, a song of connection, as warm and endless as a cup held in grateful hands. Sleep now, little one, and dream of teacups brimming with kindness. Story 14. The old stone cottage always smelled of cinnamon and damp earth, a scent that seemed woven into its very walls. Young Cale had lived there with his grandmother since he could remember, surrounded by rolling hills that whispered secrets in the wind. He knew the paths through the wildflower meadows, the gnarled apple tree perfect for climbing, and the brook that sang a constant, gurgling song. Yet there was one place he was forbidden to go, the crumbling, ivy-choked archway at the very back of the overgrown garden, hidden behind a thicket of ancient lilac bushes. "That's the old garden, dear heart," his grandmother would say, her eyes soft with something deeper than caution. "It sleeps, we must let it dream." But as the days grew shorter and the harvest moon swelled, golden and heavy in the autumn sky, a strange restlessness stirred within Cale. He found himself drawn to the archway, peering through the tangled vines. One crisp afternoon, a glint of copper caught his eye amidst the green, a tiny key, almost hidden beneath a mossy stone, shaped like a leaf. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy in his palm, humming faintly, like a bee trapped in amber. That night, under the moon's luminous gaze, the key grew warm. Compelled by a pull he couldn't name, Cale crept from his bed, slipped past the sleeping cottage, and approached the forbidden arch. The key slid into a hidden keyhole he hadn't seen before, nestled within the weathered stone. With a soft click that echoed in the still night, the ivy rustled aside as if pushed by an invisible hand. Cale stepped through, and the world changed. Beyond the arch wasn't decay, but a forgotten paradise bathed in silver moonlight. Luminous flowers bloomed on vines that climbed crumbling walls, their petals shimmering like captured stardust. Ancient trees, heavy with fruit that glowed softly, formed a protective canopy. The air hummed with a deep, resonant peace, smelling of rain-kissed earth, night-blooming jasmine, and something else, something ancient and sweet, like sun-warmed honey and old parchment. In the center of this hidden sanctuary stood a stone basin, dry and cracked. Carved into its base were intricate symbols Cale didn't recognize, spirals like unfurling ferns, constellations he'd never seen, and figures dancing in a circle. Beside the basin lay a small, leather-bound book, its cover embossed with the same leaf symbol as the key. Heart-pounding, Cale opened it. The pages, though brittle, were filled with elegant script and delicate drawings of the very plants surrounding him. The words spoke of the Moonbloom Garden, tended for generations by his ancestors, the keepers of the quiet work. They spoke of harmony, of listening to the earth's whispers, and of a special task performed only under the full moon, awakening the Heartstone Basin. The book explained that the basin wasn't just stone, it was a conduit, a vessel for gathering the purest moonlight and the garden's essence to create moonbloom nectar, a restorative elixir for the land and its creatures, a symbol of the covenant between his family and the valley. But the garden had slept, the basin silent, since his great-grandmother's time. The final page showed a drawing of a single, radiant flower, the first moonbloom growing beside the basin, its roots reaching deep into the earth. The instructions were clear. To awaken the basin, the first moonbloom must be found, and gently offered a drop of dew gathered at dawn from a spider's web, under the full moon's light. Cale felt a tremor of awe and responsibility. This was his legacy, whispering through time. He was a keeper. Scanning the moonlit garden, his eyes searched for the glowing flower. He found it nestled beneath a weeping willow, its silver petals closed tight like a sleeping fist. Remembering the book's words about patience and gentle observation, Cale sat quietly nearby, breathing in the garden's serene magic. He watched a spider meticulously repair its glistening web strung between two moonbeam-kissed ferns. At dawn, he carefully collected a single, perfect dewdrop from the web center in a hollowed acorn cap he found, the spider undisturbed by his presence. The next full moon arrived, painting the garden in liquid silver. Holding his breath, Cale approached the sleeping first moonbloom. He tipped the acorn cap, letting the single, captured dewdrop fall onto the closed petals. It shimmered for a moment, then was absorbed. Slowly, miraculously, the petals began to unfurl, releasing a fragrance so pure and calming it felt like a sigh from the earth itself. Soft, silver light pulsed from the flower, traveling down its stem and into the earth. The light raced along unseen roots, converging on the stone basin. With a sound like distant wind chimes, the basin began to glow. The cracks in its surface filled with liquid light, swirling like captured moonlight. Water clear and cool bubbled up from its center, filling the basin. As it filled, the carved symbols on its side ignited with a soft, golden radiance. Cale understood without words. He dipped a small, polished gourd cup that hung nearby into the luminous water. It wasn't water, though. It was thick, sweet, and shimmering with tiny points of light, the moonbloom nectar. Following an instinct deeper than memory, he walked the garden paths, pouring a tiny offering at the roots of the oldest trees, beside the nests of sleeping birds, and into the whispering brook that flowed through a corner of the sanctuary. With each offering, the garden seemed to sigh in contentment, the air growing sweeter, the flowers brighter. As the first rays of dawn painted the sky peach and rose, Cale stood before the basin, now brimming with softly glowing nectar. He felt a profound sense of belonging, a connection stretching back through generations of quiet keepers. He understood the lesson whispered in the moonlight and written in the old book. True legacy wasn't about grand monuments or loud proclamations. It was the quiet work, the patient tending, the deep listening to the world and its rhythms. It was stewardship born of love and respect, a covenant whispered across time. The garden hadn't needed conquering, it had needed awakening through gentle care and understanding. He slipped back through the archway as the sun rose, the ivy rustling closed behind him. The copper key felt warm against his chest. Later that morning, as he helped his grandmother gather late apples, she paused, looking towards the lilac thicket. A soft smile touched her lips, and she breathed deeply. The air smells different this morning, Kale, sweeter, like hope remembered. She didn't ask questions, but her knowing eyes held a warmth that told him she understood the garden's secret was safe, and the legacy was alive once more. That evening, Kale found a small, woven basket on his windowsill. Inside were berries from the hidden garden, impossibly plump and tasting of sunshine and starlight. He shared them silently with his grandmother by the crackling hearth. As the firelight danced on the walls, casting long, comforting shadows, Kale knew his journey was just beginning. He was a keeper now, guardian of the quiet work, the moonblooms, and the ancient pact. And as he drifted to sleep, the gentle hum of the awakened garden, a lullaby carried on the night breeze, wrapped around him, filling him with a deep, peaceful warmth and the comforting certainty of his place within the enduring story of his home. The legacy wasn't just uncovered, it was blooming anew, rooted in his heart, promising seasons of gentle magic yet to come. Story 15. The old farmhouse at the edge of Willow Creek held 1,000 ordinary things, chipped teacups, worn quilts, and a kitchen drawer perpetually jumbled with forgotten utensils. Young Leo, spending the summer with his Aunt Alara, often felt as ordinary as those drawers' contents. He was quiet, thoughtful, and sometimes overlooked in the bustle of his larger family back home. One rainy Tuesday, tasked with tidying that very drawer, his fingers brushed against something warm. It was a wooden spoon, unremarkable at first glance. Carved from pale maple, its handle was smooth from years of use, but the bowl bore a faint, swirling grain pattern Leo had never noticed before. As he held it, a gentle warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the comforting scent of cinnamon and sun-warmed bread. Then a soft golden light pulsed from the wood, illuminating dust motes dancing in the dim kitchen light. Aunt Alara, Leo called, holding up the spoon. Does this glow sometimes? His aunt, kneading dough at the table, smiled. Ah, you found old stirring stick, Gran's favorite. It doesn't just glow, Leo. On quiet nights, Gran used to say it hummed, said it helped things taste more comforting, more true. But the magic, well, that's faded since she passed. Just an old spoon now. She wiped her floury hands, her gaze distant and fond. But Leo felt the warmth still thrumming in the wood. That night, unable to sleep, he crept downstairs. Moonlight silvered the kitchen floor. He picked up the spoon. Instantly the gentle light returned, softer this time, like captured moonlight. And then faintly he heard it, a low, sweet hum, like a contented bee in a clover patch. It vibrated softly in his palm. As he held it near a wilting bunch of mint on the windowsill, the leaves seemed to perk up, their scent intensifying, crisp and cool. Leo's quiet summer transformed. He spent hours with the spoon. He discovered its light brightened when he felt calm and happy. It pulsed gently when he stirred Aunt Alara's berry jam, and she declared it the best batch ever. It hummed louder near the sun-warmed stones by the creek. But it also dimmed when he felt frustrated or lonely, its warmth retreating until he took a deep breath and found his calm again. The spoon, he realized, responded to feeling to warmth, contentment, and quiet intention. It wasn't just magic, it was a mirror, reflecting the gentle light inside him. One afternoon, seeking cool air under the ancient willow tree by the creek, Leo met Bartholomew. Bartholomew was a very old badger, his fur grizzled gray, his movements deliberate. He wasn't surprised by the glowing spoon in Leo's hand. "Ah," Bartholomew rumbled, his voice like stones tumbling in a gentle stream. The heart would stir, been a while since it sang so clearly. Gran had the touch, you see, patience like deep roots. He nudged a smooth pebble towards Leo with his nose. It listens to the quiet places, the places between thoughts. Bartholomew became Leo's earthy guide. He showed him where the wild thyme grew sweetest, the spoon pulsed warmly, where the clearest spring water bubbled up, the hum deepened to a purr, and how to sit so still that the dragonflies mistook him for a rock. Bartholomew's wisdom was practical, grounded in the rhythms of the earth and creek. Then, one moonlit night, Leo met Seraphina. She was a cat, but unlike any barn cat. Her fur was the color of twilight smoke, and her eyes held shifting hues like opals. She appeared silently on the fence post as Leo practiced making the spoon's light dance by focusing on happy memories, his dog's wagging tail, the smell of rain on dry earth, Aunt Alara's laughter. "You shine differently," Seraphina observed, her voice a soft chime on the night air. "Not just the wood, you." She tilted her head. "The stirra shows what's already there, little keeper. Like moonlight shows what the sun painted." Seraphina spoke in riddles and reflections, teaching Leo to see the connections between things, how the spoon's light reflected the fireflies, how the creek's murmur harmonized with its hum. She saw the world in patterns and whispers. Leo's journey deepened. He wasn't just discovering the spoon's magic, he was discovering his own capacity for quiet joy, for attentive stillness, for feeling the subtle hum of the world. He learned to sense the contentment of bees in the lavender, the drowsy peace of the sun-warmed stones, and channel that feeling through the spoon, making its light a soft beacon of comfort. But then the challenge came. The creek, Willow Creek itself, began to falter. Its usual cheerful babble grew thin and weak. The water level dropped, revealing muddy banks littered with stranded, gasping minnows. The reeds wilted. The air near the water lost its cool freshness, turning stagnant. Bartholomew snuffled worriedly at the edges. Seraphina paced the dwindling pools, her opal eyes troubled. "The heartwood feels it," Bartholomew grumbled. "The creek's song is fading. Something blocks its spring deep in the whisper stones." The whisper stones were a tumble of large, moss-covered boulders where the creek emerged from underground, a place rumored to echo with hidden voices. It was narrow, dark, and tangled with roots. Aunt Alara mentioned men from town had tried to clear a blockage there with picks and shovels weeks ago, but gave up, saying it was too difficult and the creek would find its own way. Leo felt the spoon grow heavy and cool in his hand near the ailing creek. Its light was dim, its hum a fretful whine. He knew force hadn't worked. He needed the spoon's magic, Bartholomew's earth knowledge, and Seraphina's insight. They ventured to the whisper stones at dawn. The entrance was indeed choked. Not with rocks the men could break, but with a massive, ancient root system from a fallen oak, now waterlogged and swollen, pressing tightly against the rock face where the water should flow. It was a living, tangled wall. Prying it would damage the stones and the delicate ecosystem. Cutting it might take days and harm the roots of the trees above. Leo felt despair creep in. The spoon's light flickered weakly. Bartholomew nudged him. "Remember the time, lad, remember the deep roots, patience, what does the root feel?" Seraphina leapt onto a damp stone. "It is swollen, heavy with trapped water. It pushes because it is full, not because it wishes to block. See how it strains." Leo closed his eyes, gripping the warm maple handle. he thought not of breaking, but of easing. He remembered the feeling of cool water on a parched throat, the relief of letting go of a heavy burden. He poured that feeling into the spoon, a gentle, soothing intention of release, of softening. He imagined the swollen root fibers relaxing, the water within them gently flowing free. The spoon began to hum, not its usual contented purr, but a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated up Leo's arm and seemed to sink into the earth. A soft, golden light, warm as morning sun, emanated from the spoon's bowl and washed over the tangled mass of roots. Bartholomew placed a heavy paw on the earth, lending his own deep-rooted calm. Serafina sat very still, her opal eyes fixed, reflecting and amplifying the light. Slowly, incredibly, the massive root system began to change. It didn't move violently, it seemed to sigh. The swollen fibers softened, losing their taut rigidity. Water seeped gently from the wood, not in a gush, but in a quiet weeping. The pressure eased. With a soft, groaning sound like a tree settling for sleep, the root mass shifted just enough. A trickle of clear, cold water found its way through a newly opened channel against the rock. Then another. The trickle became a stream, then a steady flow. The creek sighed back to life. Water rushed past the stones, filling its banks, singing its familiar song. Minnows darted back into the current. The reeds straightened, drinking deeply. The air filled with the sweet, clean smell of flowing water and wet stone. Leo sank to his knees, exhausted but filled with a profound peace. The spoon's light was warm and steady again, its hum a contented song harmonizing with the creek's melody. Bartholomew nudged him affectionately. Wisdom, lad, not muscle, feeling the flow, not fighting the block. Serafina blinked slowly. You shone for the root, not against it. Now the water shines for everyone. Back at the farmhouse, as fireflies sparked like fallen stars outside, Leo sat with Aunt Alara on the porch swing. He held the spoon, its grains swirling softly in the twilight. The scent of cinnamon and warm bread wrapped around them. The creek's flowing strong again, Aunt Alara said softly, rocking gently. Folks are mighty surprised, said it just eased open. Leo looked at the spoon, then at his aunt. It just needed understanding, he murmured, feeling the gentle hum resonate with the cricket's song and the distant chuckle of Willow Creek. And maybe a little quiet light. Aunt Alara smiled, wrapping an arm around him. Gran always said old stirring stick knew the secret ingredients. Looks like it found someone else who knows them too. She rested her head against his. You shine differently, you know. Leo felt the truth of it deep inside, a warm, quiet light that had nothing to do with the spoon and everything to do with the journey. He understood now that magic wasn't about extraordinary power, but about the extraordinary sensitivity to feel the world's quiet hum, the warmth in wood, the thirst in roots, the loneliness in a quiet boy, the wisdom in an old badger, the vision in a twilight cat. It was about listening with your heart and responding with kindness. As the moon rose, painting the farm in silver, Leo held the spoon. Its light was a soft, golden circle on the porch floor, steady and warm. Its hum blended perfectly with the night sounds, a lullaby of crickets, rustling leaves, the sighing creek, and Aunt Alara's steady breathing beside him. He wasn't just the keeper of the spoon anymore. He was a keeper of quiet light, of gentle understanding. And in that peaceful understanding, under the watchful stars, wrapped in the scent of maple and cinnamon, and the deep, resonant magic of an ordinary life lived with an open heart, Leo felt perfectly, wonderfully found. The spoon's soft glow held him, a promise that even the smallest light, born of kindness and wisdom, could guide the way home and soothe the world to sleep. Story 16. The ancient forest of Eldergrove breathed with secrets. Not the kind written in books, but the soft, rustling kind whispered through mossy stones and carried on dandelion fluff. Here, where towering oaks wore cloaks of emerald velvet and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between the seen and unseen were as thin as a spider's silk. This was a realm where natural creatures lived hidden lives, woven into the very fabric of the woods. Beneath the gnarled roots of the sentinel oak, a community thrived. Sorrel, a young squirrel with fur the color of polished chestnuts and eyes like dewdrops, scampered along a moss-covered branch. Her paws barely disturbed the delicate latticework of frost ferns clinging to the bark. It was the cusp of deep frost, the season when Eldergrove held its breath, waiting for the sun's return. The air was crisp, smelling of pine resin, frozen earth, and the faint, sweet promise of snowberries hidden beneath the drifts. Sorrel paused, her tiny chest rising and falling rapidly. She wasn't just gathering the last hazelnuts, she was listening. Eldergrove hummed. It wasn't a sound you heard with your ears alone, but felt deep in your bones, the slow pulse of sap deep within the trees, the gentle sigh of roots stretching in the dark soil, the crystalline chime of ice forming on the edge of the whispering stream. This was the song of the grove, the symphony of environmental harmony that had sustained the hidden folk for generations. Sorrel's grandmother, Nettle, a wise old squirrel with a scarred muzzle and eyes that held the depth of forest pools, had taught her to listen for its cadence. When the song falters, little leaf, Nettle would murmur, her voice like dry leaves skittering, the vale shivers. The Veil of Seasons. It was the magical phenomenon that governed Eldergrove, an invisible tapestry woven from moonlight, stardust, and the life force of every creature, plant and stone. It shifted with the turning year, its threads shimmering with the vibrant greens of new leaf, the golden warmth of sun-high, the fiery hues of leaf fall, and the cool, silver blue of deep frost. It was maintained by the delicate balance of all things, the industrious digging of badgers aerating the soil, the careful pruning of branches by woodpeckers, the silent work of fungi breaking down the fallen, and even the gentle nibbling of caterpillars ensuring new growth. Each action, no matter how small, resonated through the vale. One evening, as the last rays of the weak deep frost sun painted the snow-laden branches in shades of rose and lavender, Sorrel felt it. A discordant note. It vibrated through her paws as she touched the sentinel oak. The deep, resonant hum that usually flowed up from the roots felt strained, thin. A shiver, colder than the frosty air, traced her spine. Looking down, she saw patches of unnaturally gray moss spreading near the base of the great tree, and the whispering stream, usually chuckling merrily beneath its icy crust, gurgled thickly, choked with slush that shouldn't have been there. Worry gnawed at Sorrel. She scampered down the trunk, her bushy tail flicking nervously, and made her way to the burrow of roots where Thistlebrook, the eldest badger, resided. His set was tucked deep beneath the tangled roots of an ancient yew, warm and smelling of dried herbs and sweet earth. Thistlebrook was a massive creature, his fur striped silver and charcoal, his movements slow and deliberate, radiating a deep, grounding calm. His eyes, when they met Sorrel's, held the weight of countless seasons. Grandfather Thistlebrook, Sorrel chirped, her voice trembling slightly despite herself. The song It Feels Wrong by the sentinel oak, the moss is sick and the stream coughs. Thistlebrook let out a low rumble, more vibration than sound. He slowly heaved himself up, his claws scraping softly on the earthen floor. Ah, little listener, you hear truly, come. He lumbered towards the set entrance, Sorrel hopping anxiously beside him. Outside, the first stars were pricking the deep indigo sky. Thistlebrook lowered his great head, pressing his snout against the frozen ground near the base of the yew. He inhaled deeply, long and slow. Sorrel watched, mimicking him, tasting the crisp air. Beneath the scent of frost and pine, there was a sour tang, faint but unmistakable like metal and something decaying. The vale shivers, Thistlebrook murmured, his voice a deep bass that seemed to resonate with the earth itself. Deep frost's chill has bitten too deep, too fast. The swift freeze trapped the breath of the earth before it could settle. the balance is askew. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping the moonlit glade. The heartwood pool, we must see the reflection. The heartwood pool was no ordinary pond. Nestled in a hidden grove guarded by weeping willows whose branches brushed the water like silver hair, it was said to reflect not just the sky, but the state of the vale itself. Only the elders knew the safe path through the whispering reeds and moonbeam traps that protected it. Thistlebrook led the way, his heavy tread surprisingly silent on the snow, Sorrel flitting nervously from shadow to shadow beside him. The air grew colder still as they approached the grove, the silence profound, broken only by the soft plink of melting ice dripping from the willows. They reached the pool's edge. Moonlight spilled onto its surface, not reflecting the starry sky above, but showing a swirling, murky image. Instead of the usual clear tapestry of silver and blue representing Deep Frost's veil, the image was choked with swirling gray tendrils, like polluted smoke. Patches of the reflection were dull, lifeless. Sorrel gasped. "It's sick." "Aye," Thistlebrook sighed, the sound heavy with sorrow. The swift freeze locked away the earth's warmth too harshly. The deep roots sleep too soundly, forgetting their part in the song. The veil weakens, and without its protection, the true cold seeps in, poisoning the moss, choking the streams. He turned his wise eyes to Sorrel. "We must remind the roots. We must warm the earth's memory." "But how?" Sorrel asked, her tiny voice filled with concern. "The ground is frozen hard as stone." "With stories, little leaf," Thistlebrook rumbled gently. "With the warmth of the hearth shared, the wisdom of the turning earth is held in the oldest roots passed down through rings of time. But sometimes they need reminding, like an old friend recalling a cherished tale. We must gather the warmth givers." Thistlebrook knew the ancient ways. He instructed Sorrel to seek out the creatures whose lives generated gentle, vital heat, the deep-digging moles, the bees slumbering in their wax-sealed tree hollows, the family of voles nestled in their grass-lined burrow deep beneath the snow. Sorrel became a tiny messenger of hope, darting through the moonlit forest, tapping on bark, whispering down burrows, conveying Thistlebrook's plea. "Gather at the sentinel oak, bring your warmth, we must sing to the roots." One by one, the hidden folk emerged. Molekins, small and velvety, blinking in the moonlight, emerged from their labyrinthine tunnels. Humblebee, the eldest bee, her fuzzy body radiating a soft, comforting warmth, hovered cautiously near Sorrel. Pip and Pod, the young voles, bundled in moss coats, peeked out from their mother's fur. Badgers, foxes, even a sleepy hedgehog named Bramble, roused by the unusual stir, gathered at the base of the great sentinel oak. Thistlebrook stood before them, a pillar of calm strength. "Friends of the grove," his voice rolled out, low and steady, carrying through the still night. "The vale shivers, Deep Frost's bite was too swift, the earth sleeps too deeply, forgetting its warmth, the song falters, we must remind it." He instructed them. The moles began to dig, not deep burrows, but shallow channels radiating out from the base of the great oak, carefully avoiding the largest roots, their powerful claws breaking the iron-hard crust of the topsoil. The badgers and foxes used their strong paws to push aside the loosened earth, creating shallow, sunken pathways. Humblebee, surrounded by her drowsy kin, settled onto an exposed root, their collective bodies pulsing with a gentle, golden heat that radiated visibly in the cold air. Pip and Pod scurried, gathering dry, crinkly oak leaves and the fluffiest milkweed down they could find, piling it near the radiating bees. Then Thistlebrook began to hum. It was a deep, resonant sound, older than the oldest tree, a vibration that thrummed through the frozen ground. Sorrel joined in, her high, clear voice weaving around his like ivy around a branch. Then Humblebee added her buzzing drone, a warm counterpoint. The moles paused in their digging, adding low, rhythmic grunts that echoed the earth's own pulse. Pip and Pod chirped a soft, rhythmic patter, like tiny raindrops. The foxes added a soft yipping harmony, the hedgehog a contented snuffle. It wasn't a loud song, but a deep one. A song of the earth, of roots stretching deep, of seeds dreaming beneath the snow, of sap waiting to rise. A song of gratitude for the sun's return, promised but not yet seen. They sang stories Thistlebrook had learned from his grandfather, stories of gentle thaws and resilient roots, stories whispered by the wind through the ages. They poured their collective warmth, the physical heat from the bees, the moles, their own bodies huddled close, and the deeper warmth of shared purpose and friendship into the shallow channels and onto the exposed roots. Sorrel closed her eyes, pouring all her focus into the song. She imagined the sound flowing down, like warm water, seeping into the frozen soil. She imagined it reaching the deepest, oldest roots of the sentinel oak, roots that remembered 1,000 deep frosts. She imagined the song warming them, nudging them gently awake. Remember, the song whispered. Remember the sun. Remember the flow. Remember the song. They sang until the moon began its descent, bathing the forest in long, silvery shadows. They sang until their voices grew hoarse and their bodies weary, but their hearts remained warm. Then, as the first pale hint of dawn touched the eastern horizon, a miracle happened. A faint tremor, softer than a falling leaf, vibrated through the ground beneath their paws. Sorrel gasped, opening her eyes. Where the unnatural gray moss had spread near the sentinel oak, a tiny, vibrant green shoot was pushing through, glowing faintly with its own inner light. At their feet, a trickle of clear, unfrozen water bubbled up from the soil where a mole channel met the tree root, washing away the slush that had choked the nearby streamlet. The sour tang in the air faded, replaced by the pure, clean scent of thawing earth and waking pine. The discordant note in the song of the grove had softened, replaced by a tentative, strengthening harmony. The swirling gray in the reflection of the heartwood pool, had they looked, would have been receding, replaced by shimmering threads of silver and the first hopeful blush of dawn pink. Thistlebrook let out a long, slow breath, a plume of steam rising in the cold air. He looked around at the weary but triumphant faces, the sleepy bees, the mud-streaked moles, the wide-eyed voles, the foxes with heads held high, and little Sorrel, her chestnut fur fluffed against the chill but her eyes shining like stars. "The roots remember," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. The earth wakes, the balance returns. As the first true rays of the rising sun pierced the canopy, painting the frost-laden branches in gold and fire, the hidden folk dispersed, returning to their burrows and hollows. Sorrel scampered back to her dray high in the sentinel oak. Exhausted but filled with a profound sense of peace, she curled up in her nest of soft moss and feathers. Below, the whispering stream chuckled freely again, a merry sound. The air smelled sweetly of damp earth and promise. The deep, resonant hum of the grove pulsed strong and steady once more, a lullaby woven from roots and starlight and the quiet harmony of countless small lives, each playing its part. She listened, her eyes growing heavy. The veil of seasons shimmered, strengthened by their shared warmth and wisdom, holding back the true bite of winter, cradling Elder Grove in its protective embrace. The forest breathed deep, a sigh of contentment. The hidden lives continued, unseen but essential, each creature a thread in the magical tapestry, each generation passing down the quiet wisdom. Listen to the song. Tend the balance. Share your warmth. And the forest, ancient and wise, would always remember and sing back its comfort through the long, peaceful night. Sleep, little listener, sleep. The grove watches over you. Story 17. In the quiet village of Meadowhaven, where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with mossy roofs and gardens bloomed with talking tulips, odd things had begun to happen. Every evening at precisely 7 o'clock, the village's famous moonlight lilies, flowers that glowed like captured starlight, suddenly dimmed to a dull gray. At the same hour, the sweet scent of cinnamon that always drifted from the baker's chimney vanished, replaced by the faint smell of burnt toast. Most puzzling of all, the village sundial spun backwards for exactly 60 seconds, casting long, dancing shadows where none should be. Young Benji, who loved sketching the village in his notebook, noticed the patterns first. "It's like clockwork," he told his wise old tortoise companion Horace, who dozed near the hearth. 3 days now, always at 7, and look. He pointed to his drawing of the town square. The lilies dim starting from the west, moving east, like a wave of shadow. Horace blinked his wise, milky eyes. "Time unravels when threads are pulled, dear boy, seek the weaver." Benji knew Horace meant Madame Sylvie, the elderly tapestry maker whose cottage sat at the forest's edge. Her walls shimmered with woven scenes that shifted with the seasons, snowfall in winter, blossom showers in spring. But when Benji arrived, he found her twisting threads into hopeless knots, her spectacles fogged with frustration. "My loom won't listen," she sighed. "The threads resist me, and worse, look." She pointed to her newest tapestry, meant to depict the summer constellations. Instead of starry patterns, it showed only tangled yarn and a tiny, glinting key. That night, as the lilies dimmed again, Benji spotted something new, a trail of shimmering dust leading from the sundial toward Whisperwood Forest. Following it, he met Pip, a timid dust sparrow with wings like ground crystal. "It's the keeper of keys," Pip chirped anxiously. "He's lost his way. He usually polishes the stars at dusk, but now he wanders, scattering time dust everywhere." Benji understood. The sundial spun because the keeper's dust confused it. The lilies dimmed without starlight to drink. Even the baker's chimney lost its scent when time hiccuped near her oven. Guided by Pip, Benji ventured into Whisperwood, where trees hummed lullabies and willows wept silver dew. Deep in a glen they found the keeper, a badger-sized creature with a coat like molten bronze, jingling with hundreds of tiny keys. He stumbled in circles, whimpering. "I've forgotten which key opens twilight," he sobbed. "Without it I can't tidy the stars. Everything's unraveling." Benji noticed the keeper clutched a key unlike the others, smooth and cold with no teeth. "Where did you get this?" he asked gently. "A glimmer nymph gave it to me," sniffed the keeper. "She said it unlocked forgotten time." Benji's sketchbook rustled. Flipping pages, he found his drawing of Madame Sylvie's tangled tapestry, and the identical key woven into the threads. The nymph tricked you, Benji realized. This isn't a key, it's a spindle, for weaving time, not unlocking it. Pip gasped. The glimmer nymphs are jealous. They hate how Meadowhaven's lilies outshine their forest glow. They stole the real twilight key. Just then Madame Sylvie arrived, her tapestry rolled under one arm. "Horace told me where you'd gone," she puffed. Seeing the keeper's spindle key, she brightened. "Why, that's a time thread spindle. Hold it steady, dear." She unrolled her tapestry, pressing the spindle against the woven key in the fabric. Like magnets finding their match, the threads surged, untangling into a map of the night sky. There, glowing softly, was the image of the real twilight key, hidden in a hollow of the ancient sun oak where glimmer nymphs nested. Benji and Pip raced to the sun oak. The nymphs, shimmering spitefully, had hung the key high in the branches. But Pip's dust sparrow friends arrived in a cloud, tickling the nymphs until they giggled helplessly and dropped the key. Benji caught it, warm as sunlight, shaped like a lily. At 7 o'clock, as the village held its breath, Benji placed the key in the keeper's paw. With a jingle of relief, the keeper turned it in the air. Instantly the lilies blazed like fallen stars, the sundial settled, and the smell of cinnamon rolls curled once more from the chimneys. High above, the stars themselves seemed to sigh, aligning perfectly. Madame Sylvie wove the spindle into her tapestry, where it became a tiny clock that chimed softly at dusk. The keeper, back at his duties, gifted Pip a key that made dust sparrow wings sparkle eternally. And Benji. He discovered his sketches now held a gentle magic. Drawing a cinnamon bun made the scent linger in his room for hours. As Horace murmured sleepily by the fire, every mystery is just a knot waiting for kind hands to undo it. The village settled into its cozy rhythm, where even the shadows held no fear, only stories waiting to be told. Story 18. The firelight danced across the worn rug, casting long, gentle shadows that seemed to sway in time with the crackling logs. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the ancient oak trees lining the lane, but inside, the air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and the promise of a story. Tonight the tale begins with a boy named Leo, whose quiet heart often felt too big for the bustling village of Willow Creek, and a hidden world waiting just beyond the edge of the known. Leo wasn't like the other children who raced through the cobbled streets, shouting and playing games of chase. He preferred the company of moss-covered stones and the intricate patterns of spiderwebs glistening with dew. He felt a deep kinship with the rustling leaves and the patient, watchful trees. His favorite place was the very edge of the Whispering Woods, a dense forest bordering the village that the elders spoke of with a mixture of respect and caution. They told tales of paths that shifted, of lights that weren't fireflies, and of an old magic that slumbered, perhaps uneasily, beneath the ancient boughs. Most villagers kept a respectful distance, tending their gardens that bordered the tree line but never venturing far within. Leo, however, felt a pull. It wasn't a loud call but a persistent tug, like a gentle hand on his sleeve, drawing him towards the deep green shadows. He'd often sit beneath a particular gnarled oak at the forest's edge, sketching the intricate bark or listening to the symphony of birdsong that seemed richer, more complex than anywhere else. One crisp autumn afternoon, while carefully tracing the veins of a fallen maple leaf, a leaf that shimmered with an unusual, almost metallic, gold sheen, unlike any he'd ever seen, something extraordinary happened. A shaft of sunlight, piercing the canopy at a precise angle, struck the leaf Leo held. Instead of merely glowing, the leaf projected. A beam of warm, golden light shot out, not upwards, but sideways, illuminating a patch of dense, tangled undergrowth at the base of the old oak. And within that illuminated patch, Leo saw it. Not a path exactly, but a shift. The ferns seemed to part, the thorny brambles softened into mist, revealing a narrow, winding passageway that hadn't been there a moment before. It was as if the forest itself had drawn a curtain aside just for him. Heart pounding with a thrilling mix of fear and wonder, Leo pocketed the shimmering leaf, its light fading as he moved and stepped forward. The air changed instantly. The familiar sounds of the village faded, replaced by a profound, enveloping silence, broken only by the soft crunch of unseen creatures in the leaf litter and a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate up from the earth itself. The light was different too, dappled green and gold, filtering through a canopy so high it felt like looking up at a cathedral ceiling made of living emerald. He was in the true Whispering Woods. He followed the winding path, the air growing cooler, sweeter, smelling of damp earth, pine resin, and something else, something ancient and alive, like petrichor mixed with starlight. The trees here were colossal, their trunks wider than Leo's cottage, draped in velvety moss and hung with curtains of silvery gray lichen. Strange, luminous flowers bloomed in the perpetual twilight of the forest floor, casting soft blue and violet glows. Butterflies with wings like stained glass flitted silently between them. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet imbued with a quiet intensity that commanded reverence. As Leo ventured deeper, marveling at a cluster of mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle inner light, a low, rumbling growl echoed through the trees. It wasn't aggressive, but deeply resonant, filled with a weary kind of warning. Leo froze, his breath catching. From behind a curtain of hanging vines stepped a creature unlike any he'd ever imagined. It was immense, easily the size of a small pony, covered in thick, coarse fur the color of storm clouds and midnight. Powerful shoulders tapered to a broad head with intelligent, deep-set eyes that glowed a soft amber. It had long, curved claws that looked capable of rending stone, and protruding from its powerful jaws were two formidable ivory tusks. It was a badger, but unlike any badger Leo had seen in picture books. This was a creature of myth, a guardian of the deep woods. Leo's instinct was to run, to scramble back the way he came. But the creature's eyes held him. They weren't fierce, but deeply sad and ancient beyond measure. They looked at Leo not with hunger, but with a profound weariness and a flicker of curiosity. The giant badger lowered its massive head slightly, sniffing the air. Its gaze fixed on Leo's pocket, where the golden leaf lay hidden. It rumbled again, a softer sound this time, almost a question. Swallowing his fear, remembering the quiet wisdom he felt among the village trees, Leo slowly reached into his pocket. He pulled out the shimmering leaf. As he did, it caught a stray beam of green-gold light filtering down and pulsed softly. The giant badger's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. It took a step closer, then another, moving with surprising grace for its size. It stopped a few paces away, its immense presence filling the small clearing. Leo held out the leaf on his open palm, his hand trembling only slightly. The badger leaned in, its warm breath stirring the air around Leo's hand. It sniffed the leaf delicately, then made a soft, chuffing sound. It looked from the leaf to Leo's face, and something unspoken passed between them, a recognition, a tentative bridge across the vast gulf of their differences. The badger turned its massive head and gestured with its snout deeper into the woods, then looked back at Leo, an unspoken question in its ancient eyes. Follow. Leo, his fear now mingled with an overwhelming sense of awe and a burgeoning trust, nodded. He tucked the leaf safely away and followed the immense creature as it moved silently through the luminous undergrowth. The badger, whom Leo instinctively thought of as Graham, a name that felt solid and earthy like the creature itself, led him to a hidden grove. It was a place of heartbreaking beauty. A crystal-clear spring bubbled up in the center, feeding a small pool whose water shimmered with captured light. Ancient stones, carved with symbols Leo couldn't decipher, formed a rough circle around it. Moss grew thick and soft, and luminescent vines draped from the surrounding trees like living chandeliers. This was the heart glade Graham conveyed through a series of rumbles, gestures, and profound looks. It was the source of the forest's ancient magic, its vitality. But all was not well in the heart glade. Leo saw it immediately. Creeping across the moss, thick and choking, were veins of something dark and wrong. It looked like shadow given form, or tangled roots made of pure obsidian. It pulsed faintly with a sickly purple light. Where it touched the moss, the vibrant green turned dull and brittle. Where it reached the pool's edge, the water seemed to recoil, becoming cloudy. The luminous vines nearby were wilting, their light dimmed. The very air in the grove felt heavy, strained. Graham let out a low, mournful groan, nudging one of the dark veins with his snout. It recoiled slightly like a living thing, then writhed and grew thicker. Leo understood. This shadow rot was poisoning the heart glade, and thus the entire Whispering Woods. Graham, the guardian, was fighting it, but he was weary, and the rot was spreading faster than he could contain it. He needed help. He had sensed the pure, nature-aligned magic in the golden leaf. Leo carried a key, perhaps, to the glade's own power, and had recognized Leo's quiet spirit as one who might understand. The challenge was immense. How could a small village boy and an ancient, magical badger fight a creeping darkness that poisoned the very source of life? They couldn't speak the same language, but they quickly learned to communicate. Graham's rumbles, head tilts, and gentle nudges became a language Leo learned to interpret. Leo shared his observations, his thoughts spoken aloud as he studied the shadow rot, his small hands sketching its patterns in the soft earth. He discovered the golden leaf reacted strongly near the rot, glowing brighter, warmer, pushing the darkness back momentarily, like a tiny shield. But the effort seemed to drain the leaf, its light dimming afterwards. It was a tool, not a weapon. Together they explored the grove. Leo, with his keen eye for detail, noticed something Graham, in his focus on the larger threat, had missed. Tiny, delicate flowers, like miniature silver bells, grew in clusters near the base of the standing stones. They were almost invisible, their stems thin as threads, their glow very faint. But they were untouched by the shadow rot. In fact, wherever these silver bell blooms grew thickly, the dark veins seemed hesitant to encroach. Graham rumbled with surprise and what Leo took as dawning hope. He nudged Leo towards the flowers, then towards the creeping darkness. Leo carefully picked a single silver bell. Its stem was cool and resilient. He held it near a thin tendril of shadow rot. The tendril recoiled violently, shriveling slightly where the flower's faint silver light touched it. Hope blossomed in Leo's chest. "They repel it," he whispered excitedly. Graham chuffed in agreement, his amber eyes brightening. But there were too few silver bells, and the shadow rot was vast. They needed more. Graham led Leo deeper into the woods surrounding the grove, to places where the silver bells grew more abundantly in hidden clearings, bathed in perpetual twilight. But harvesting them was difficult. Their stems were incredibly fragile. Brushing against them too hard made them wilt instantly, their light extinguished. They needed a gentle touch, infinite patience. Leo's small hands, used to sketching delicate lines and carefully handling leaves and insects, proved perfect. He learned to move with the stillness of a falling leaf, his breath held, his fingers feather-light. He would sing softly, nonsense tunes his mother hummed, finding that the vibration seemed to soothe the flowers, making them less likely to wilt at his touch. Graham stood guard, his immense presence a comfort, using his great strength to carefully clear paths through thicker undergrowth without disturbing the delicate blooms nearby. They gathered silver bells, storing them carefully in a large, hollowed-out gourd Graham found. But it was slow work. The shadow rot didn't rest. Each time they returned to the heart glade, they found it had spread further, the pool cloudier, the air thicker. The luminous vines shed leaves that turned to dust before they hit the ground. Graham grew visibly more tired, his movements slower. The forest around the grove felt quieter, the vibrant greens dulling. The sense of urgency was a constant, heavy weight. One afternoon, while Leo was painstakingly harvesting a particularly large cluster of silver bells, a sharp crack echoed through the woods, followed by panicked shouts. Villagers. Leo's heart leapt into his throat. He recognized the voices, some of the older boys from Willow Creek, who often dared each other to go deeper into the woods than was wise. They must have stumbled upon the hidden entrance, perhaps drawn by the strange lights or sounds. Panic flared. If they saw Graham with his size and tusks, they would fear him. They might attack him or run back to the village with tales of a monster, bringing axes and torches. Graham tensed, a low growl building in his chest, his amber eyes fixed on the direction of the noise, filled with apprehension. Leo acted on pure instinct. He scrambled towards the sounds, bursting through a screen of ferns to see 3 village boys: Finn, the baker's son, Jasper, the blacksmith's apprentice, and timid Oliver staring wide-eyed at the glowing flowers and the shifted, magical quality of the air. They jumped back, startled by Leo's sudden appearance. "Leo, what are you doing out here?" Finn demanded, trying to sound brave but failing. "This place, it's weird. You shouldn't be here," Leo said, his voice tight with urgency. "It's dangerous, you need to go back." Jasper scoffed, though his eyes darted nervously. Dangerous looks just like woods, fancy woods, maybe. What's that noise? He gestured towards the deeper trees where Graham was concealed, the low growl still audible. Fear gripped Leo. He saw suspicion hardening on Finn's face. If they found Graham, desperation sparked an idea. He pulled the golden leaf from his pocket. It pulsed warmly in his hand. See this? It's magic. It brought me here, but the woods, they're sick. There's a sickness spreading. He pointed back towards the heart glade, though they couldn't see it. It's poisoning everything. The trees, the water, it'll reach the village gardens next if it keeps spreading. Oliver whimpered. Pea poison. Yes, Leo said, seizing on their fear. A creeping shadow, it's real, I've seen it. And... He hesitated, then plunged on, gambling everything. And the Guardian is trying to stop it, but he needs help. He's not a monster. He protects this place. A Guardian. Jasper sneered, though his bravado was cracking. What rubbish, Leo. Before Leo could argue, Graham made a decision. With a sigh that seemed to shift the very air, he stepped slowly, deliberately, out from behind the giant fern. The three boys gasped, stumbling backwards. Finn grabbed a fallen branch, holding it shakily. Oliver looked like he might faint. Graham stopped a safe distance away, lowering his massive head in a gesture that looked remarkably like a bow. He made a soft, rumbling sound, not a growl, but a deep, resonant hum. He looked directly at Leo, then at the boys, his ancient eyes filled with intelligence and a profound sadness. He won't hurt you, Leo said, his voice surprisingly steady. He walked towards Graham, placing a small, trusting hand on the thick fur of his shoulder. The giant badger rumbled again, a sound like distant thunder, but gentle. See, he led me here because the forest is sick, because he needs help to save it, to save us. The boys stared, awestruck and terrified. Graham, sensing their fear, slowly lay down on the soft moss, making himself seem smaller, less threatening. He rested his great head on his paws, his eyes still watching them, patient and weary. Oliver was the first to lower his makeshift weapon, a stick he'd picked up. He looks sad, he whispered. He is, Leo said softly. The sickness is winning. We found something that hurts it, these little flowers. He showed them the silver bell he still held. But we need more, many more, and we need to be gentle, very gentle, to pick them. He explained the fragility of the blooms. Finn lowered his branch, though suspicion still warred with fascination on his face. You expect us to believe this. This giant badger is a guardian, and we're supposed to help pick flowers. It's the truth, Leo insisted, holding up the glowing leaf. This showed me the way, the forest showed me Graham. If we don't help, the shadow rot will spread. It's already making the heart glade sick. Can't you feel it? The air, it's heavy. Jasper, usually the boldest, looked around, truly noticing the unusual silence, the faint, sickly scent underlying the pine and earth. It does feel wrong, he admitted grudgingly. Like before a big storm, but worse. Oliver took a tentative step forward. The flower, it glows. He looked at Graham, then at Leo. What do we do? Hope flared anew in Leo. He explained about the shadow rot in the heart glade, about the silver bells repelling power, and how carefully they needed to be harvested. He showed them his technique, the slow movements, the soft humming. Graham watched, a low rumble of approval vibrating through the ground. Hesitantly, then with growing determination, the boys agreed to help. Finn's practical nature took over. He suggested organizing the harvest, finding more gourds to carry the flowers. Jasper used his strength to carefully clear areas for easier access. Oliver, with surprisingly deft, gentle fingers, proved excellent at the delicate picking. Leo directed, guided by Graham's subtle cues. They worked through the afternoon, a strange alliance forged in the face of a shared, invisible threat. Suspicion gradually melted into focused cooperation, then into a shared sense of purpose. They saw the shadow rot encroaching further in the areas they passed. They felt the forest's distress. They saw the immense, gentle strength of Graham as he patiently guided them to new clusters of silver bells, using his claws to carefully dig away earth without harming roots. He wasn't a monster, he was a protector, weary and in need. The realization changed them. By dusk, they had gathered a significant quantity of silver bells. Guided by Graham and Leo, they carried the gourds back to the Heart Glade. The sight that greeted them was grim. The shadow rot had spread significantly, thick, pulsing veins now covering half the mossy floor, reaching towards the standing stones. The pool was murky, its light almost gone. The air tasted stale and bitter. Despair threatened to overwhelm them. But they had a plan formed during their harvesting. Using sticks carefully smoothed by Jasper, they began to place the silver bells. Not randomly, but deliberately, creating rings of light around the thickest veins of shadow rot, forming barriers. Leo used the golden leaf, its light now focused and amplified by his intent, to gently guide the silver bells' energy, encouraging their glow to intensify where the darkness pressed hardest. Graham moved around the perimeter of the grove, his massive paws carefully tamping down the earth near the stones, his deep, resonant humming rising in pitch and intensity. It wasn't a song but a vibration, a call to the forest itself, a plea for strength. As they worked, placing flower after delicate flower, something began to happen. The silver bells, clustered together, started to resonate. Their faint silver glows merged, becoming brighter, forming pools and rings of pure, cool light. Where this light touched the shadow rot, the reaction was immediate and violent. The dark veins recoiled, hissing like steam, shriveling and blackening at the edges. The sickly purple light within them flickered and dimmed. It was slow, painstaking work, inch by inch. They had to constantly replenish the silver bell barriers as the flowers, pushed to their limit, wilted after exerting their power. But they kept going, Leo directing, the boys placing flowers with newfound reverence, Graham lending his earth-shaking hum and his immense, grounding presence. The battle raged silently through the night within the grove. Moonlight, pale and silvery, filtered down, mingling with the glow of the silver bells and the fading pulse of the shadow rot. Leo's arms ached, his eyes stung from concentration, but he felt a connection flowing between them, all the boys, Graham, the forest itself. They weren't just fighting against something, they were fighting for something. For the clear pool, for the vibrant moss, for the luminous vines, for the ancient magic that hummed beneath their feet. For Willow Creek, just beyond the trees. Slowly, inexorably, the tide turned. The rings of silver bell light pushed the shadow rot back, shrinking its territory. The thickest veins dissolved into wisps of foul-smelling smoke that dissipated harmlessly. The pool began to clear, its water regaining its inner shimmer. The moss beneath their feet, freed from the dark tendrils, began to regain its lush green vitality. The luminous vines overhead pulsed brighter, shedding their withered leaves as new glowing buds formed. As the first streaks of dawn painted the sky a soft peach and lavender, the last vestiges of the shadow rot dissolved near the base of the central standing stone. A collective sigh, deep and resonant, seemed to ripple through the grove, coming from the stones, the trees, the very earth. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and renewed life. The air tasted sweet and clean again. The Heart Glade was healing. Exhausted but triumphant, Leo, Finn, Jasper, and Oliver sank to the soft moss. Graham approached, his immense head lowered. He nudged each boy gently with his snout, a gesture of profound gratitude and recognition. His amber eyes, no longer weary but filled with a deep, peaceful light, lingered longest on Leo. Then with a final soft rumble that vibrated with contentment, Graham turned and melted silently back into the depths of the Whispering Woods, his duty fulfilled, the guardian returning to his watch. The journey back to the village edge was quiet, filled with a shared awe and exhaustion. The golden leaf in Leo's pocket felt warm, but its light was soft now, like a contented ember. As they reached the familiar gnarled oak, the path behind them seemed to blur and vanish, the forest closing its secret door. The boys looked at each other, then at Leo, their faces transformed. The skepticism, the bravado, the fear was gone, replaced by respect and a dawning understanding of the world's hidden depths. "You won't tell anyone, will you?" Oliver asked quietly. About him, about the glade. Leo looked at the shimmering leaf in his hand, then at the woods, now looking ordinary again in the morning light. "No," he said softly. "Some secrets need keeping, some wonders need protecting." He looked at the others. "But we know, and that changes everything." Finn nodded solemnly. Jasper clapped a hand on Leo's shoulder. "You were right, Leo," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "About all of it." Life in Willow Creek resumed, but Leo was different. He wasn't just the quiet boy anymore. He carried a secret warmth inside him, a connection to something vast and ancient. He still loved the edge of the woods, but now, when he sat beneath the gnarled oak, he often held the golden leaf. Sometimes on the breeze he'd catch a familiar, deep rumble, like distant, comforting thunder. And the Whispering Woods. They seemed to whisper just for him, stories only his heart could fully understand. The villagers noticed their gardens flourished more than ever, the flowers brighter, the vegetables sweeter. They spoke of a good season, of favorable weather. But Leo, Finn, Jasper, and Oliver knew the truth. They had touched magic. They had befriended a giant. They had learned that courage comes in quiet steps, that friendship can bridge impossible gaps, and that the greatest strength often lies in gentleness and the quiet, persistent light of hope. And as Leo drifted to sleep each night, the memory of the heart glade, bathed in silver bell light and guarded by ancient amber eyes, filled him with a profound peace, a warmth that no shadow could ever touch. The story wasn't over, it was woven into the roots of the world, a quiet song of friendship and light, forever humming just beyond the edge of sight. The last embers in the fireplace pulsed softly, mirroring the warmth in Leo's heart, as sleep gently claimed the listener, wrapping them in the lingering magic of the Whispering Woods. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honey-colored rays of sun cling to the horizon like shy children reluctant to bed, there exists a cobblestone path behind old Mrs. Willowby's rhododendron bushes that wasn't there yesterday. This is where we find our protagonist, a girl with a lantern of curiosity always lit behind her eyes, standing at the edge of what sensible folk called the ordinary woods. But the stones beneath her boots shimmered like dragonfly wings, and the air carried the faintest whisper of a melody no earthly instrument could play. The girl, let's call her Mira, stepped onto the path. At once, the world softened around the edges. Trees stretched taller, their bark patterned with silvery spirals that pulsed gently, as if breathing. The ground became springy with moss the color of limes dipped in moonlight, and fireflies the size of apricots bobbed lazily, their light shifting between gold and violet. It was the Glimmerwood, though Mira didn't know its name yet. All she knew was the scent of cinnamon and rain, and the feeling that the very air was welcoming her. Her first companion appeared as she crossed a bridge made of interwoven roots, arching over a stream where the water sang in glassy notes. A creature no taller than her knee perched on the rail, its fur a cascade of autumn leaves, crimson maple, amber oak, russet elm, all rustling softly even without wind. It had eyes like twin hearth fires, and a tail that flickered like a candle flame. "You're the leaf ox," Mira breathed, recalling a half-forgotten tale her grandmother once told. The creature inclined its head, leaves chiming like distant bells. "And you're the girl who's forgotten her mittens," it replied, voice crackling pleasantly. Mira looked down at her hands, suddenly aware of the evening chill. Before she could speak, the leaf ox shook itself, sending a single golden leaf spinning into her palms. It grew warm, soft as rabbit fur, and shaped itself into perfect mittens. "Every wanderer needs protection," said the leaf ox. "Even from small discomforts, follow the singing stones when the path forks, and mind the ink-bloom flowers, their dreadful gossips." With that, it dissolved into a swirl of leaves, scattering into the darkening wood. Mira walked on, the mittens humming with gentle warmth. Soon the path split around a hillock crowned with flowers whose petals were deepest indigo, their centers glowing like bottled starlight. As she approached, they began to quiver. "She's wearing fox gifts," one bloom trilled. "No hat, though," sighed another. "Her ears must be chilly." "Do you think she knows about the thistle key?" piped a third. Mira knelt. "What's a thistle key?" The flowers stilled. Then in unison they turned toward a nearby oak, where a single silver thistle hung from a low branch, its surface etched with tiny, swirling symbols. "Opens the chamber of whispers," the largest flower confided. "But it's ever so tricky to reach. The ivy argues with strangers." True enough, the oak's trunk was wrapped in thick ivy, each leaf edged in copper. As Mira reached for the thistle, the vines shifted like a nest of snakes, hissing, "No admittance, no bare ears." Remembering the flower's chatter, Mira untied her scarf, patterned with embroidered owls, and fashioned it into a makeshift hat. The ivy rustled approvingly and parted. The thistle key fit snugly in her palm. At the hill's peak, she found a door carved into the side of an ancient stump, no taller than her shoulder. The key slid into a knot hole, and with a sound like a sighing cello, the door opened. Inside, the chamber of whispers was neither large nor small, but exactly the size of a held breath. Floating orbs of light drifted like dandelion seeds, each containing a voice, some laughing, some murmuring, one reciting a recipe for mushroom pie. In the center sat a stone basin filled with liquid moonlight. "Look inward," the chamber seemed to whisper. Mira gazed into the basin. The moonlight rippled, showing not her reflection, but a winding path through a valley of crystalline trees, their branches chiming in an unfelt breeze. At the valley's heart stood a tower woven from living vines where something glimmered, a figurine of a fox, a thistle, and a flower, all forged in gleaming silver. The vision faded, leaving the taste of peppermint on her tongue. A map, she realized. The basin's moonlight had imprinted the route onto her mind, crisp as ink on parchment. The journey through the crystal valley tested her in gentle ways. Narrow bridges of frozen mist required careful steps. A river of liquid amber demanded she trade a story. She told of the time she'd helped a baby crow learn to fly for passage on a lily pad boat. She met a hedgehog knitting socks from spider silk, who gifted her a pair for the stones ahead. They're fond of ticklish toes, and a family of moths who mended a tear in her coat with threads pulled from dawn's first light. At the vine tower, Mira found the figurine, but also a surprise. The leaf ox waited beside it, along with the ink-bloom flowers, now tucked into tiny flower pots carried by chipmunks and the moth family. "Every guardian of the Glimmerwood comes to greet those who pass the valley," the leaf ox explained. "The leaf ox explained. "The silver totem is yours, but it asks a question first. Will you keep our secrets?" Mira hesitated. I'll share the wonder, but not the paths. Some magic needs quiet to grow. The totem glowed, warm in her hands. As it did, the glimmerwood itself seemed to hum in approval. The leaf ox nudged her elbow. Come, dawn's approaching, time for wanderers to return. They walked back together, the creatures sharing tales of the wood, how the stars dip down to drink from the singing stream, how the northern lights are actually the ghosts of forgotten songs. At the cobblestone path's end, the leaf ox pressed a paw to Mira's chest. Carry the glimmer here, and when the world feels too heavy. It plucked a maple seed from its tail, now a perfect, tiny whirligig. Plant this where shadows gather. It'll remember the light. Mira stepped back into her world as the first birds began their morning chorus. In her pocket, the silver totem nestled close, and in her heart, the certainty that wonder never truly leaves us. It waits in the corners of our gaze, patient as moonlight. That night, she planted the seed by her window box. It grew into a sapling with leaves that glowed softly when she hummed, and though no one else ever found the cobblestone path again, Mira knew it was there. And sometimes, on the edge of sleep, she'd hear a familiar crackle of autumn leaves, and know her friends in the glimmerwood were wishing her sweet dreams. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. The whispering woods had always hummed with secrets older than moonlight. Beneath cathedral trees whose roots cradled forgotten languages, there existed a community of creatures who wore the forest like a second skin. Moss-knitted rabbits whose fur changed with the seasons, starlight-drunk fireflies that wrote poems in the air, and badgers with maps of constellations etched into their paw pads all moved through the dappled shadows. Their world balanced on the edge of a maple leaf, precarious, beautiful, and governed by the ancient pact between the turning wheel, as they called the seasons, and the heartstone, a crystalline relic pulsing deep within the forest's core. One crisp autumn when leaves whisper, a young fox kit named Sorrel noticed the first crack in the world. It appeared as she practiced painting frost patterns with her breath against a spider's web, a skill her grandmother had taught her when the last winter's snow still clung to the earth. The web trembled not from her exhale, but from the faintest shimmer in the air above it, like heat distortion over summer stones. When she pressed a paw to the quivering space, it tasted of burnt honey and loneliness. "Grandmother," Sorrel called, her voice sending a spiral of amber leaves dancing, "the veil between worlds has a toothache." The elder fox emerged from her den of woven ferns, her coat the color of storm clouds and wisdom. She sniffed the air, ears twitching to the discordant rhythm of a woodpecker's delayed morning song. "The heartstone weakens," she murmured, watching a maple leaf stall mid-fall, caught between gold and crimson. "Come, we must consult the council of root and crown." Their journey to the stone hollow revealed the forest's deepening malaise. Brook salamanders floated belly up, their bioluminescent tails dimmed. Oak guardians, ancient trees with faces in their bark, groaned as their lower branches petrified into cold stone. Worst of all were the silence pockets, clearings where sound died as if smothered by invisible moss. Sorrel's whiskers tingled with wrongness when they passed through one, her own heartbeat muffled into nothingness. At the stone hollow, the council had already gathered. Thistlewood, the great horned owl whose feathers held the pattern of every winter storm, perched on a quartz outcropping. Between his talons lay the heartstone, once a vibrant geode singing with inner light, now a dull lump of rock veined with sickly green. Circling him were the season keepers, a maple-keyed dragonfly representing spring, a berry-fat dormouse for summer, a persimmon-hued salamander for autumn, and a snow hare whose fur still held patches of winter's last gasp. "The turning wheel hesitates," rumbled Thistlewood, his voice the creak of timber holding up the sky. Without the Heartstone's rhythm, seasons will bleed into each other until life unravels. Sorrel's grandmother stepped forward, her tail brushing a constellation of glowing mushrooms into brighter life. The stone's illness mirrors the forest's wounds. We must mend both as one. A plan was woven like silken thread through the dark. They would collect the 4 essences tied to each season's zenith and use them to cleanse the Heartstone. Sorrel, chosen for her keen nose and quicker paws, would lead the gathering. Her first quest took her east to the Spring Vale, where the air itself blossomed. The journey sang in her blood. She bounded past fiddleheads uncurling like sleep-warmed paws, through meadows where dandelion clocks chimed the hour with drifting seeds. At the vale, a waterfall where liquid sunlight cascaded over emerald rocks, she met the season keeper, a silver-throated deer whose antlers sprouted living cherry blossoms. "Prove your heart matches the spring's renewal," the deer spoke in water-song tones. Before them, the waterfall parted to reveal a sapling choked by thorny vines, its leaves trembling in Earth's memory of winter. Sorrel approached not with teeth or claws, but with the lullaby her grandmother sang when frost bit too deep. As she hummed, the thorns softened into wild roses. The sapling stretched upward, buds bursting into flowers that rained peach-scented gratitude. The deer bowed, a single blossom floating into Sorrel's satchel, the essence of awakening. Summer's trial burned brighter. In the south, where heat shimmered like a living thing, Sorrel found the season keeper, a jewel-eyed tree frog enthroned on a lily pad the size of a thundercloud. The air throbbed with the heartbeat of 1,000 cicadas. "Bring order to the chaos," croaked the frog, indicating a sun-scorched meadow where plants grew in wild, suffocating tangles. Drought crackled in every yellowed blade. Remembering the badger's lessons on balance, Sorrel didn't rip through the overgrowth. Instead, she dug irrigation channels mimicking the constellations on her grandmother's paws, redirecting a sluggish stream to kiss parched roots. She pruned judiciously, thinning enough for sunlight to nourish, not scorch. When the first melon vine curled gratefully around her leg, the frog gifted her the essence of abundance, a drop of liquid amber that hummed with bee song. Autumn's test came in the west, where the season keeper, a squirrel with a tail like smoldering embers, waited atop a pyramid of pumpkins. "Everything here clings too tightly," they chittered, gesturing to an orchard where fruit rotted on branches, leaves refusing to fall. The air reeked of sweet decay. Sorrel twitched her nose at the malaise. She began gathering fallen acorns, arranging them in spirals that whispered of cyclical endings. With a badger's digging claw borrowed from the council stores, she carved tiny doors in the stubborn trees, inviting wood beetles to begin the recycling dance. Lastly, she blew the first frost breath she'd ever learned across the highest branches. As reluctant apples thudded to the ground, the squirrel tossed her the essence of release, a maple key that spun ceaselessly in midair. Winter's challenge almost broke her. In the north's endless twilight, the season keeper was a carved ice wolf whose howl shaped snowflakes. Find warmth without fire, it growled, icicle teeth clinking. Around them, creatures shivered in a blizzard that stole breath and hope. Sorrel thought of dormice sharing nests, of owls sheltering lost fawns under their wings. Gathering the trembling animals, she taught them the huddle dance, a weaving of bodies and breath that kindled communal warmth. When the ice wolf itself began to shiver, she brushed her frost-flecked tail against its paw in shared vulnerability. The essence of rest came as a snowflake that never melted, its crystalline patterns holding the quiet promise of spring's return. Back at Stone Hollow, the council blended the essences into a chalice of woven vines. As Sorrel poured the mixture over the Heartstone, the forest held its breath. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, a sound like the first rainfall after drought. The stone's cracks glowed gold, its geode interior spinning to life like a miniature galaxy. Through the bond all forest creatures shared, Sorrel felt the changes ripple outward. Salamanders flipping right side up with indignant splashes, petrified branches sprouting new leaves, silence pockets filling with the symphony of a woodpecker's repentant rhythm. When the last tendril of green sickness vanished, Thistlewood lifted the restored heartstone high. "Remember this day," he boomed as the essences swirled into the stone, creating a new vein of iridescent light. Harmony isn't a spell but a practice, 1,000 small choices to listen, adapt, and care. Years later, when Sorrel had cubs of her own with coats like dappled sunlight, she'd bring them to the stone hollow during the turning days. Together, they'd watch the season keepers perform their dance, the deer's blossoms melting into the frog's summer rains, the squirrel's falling leaves giving way to the wolf's gentle snows. And when curious noses twitched at the heartstone's glow, she'd tell them of cracked veils and communal warmth, her words weaving through the firefly-lit air like a promise. Nothing is ever truly broken when many paws work to mend it. The forest breathed its agreement in the scent of rain-soaked loam and applewood smoke, in the crunch of leaves under careful paws, in the silent understanding that flowed root to branch to star-dusted wing. Somewhere an elder fox smiled as her granddaughter's laughter tangled with the wind, another thread in the endless, beautiful tapestry of the whispering woods. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. The first frost had painted silver cobwebs on Lily's window pane that morning. Now, as twilight deepened into a velvety indigo outside, the familiar shapes of her room, the sturdy oak wardrobe, the bookshelf crammed with well-loved tales, the rocking chair draped with a worn quilt seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the night's story to unfold. Lily burrowed deeper under her patchwork duvet, the scent of lavender sachets mingling with the faint wood smoke drifting from the hearth downstairs. Her gaze drifted to the small, smooth stone resting on her bedside table. It wasn't much to look at by daylight, just a gray river pebble. But in the fading light it held a secret, a faint, pulsing warmth deep within its core, like a captured ember. She'd found it weeks ago, washed up on the bank of the Whispering Creek, and it felt alive. Tonight the stone hummed softly against her palm when she picked it up. A gentle vibration, almost a purr, resonated through her fingers. Lily closed her eyes, breathing in the quiet. That's when she heard it, a sound woven into the silence itself. Not the creak of the house settling, nor the distant hoot of an owl. This was a melody, faint and ethereal, drifting on the cool night air like the scent of moonflowers. It seemed to come from inside the stone, a song of longing and forgotten paths. Curiosity, a familiar friend, nudged Lily. Slipping out of bed, the polished wood floor cool beneath her bare feet, she padded to the window. The melody grew clearer, not from the stone now, but seemingly from the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel at the bottom of her garden. Its gnarled branches, silhouetted against the star-strewn sky, seemed to beckon. The stone pulsed warmly in her hand, its inner light flaring briefly, illuminating tiny veins of gold and amber within its gray surface. It felt like an answer, a key. Pulling on her thickest woolen socks and wrapping her faded dressing gown tightly around her, Lily slipped out of her room. The house was quiet, filled only with the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. The cool night air kissed her face as she opened the back door, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves sharp and inviting. Holding the glowing stone aloft like a tiny lantern, its soft amber light casting long, dancing shadows, she made her way down the dew-kissed garden path towards the old oak. As she approached, the melody swelled, no longer faint but rich and complex, the sound of wind through crystalline leaves, of water trickling over ancient stones, of laughter echoing down long corridors of time. It emanated from the massive, moss-covered roots that erupted from the earth like petrified serpents. Nestled between two particularly large roots, half hidden by curtains of ivy, Lily saw something she'd never noticed before, a gap. Not a crack, but an opening, dark and inviting, shaped like an arched doorway. The stone in her hand flared brightly, its warmth intensifying, pulling her gently forward. Taking a deep breath, the song filling her ears and the stone's light guiding her way, Lily stepped through the root arch. The air changed instantly. It became warmer, thicker, tasting faintly of ozone and damp moss. Instead of the expected darkness of a hollow tree, she found herself on a winding, downward path. It wasn't earth or wood beneath her feet, but smooth, cool stone, worn by time and countless unseen footsteps. Bioluminescent fungi clung to the walls, casting an eerie, beautiful blue-green glow that mingled with the warm amber light from her stone. Giant, luminous mushrooms like parasols spun from moonlight dotted the path. The air hummed with unseen life, a soft chorus of chirps and rustles accompanying the haunting melody. She had stepped into the gloaming. The path descended gently, spiraling deeper. Strange, luminous flowers unfurled petals like spun glass. Tiny winged creatures, no larger than fireflies but shaped like miniature birds with iridescent scales, darted through the air, leaving trails of shimmering dust. Lily walked in wide-eyed wonder, the stone clutched tightly, her heart pounding not with fear but with a thrilling sense of discovery. She was in a hidden world, a secret heart beating beneath her own garden. The path opened into a vast, subterranean cavern. It took Lily's breath away. Above, the ceiling shimmered with constellations of embedded crystals, reflecting the soft light below. Below, a network of canals wound through the cavern floor, filled not with water, but with liquid light, a shimmering, golden substance that flowed silently, illuminating everything with a warm, buttery radiance. Buildings, if you could call them that, were carved directly into the cavern walls, or built from luminous fungi and woven vines. They looked like giant, intricate bird nests or clusters of glowing gourds. Bridges made of woven light spanned the canals, and everywhere moved the inhabitants of the gloaming. They were small, perhaps knee-high to Lily, with skin the color of polished walnut or smooth river stones. Large, luminous eyes, like pools of liquid moonlight, dominated their gentle faces. Some had delicate, moth-like wings shimmering on their backs, others had fur like soft moss, and still others seemed woven from shadow and starlight. They moved with a quiet grace, tending luminous gardens, weaving strands of light on intricate looms, or simply sitting by the canals, their reflections shimmering in the golden flow. The melody Lily had followed was everywhere here, woven into the very air, sung by the people and echoed by the cavern itself. Lily stood frozen at the cavern's edge, a giant in this miniature world. Her presence hadn't gone unnoticed. The gentle activities ceased. Hundreds of luminous eyes turned towards her, wide with shock, and Lily feared suspicion. A ripple of silence spread outwards from her. She felt enormous, clumsy, and utterly alien. Then a small figure detached itself from the shadows near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It moved towards her with surprising speed, not flying, but skittering on quick, tiny legs. It was roughly the size of a hedgehog, covered in short, velvety fur the deep blue of twilight. Large, intelligent eyes, the color of periwinkles, regarded her intently from beneath tufted brows. Instead of wings, it had delicate, feathery antennae that twitched constantly. It stopped a few feet away, puffing itself up slightly, and let out a series of high-pitched chirps and clicks that sounded remarkably like a question. "Hello," Lily whispered, crouching down slowly, trying to make herself less imposing. "My name is Lily. I followed the song. The little creature tilted its head, antennae quivering. It took a cautious step closer, sniffing the air, its eyes fixed on the stone in Lily's hand. With another series of rapid clicks, it pointed a tiny clawed finger at the stone, then at Lily, then back at the stone. You know this stone?" Lily asked, holding it out carefully. The stone pulsed warmly, and its inner light seemed to brighten in response to the creature's proximity. The bluefurred being let out a soft trill, its posture relaxing. It skittered closer, reaching out a tentative paw to touch the stone. As its tiny claws brushed the surface, the stone flared brilliantly, bathing both of them in warm, amber light. A wave of understanding, wordless but profound, washed over Lily. She felt the creature's surprise, its curiosity, and beneath it, a deep, resonant sadness. She also felt its name, Pip. Pip, Lily thought, the name feeling right. "You're Pip." Pip's large eyes widened further. It chirped excitedly, a sound like tiny bells. It touched the stone again, then pointed urgently towards the center of the cavern, where a magnificent structure rose, a towering spire, seemingly grown from a single, colossal crystal, pulsating with a soft, internal light. Pip's clicks and chirps grew frantic, laced with unmistakable worry. It pointed to the crystal spire, then made a gesture like something breaking, accompanied by a mournful whine. It then mimed holding something precious and looking around desperately. The song. Lily breathed, understanding dawning. "The melody I heard, it came from there, and it's fading, something's wrong." Pip nodded vigorously, antennae drooping. The beautiful melody that filled the cavern was changing. Where it had been rich and full, now thin, discordant threads wove through it, like a tapestry beginning to unravel. A murmur of unease ran through the watching, gloaming folk. Their luminous eyes were no longer fixed solely on Lily, but darted nervously towards the central spire. Pip tugged gently on the hem of Lily's dressing gown, chittering insistently. It pointed again towards the spire, then back at Lily's stone, its tiny face etched with desperate hope. Lily looked from the anxious Pip to the troubled faces of the gloaming folk, then to the pulsing crystal spire whose light seemed to flicker uncertainly. The humming stone in her hand felt like an anchor, its warmth spreading courage through her. This hidden world, this fragile, beautiful place beneath her feet, was in trouble. And somehow Pip believed her stone, and perhaps her, could help. "I don't know how," Lily whispered, more to herself than to Pip, "but we have to try." She straightened up, meeting Pip's determined gaze. "Lead the way, Pip." A collective sigh, like wind through reeds, seemed to ripple through the cavern. The suspicion in the luminous eyes softened into wary curiosity and a flicker of desperate hope. Pip gave a determined little chirp and scampered off along a path of smooth, glowing stones that wound towards the crystal spire. Lily followed, her bare feet silent on the cool surface, the stone held aloft like a beacon. The gloaming folk parted silently before her, their watchful gazes now carrying the weight of their world's fragile song. The path led to the base of the immense crystal spire. Close up, it was even more breathtaking. Veins of gold, silver, and deepest amethyst ran through its translucent heart, pulsing slowly with light that seemed to breathe. The discordant notes in the cavern's melody were stronger here, jarring against the spire's inherent harmony. At the spire's base was an arched opening, leading into its cool, shimmering interior. Inside, the air hummed with power. The walls glowed softly, casting shifting patterns of light on the smooth floor. In the very center of the chamber stood a pedestal carved from the same living crystal. Resting upon it wasn't a grand gem or a complex machine, but something surprisingly simple. A large, perfect seashell, spiraled like a unicorn's horn, crafted from mother of pearl that shimmered with all the colors of dawn and dusk. This, Lily understood instinctively, was the heart shell. It was the source of the gloaming's song, the focus of its harmony. But its light was dim, flickering erratically. Fine cracks like spiderwebs of shadow marred its luminous surface. The beautiful melody emanating from it was strained, thin, and punctuated by jarring silences. Surrounding the pedestal were three elderly gloaming folk, their fur or skin etched with deep lines, their large eyes clouded with worry. They were singing, their voices high and pure, weaving intricate harmonies aimed at the heart shell. But their song seemed weak, unable to penetrate the shadowy cracks or mend the fraying melody. One of them, a being with bark-like skin and hair like silvery moss, looked up as Lily and Pip entered. His eyes, ancient and weary, widened slightly at the sight of Lily, then fixed on the stone in her hand. A spark of something recognition, disbelief, flickered within them. Pip skittered forward, chattering urgently at the elders, pointing emphatically at Lily and her stone. The elder with bark-like skin listened, his gaze never leaving the pulsing pebble. He raised a gnarled hand, silencing Pip. His voice, when he spoke, was surprisingly deep and resonant, like stones shifting in a deep riverbed, yet Lily understood its meaning through the same wordless connection the stone seemed to provide. The songstone, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. It returns after so many turnings of the great wheel. He stepped towards Lily, his movements slow and deliberate. Child of the surface, bearer of the sun's echo, you hold a fragment of the first light, a piece of the world heart that birthed both our realms. The heart shell weakens, the veil between worlds thins, and shadow seeps in, stealing our harmony. He gestured towards the cracked shell. Our song alone is not enough. The songstone, it remembers the first song. It can mend what is broken, but only if its light can reach the heart. Lily looked down at the warm stone in her hand, then at the faltering heart shell. The weight of responsibility settled on her small shoulders, but it felt less like a burden and more like a purpose. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady. "You must sing," the elder said simply. "Sing with your heart, let the songstone guide you. Its light carries the memory of the first song. Your voice, amplified by its power, might reach where ours cannot." Sing. Lily's heart fluttered nervously. She loved to hum to herself in the garden, but singing here, in front of these ancient beings, to save their world. The discordant notes from the heart shell seemed to mock her uncertainty. Pip nudged her ankle, chirping softly, its large eyes filled with unwavering trust. Lily looked at her small friend, then at the worried faces of the elders, and finally at the beautiful, suffering heart shell. This hidden world, discovered through wonder and a strange stone, needed her. Taking a deep breath, Lily stepped closer to the pedestal. The air vibrated with the strained song of the heart shell and the weakening harmonies of the elders. She closed her eyes, shutting out the enormity of the crystal chamber and the watchful eyes. She focused instead on the warm, pulsing stone in her hand. It felt like holding a tiny sun, a fragment of pure, ancient light. She remembered the melody that had drawn her here, the song of the gloaming, the song of the heart shell in its strength. It was a song of roots delving deep, of stars reflected in underground rivers, of quiet growth and enduring peace. She opened her mouth. No practiced melody came out, just a single, clear note. It was hesitant at first, thin as a spider's thread. But as the note hung in the air, the songstone in her hand flared. Its warm amber light intensified, bathing her and the pedestal in its glow. The light didn't just illuminate, it seemed to resonate with her voice, amplifying it, enriching it, weaving threads of golden sound around her simple note. Encouraged, Lily sang another note, then another. She didn't think about words or complex tunes. She poured her feelings into the sound, her awe for this hidden world, her worry for Pip and the gloaming folk, her hope for the heart shell. She sang of the cool garden earth, the rustling leaves of the old oak, the comforting crackle of the fireplace, the vast, starry sky above. She sang of connection, of light finding its way through darkness, of strength found in kindness. The songstone blazed. Its light streamed from her hand, not as a beam, but as tendrils of liquid gold, flowing towards the cracked heart shell. Where the light touched the shadowy cracks, they hissed faintly, like ice meeting fire. The darkness recoiled. Lily's voice, amplified and transformed by the stone's power, filled the crystal chamber. It wasn't loud, but it was profound, rich with the warmth of the surface world and the ancient memory held within the stone. It wove around the faltering song of the elders, strengthening it, guiding it. The discordant notes faltered. The jarring silences shortened. The heartshell itself began to glow brighter, its internal light fighting back against the invading shadows. The mother of pearl shimmered fiercely, the colors deepening. Lily felt the resistance, a cold, clinging darkness that fought the warm light pouring from the songstone and her voice. It felt like singing against a gale. Her throat ached. Doubt whispered. Could she hold on? Then a new sound joined hers. A soft, determined chirping. Pip, standing tall beside her, was singing too. Its tiny voice, pure and high, wove into Lily's melody, adding a thread of fierce courage. Then one of the elders joined, his deep voice rumbling like bedrock, adding strength. Another added their harmony, then the third. The combined song lilies amplified by the songstone, Pip's bright chirp, and the elders' ancient harmonies became a powerful river of sound and light, washing over the heartshell. With a final, resonant chime that echoed through the entire cavern, the last shadowy crack sealing the heartshell vanished. The shell blazed with pure, radiant light, bathing the crystal spire in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. The melody that burst forth was triumphant, healing, and whole, the true song of the gloaming, restored in all its breathtaking complexity and beauty. It surged outwards from the spire, filling the cavern, washing over the gloaming folk who stood watching. A collective sigh of relief and joy rose from them, like leaves rustling in a grateful wind. Tears streamed down Lily's cheeks, but they were tears of pure, exhausted joy. The songstone's light slowly subsided, returning to its gentle, pulsing warmth. Lily lowered it, her voice falling silent. She felt utterly drained, yet filled with a profound sense of peace. Pip leaped up, chattering excitedly, doing a little jig of pure happiness. The elder with bark-like skin approached Lily. He placed a gnarled hand over his heart and bowed deeply. "Bearer of the sun's echo," he said, his voice thick with gratitude, "you have restored the heart song. You have saved the gloaming. Our harmony is your harmony now. You will always find welcome here." Lily smiled, a tired but radiant smile. "I just sang," she whispered. "The stone and Pip and all of you, we did it together." She looked around the now brilliantly lit chamber, the restored heart-shell pulsing steadily. The fear and suspicion in the luminous eyes had vanished, replaced by warmth, gratitude, and wonder. She had come seeking the source of a song and found a hidden world and a friend. She had faced the darkness she didn't understand and found the courage to sing against it. The timid girl who had crept from her bed felt different, stronger, connected. The journey back through the luminous cavern felt like a dream. Gloaming folk bowed or waved as she passed, their faces alight with smiles. Pip scampered proudly beside her, occasionally darting off to excitedly chirp the news to others. The path upwards, lit by the gentle glow of the fungi and her now softly humming stone, seemed shorter. Stepping back through the root arch into her own cool, quiet garden felt like emerging from a vivid dream into comforting reality. Dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky, painting the frost on the grass with pale pinks and golds. The melody of the gloaming was a soft, contented hum in her mind now, no longer a call, but a gentle connection. back in her room, the familiar shapes welcomed her. She placed the songstone back on her bedside table. It was warm, its inner light pulsing slowly, peacefully, like a resting heartbeat. The faint, beautiful melody of the gloaming seemed to resonate softly from it, a lullaby just for her. Pip had insisted on accompanying her to the surface, a tiny, blue-furred guardian. It now curled up contentedly on Lily's pillow, its feathery antennae twitching softly in sleep. Lily climbed back into bed, pulling the patchwork duvet up to her chin. The scent of lavender and wood smoke was sweeter than ever. She felt the cool sheets, heard the first tentative chirps of waking birds outside. She looked at the stone, then at the sleeping Pip, a small, miraculous friend from a world beneath the roots. She had journeyed into the unknown, faced darkness with light and song, and discovered that courage wasn't about being unafraid, but about singing anyway when something precious needed saving. She had learned that friendship could bridge worlds, and that the smallest stone could hold the greatest light. As the first rays of true dawn painted her windowpane gold, Lily closed her eyes. The gentle melody from the stone, intertwined with Pip's soft snores, wove around her like a blanket woven from starlight and gratitude. The world above and the world below felt connected, held in harmony by the song in her heart and the warm, pulsing stone beside her. Sleep, deep and peaceful, claimed her, filled with the quiet certainty that she was part of something vast and beautiful, a guardian of light and song, forever changed by the wonders hidden just beneath the surface. And somewhere deep below, in the heart of the gloaming, the restored heartshell pulsed with a melody of enduring peace, a silent thank you echoing through the roots of the ancient oak, reaching up to the girl who had sung their world whole. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stood sentinel and mist clung like silver lace to fern-carpeted hollows, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew luminous underfoot, releasing soft green light with every step, and the air hummed with the secret songs of seasons past. Among them was a young fox named Rowan, whose russet fur held flecks of amber that glowed when moonlight filtered through the canopy. Rowan's dearest friend was Pip, a hedgehog whose quills shimmered with dewdrops that never dried, each bead holding a tiny rainbow. Their days were spent in gentle rhythm, sipping nectar from twilight blossoms, listening to elder trees recount stories in creaking sighs, and watching the dance of the petals, where spring's first blooms pirouetted on breezes woven by the wind sprites. All harmony flowed from the heartstone, a crystal embedded in the oldest oak, pulsing with the forest's lifeblood. It was guarded by Master Elm, a tortoise whose shell bore etched runes of forgotten storms, and whose voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a brook. Balance, he would murmur to Rowan as they basked in sun-dappled clearings, is the breath between seasons. When autumn's chill kisses summer's warmth, when winter's silence cradles spring's song, that is where magic lives. But one year, as the equinox neared, unease stirred. The air grew listless, heavy with the scent of decaying leaves, yet devoid of autumn's crispness. The heartstone dimmed, its light flickering weakly. Maple leaves, usually ablaze with crimson and gold, hung dull and brittle. Worse still, the wind sprites grew sluggish, their breezes faltering mid-dance, causing petals to wilt unnaturally. Pip trembled as dewdrops evaporated from her quills, leaving them dull. "The seasons are unraveling," she whispered, her nose twitching at the stagnant air. Rowan sought Master Elm, finding him beneath the great oak, his eyes clouded with concern. The heartstone weakens, Elm sighed. Long ago, when I was but a hatchling, such imbalance came. It was the work of the shadow moss, a creeping blight born of forgotten sorrows. It chokes the roots of joy. He nudged a withered bluebell with his snout. To heal it, we must gather three essences: the sigh of autumn's first frost, the tear of a grateful stream, and the hum of the hibernation song. But they must be collected before the moon wanes, or the forest will sleep forever. So Rowan and Pip embarked at dawn, their path lit by anxious fireflies. First they climbed Mossback Ridge, where silver birches shivered in the unnaturally warm air. The sigh of frost lives in the highest cave, Pip recalled, her tiny legs straining. Inside, the cavern glittered with ice crystals, but instead of frost, they found only damp stone. A family of field mice huddled there, shivering despite the warmth. The frost spirit hides, squeaked the eldest mouse. She grieves for her sister, the summer dew, faded too soon. Rowan's amber fur glowed softly as he nuzzled the mice. Grief shared is halved, he said gently, repeating Elm's wisdom. Together they sang the lullaby of partings, a melody passed down by star-nosed moles. As their voices rose, a tapestry of cheer-ups, hums, and sighs, the frost spirit emerged, a wisp of shimmering cold. She wept one crystalline tear onto Rowan's paw. "Thank you," she breathed, her voice like cracking ice. "You remembered us." Next they journeyed to the thirsty river, once a laughing ribbon of water, now reduced to a muddy trickle. Catfish gasped in shallow pools, their scales dusty. "The tear of gratitude," Pip said, "comes when water remembers its purpose." But the river spirit, a luminous carp named Ripple, surfaced listlessly. "Why be grateful?" she gurgled. "I fade and none notice." Rowan padded to the riverbank, digging a channel with his paws while Pip gathered fallen acorns. "Every drop carries life," he urged, recalling how Elm had taught him that streams sing stories to the sea. Creatures gathered, frogs croaked encouragement, beavers dammed side channels to redirect flow, and spiders spun dew-laden webs to catch morning mist. As the water deepened, Ripple's scales brightened. With a joyful leap, she shed a single iridescent tear into Pip's quills. "You showed me my song matters," she bubbled. Lastly, they ventured into the hollow of slumber, where bears and badgers should have been dreaming deeply. Instead, restless grumbles echoed. The hum of the hibernation song, usually woven by earthworms deep below, had gone silent. A badger named Bramble shuffled forward, eyes bleary. "The worms are frightened," he yawned. "They feel the shadow moss gnawing at their tunnels." Pip curled into a spiky ball and rolled gently down a slope, her dewdrops scattering like tiny bells. "Listen," she urged. "Even in darkness there is music." Rowan joined, humming the root song Elm had taught him, a low, steady vibration that resonated through the soil. One by one, creatures added their voices. Owls hooted countermelodies, moles drummed with their claws, and even the wind sprites, drawn by the commotion, sighed harmonies. Deep below, the worms stirred, their soft hum rising to meet the chorus. As the song swelled, the shadow moss recoiled, dissolving into harmless vapor. With the three essences gathered, Rowan and Pip raced back as the moon thinned. At the Heartstone, Master Elm smiled. Rowan placed the frost sigh upon the crystal, Pip added the river tear, and together they hummed the hibernation tune. Light exploded, not harsh, but warm and golden, like dawn after a long night. Autumn's chill rushed in, setting maples aflame with color. The river surged, clear and singing, and creatures sighed into contented sleep. Under a canopy of stars, Elm nodded to the young heroes. "You learn the greatest magic. That balance is kept not by one but by all, through kindness, memory, and shared breath." As Rowan and Pip curled beneath the oak, the first true frost painted the grass in diamonds, and the wind sprites wove a blanket of warm breezes. The forest sighed a sound of deep contentment, and in that sigh lay an eternal promise. As long as creatures remembered to listen, to share, and to sing, the magic would endure. And so, cradled by ancient wisdom, the whispering woods slept, harmonious once more. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the Enchanted Grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. The rain whispered secrets against the window pane of old Mr. Thimbleby's clockwork shop. Inside, the air hummed with the steady tick-tock of 100 timepieces and smelled of oiled brass, polished wood, and the faintest hint of cinnamon from the tea mister Thimbleby always kept brewing. His apprentice, a quiet boy named Leo with ink-smudged fingers and a head full of cogs and springs, was sorting through a dusty box of forgotten parts. He sighed. Nothing but broken mainsprings and chipped gears. Then his fingers brushed something smooth and cool beneath the tangle of metal. He pulled out a teacup. Not brass or porcelain, but something else entirely like polished moonlight held in a curve. It felt impossibly light, yet solid. Delicate swirls like captured smoke danced just beneath its surface. Leo held it up, utterly bewildered. How had this ended up in a box of clock parts? He carried it to Mr. Thimbleby, who peered over his spectacles. "Ah," the old man murmured, his voice like a well-oiled gear. The luminous cup thought it was lost to the dust bunnies years ago. He didn't seem surprised, only thoughtful. Not for telling time, that one, for finding things. Finding things. Leo echoed. "Lost things," Mr. Thimbleby clarified, tapping the cup gently. "Pour warm tea into it, see what appears." Intrigued, Leo filled the small kettle, lit the spirit lamp beneath it, and selected Mr. Thimbleby's special chamomile blend. As the water heated, filling the shop with its gentle, floral scent, he placed the luminous cup carefully on the workbench. He poured the steaming tea. Instantly, the liquid inside the cup began to shimmer, not reflecting the lamplight, but glowing with its own soft, internal light. Wisps of steam curled upwards, forming shapes. Leo gasped. Within the steam, he saw a miniature image not of the shop, but of a sun-dappled forest path. And there, lying half-buried in fallen leaves beside a gnarled oak root, was the tiny, perfect image of his most treasured possession, his father's old brass compass, lost weeks ago during a walk in the Whispering Woods. His heart leapt. "Mr. Thimbleby, it shows the compass, in the woods," Leo exclaimed. The old clockmaker smiled faintly. "It shows what the heart seeks most when lost, but the cup only shows the where. Finding it, that's the journey, and journeys are best not taken alone, especially into the Whispering Woods near dusk. Be mindful, Leo. Wisdom sees clearer than haste." Leo understood. He filled a small thermos with the fragrant tea, carefully wrapped the luminous cup in soft cloth, and set out. The rain had softened to a mist that clung to the cobblestones as he left the cozy glow of the shop. The image in the cup led him towards the edge of town, where the neat houses gave way to the ancient, towering trees of the Whispering Woods. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth, pine resin, and secrets. His first helper appeared near the old stone bridge. Mrs. Nettle the baker was wrestling with a sack of flour that had tipped precariously from her cart. She was a woman built like a sturdy loaf herself, cheeks rosy and perpetually dusted with flour. "Blast this stubborn thing," she huffed. "Can I help, Mrs. Nettle?" Leo offered. She beamed. "Bless you, lad, strong arms are welcome." Together they righted the sack. Seeing Leo glance towards the woods, she asked about his journey. He showed her the cup, pouring a little warm tea into it. The swirling steam reformed, showing the compass nestled by the oak root, deeper in the woods. Mrs. Nettle's eyes widened. "Lost things finding their way back, that's a bit of magic, that is. Here." She rummaged in her cart and handed him a small, warm parcel. "Hazelnut shortbread for the path. And remember, lad," she added, her voice softening, "sometimes the loudest problems crumble like pastry if you give him a gentle touch, not a shove." Her kindness was like the warmth from the thermos against his chest. Deeper into the woods, the mist thickened, and the light grew dimmer. The path became tangled and confusing. Doubt began to creep into Leo's heart. Had he taken a wrong turn? He poured a little more tea. The image flickered, the compass still waiting, but the path around it seemed obscured by shifting shadows. Suddenly, a soft, rhythmic clink-clink echoed nearby. Following the sound, Leo found Mr. Filbert, the lamplighter, perched precariously on a ladder, carefully cleaning one of the rare glass lanterns that marked the safe paths through the deeper woods. He was a thin, quiet man who moved with deliberate grace. He saw Leo's worried face and the glowing cup. "Lost, young master." "Mister?" Filbert asked, his voice as soft as lamplight. "Not lost," Leo said, showing him the cup's image. "But the path seems hidden now." "Mister," Filbert studied the steam picture, then the surrounding gloom. "Ah, the glimmer moss is thick here after the rain, tricks the eyes, makes straight paths seem crooked and safe ground look treacherous." He descended the ladder. "Come, I'll walk with you a ways. These old lamps need tending deeper in, regardless." Walking beside the quiet lamplighter was calming. "Mister," Filbert pointed out things Leo would have missed, the safe stepping stones across a gurgling stream, the subtle notch on an ancient birch tree marking a fork, the way the fireflies gathered where the ground was firmest. "The woods speak," Mr. Filbert murmured, polishing a lantern globe as they walked. "Not in words but in signs. Moss grows thickest where the earth is solid. Birdsong falters near hidden water. Patience listens, young master. Patience sees what haste rushes past." His quiet wisdom was a lantern itself in the growing dusk. Finally, guided by the lamplighter and the occasional sip of tea to renew the cup's vision, they reached the great gnarled oak. And there, just as the image showed, half buried in damp leaves, gleamed Leo's brass compass. Relief washed over him. He knelt to retrieve it. But as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a low, rumbling growl echoed through the trees. A massive shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom beneath the oak. It was a guardian stag, its coat the deep brown of ancient bark, its antlers like tangled branches tipped with points of sharpened moonlight. Its eyes, intelligent and wary, fixed on Leo and the compass in his hand. It stood squarely over the path Leo needed to take back. Leo's heart hammered. He remembered Mrs. Nettle's words about gentle touches and Mr. Filbert's advice about patience. He remembered Mr. Thimbleby's warning, wisdom sees clearer than haste. Force wasn't an option against such a majestic creature. What did it want? Why was it guarding the path? He looked at the luminous cup, still warm in his hand. He had one last measure of tea in the thermos. An idea sparked. He poured the tea slowly into the luminous cup. The steam swirled, but instead of showing the compass, Leo focused his thoughts, his deepest wish. Show me what the guardian needs. The steam shimmered, shifted, and reformed. This time it showed not an object, but a scene. The guardian stag limping slightly, its powerful flank marred by a deep, angry gash tangled with thorny vines. The image pulsed with the creature's pain. Understanding dawned. The stag wasn't guarding the path out of malice. It was protecting itself, wounded and vulnerable. "Mr. Filbert," Leo whispered urgently, "do you have anything sharp, but small?" The lamplighter, understanding instantly, pulled a tiny, precise folding knife from his pocket used for trimming wicks. Leo took it gratefully. He held up the luminous cup, showing the stag the image of its own wound. The great beast snorted, its eyes fixed on the glowing steam. Slowly, cautiously, Leo approached, not towards the path, but towards the stag's flank. He spoke softly, words he didn't fully understand, but that felt calm and reassuring, like the ticking of a well-made clock. The stag remained tense but didn't move away. With painstaking care, using the tiny knife, Leo gently began to cut and unwind the cruel thorns biting into the creature's hide. It took time. He moved slowly, deliberately, whispering apologies whenever the stag flinched. Mr. Filbert stood quietly nearby, his presence a steady anchor. Finally, the last thorn came free. Leo stepped back. The guardian stag shook its massive head, then lowered it. Not in threat, but in what looked remarkably like gratitude. It nudged Leo gently with its velvet nose, then turned and limped away, disappearing silently into the trees, leaving the path clear. Leo's hands trembled, but his heart felt light. He had his compass, cold and reassuring, in his palm. He looked at the luminous cup. The steam had faded, leaving only the dregs of chamomile tea. Its magic felt spent for now, but its lesson glowed warmly within him. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The mist still curled, but it seemed softer. The sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl felt like companions, not mysteries. Mr. Filbert walked beside him, his lanterns casting warm pools of light on the path, his quiet presence a comfort. They parted ways at the edge of the woods, the lamplighter heading back to his rounds with a nod and a soft, well-found young master. Back in Mr. Thimbleby's warm, ticking shop, the smell of cinnamon and brass was a welcome embrace. Leo placed the brass compass carefully on the workbench and set the now cool, ordinary-looking luminous cup beside it. He told the old clockmaker everything: the finding, the woods, Mrs. Nettle's kindness, Mr. Filbert's guidance, the guardian stag, the thorns. Mr. Thimbleby listened, polishing a gear with a soft cloth. When Leo finished, the old man nodded, a slow, satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Extraordinary secrets hide in ordinary things, lad," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "But the greatest magic isn't always in the object. Sometimes it's what the object helps us find within ourselves. Wisdom, patience, kindness, and the courage to use them." He poured fresh tea chamomile into 2 ordinary mugs. "You found more than a compass today, Leo. You found your own true north." Leo sipped the warm tea, the gentle floral taste soothing. He looked at the luminous cup, now just a beautiful, silent vessel on the bench. It had shown him the way, but the journey, the helpers, the gentle wisdom to overcome the challenge, that had all been his own. The steady tick-tock of the clocks filled the cozy room, a comforting rhythm marking the peaceful end of an extraordinary day. Outside, the night was still and quiet, holding its secrets close, while inside, warmed by tea and accomplishment, Leo felt a deep sense of calm settle over him, as soft and sure as the moonlight finally breaking through the clouds outside the window. He had journeyed, he had discovered, and he had returned, not just with a lost treasure, but with a quiet understanding that would tick steadily within him, like the most reliable clock of all. Sleep, when it came, would be deep and dreamless, wrapped in the cozy certainty that even in a world of hidden wonders, kindness and wisdom were the truest magic. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in, a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid. Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Ela thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Ela rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Ela awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Ela approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Ela pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Ela often visited her dear friend Aidan, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aidan had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aidan said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Rowan had always loved the steadfast rhythm of Oakhaven. Each morning, dew-kissed cobblestones glistened under the rising sun, the bakery's cinnamon scent wove through the lanes, and the ancient clock tower chimed with comforting precision. But this autumn, change rustled through the village like persistent wind. Rowan's hands trembled as they packed away their father's old apothecary scales. He'd passed quietly with the last summer bloom, leaving Rowan the cottage and its wild, walled garden. Now the garden, once bursting with medicinal herbs, lay choked by thorny brambles and sorrow. Each vine seemed to mirror Rowan's heart, tangled, resistant, afraid to grow anew. One twilight, as Rowan sighed over withered moon petals, a soft knock came at the gate. There stood Mr. Thistle, the village's oldest gardener, his skin like creased parchment, eyes twinkling like stars in twilight. "Mind if an old man shares your bench?" he rasped, tapping his walking stick, a gnarled branch crowned with a single living bud. Rowan nodded mutely. "Gardens grieve too," Thistle murmured, gazing at the brambles. "See how they guard the soil, fearful of what new seeds might ask of them." He patted Rowan's shoulder. "But earth remembers how to heal, so do hearts." That night Rowan dreamed of silver roots pulsing beneath the garden, whispering in time with their own heartbeat. Come dawn, a discovery. Near the bench, one moon petal had unfurled anew, its petals shimmering with dewdrops that glowed like liquid starlight. When touched, warmth spread up Rowan's arm, and the brambles nearby shivered, retreating an inch. "It's responding to you," chirped a voice. Nutkin, a russet squirrel with eyes like polished acorns, scampered down the oak tree. "Old Thistle's right, this garden's magic mirrors its keeper. What grows inside you grows out here too." Thus began Rowan's hesitant dance with change. Each day they'd sit with a memory, father's laughter, his stories of resilient yarrow, and tend one small patch. When frustration flared, thorns pricking, weeds stubborn, Nutkin would nudge hazelnuts into Rowan's palm or chatter about forest creatures adapting their nests for winter. "Even the river changes its song when stones shift," he'd squeak. Magical echoes bloomed with each effort. Where Rowan nurtured patience, violets sprouted in fractal patterns. Where they whispered forgiveness, brambles softened into flowering jasmine. Yet doubt lingered. One frosty evening, Rowan slumped before a frost-bitten rosemary bush, a symbol of remembrance now dying. "Why try?" they whispered. "Some roots won't take." A shadow glided overhead, Hoot, the great horned owl, alighting silently on the garden wall. Her feathers held the colors of twilight, deep indigo and burnt gold. "Child," she hooted, her voice a low, resonant hum, "growth is not a straight path. Even stars fade before they shine brightest." She gestured with a wing toward the moon petal. "You've nurtured light where darkness ruled. Trust the unseen roots." Inspired, Rowan gathered villagers, not to fix the garden but to share stories. Millie the baker brought saffron buns, her scarred hands kneading dough as she spoke of rebuilding her oven after a fire. Finn the blacksmith hummed while planting ironweed, its metallic blooms clinking softly as he recalled learning to forge anew when his sight dimmed. Together they wove memories into the soil. Rowan's hands no longer shook as they placed father's scales beneath the old oak, whispering, "Thank you." That solstice night, magic surged. Rowan stood barefoot on the earth, breathing in petrichor and possibility. Moonlight drenched the garden, and where they stepped, luminescent moss spread like emerald constellations. Withered rosemary erupted into silver-blue flames that warmed without burning. Moon petals floated upward, becoming gentle lanterns. The brambles transformed into arches of golden honeysuckle, humming with contented bees. Rowan laughed, a sound like wind chimes, as their own skin glimmered faintly, inner peace made visible. Come spring, Oakhaven marveled. Rowan's garden was now a sanctuary where herbs healed with doubled potency, where anxious hearts found calm under the whispering oak. Rowan still kept the cottage's rhythms, but with newfound grace, teaching village children how whispering kindness to seeds made them sprout faster, or how tea brewed from moon petals eased bad dreams. Change, they realized, wasn't an ending, but the soil where deeper roots could grow. And on quiet evenings, Rowan would sit with Thistle, Nutkin dozing in their lap, Hoot watching from the oak, all soothed by the garden's song, a lullaby of resilience, sung by the wind through blossoming vines. Here, in the tender balance between loss and hope, Rowan had discovered the gentlest magic of all, the one that blooms when we dare to grow. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Licia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Licia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. The little town of Bramblewood nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around the chimneys each morning. In this quiet place lived a boy named Leo, whose greatest joy was exploring the dusty corners of his grandmother's sprawling, cluttered attic. While others saw only old furniture and forgotten things, Leo saw possibilities. He believed quite firmly that every object held a whisper of a story, a secret waiting to be discovered. One rainy afternoon, while searching for a missing jigsaw puzzle piece, Leo pushed aside a heavy trunk draped with a faded tapestry. Behind it, tucked into a shadowy nook, sat a small, unassuming object. It was a wooden music box, no larger than Leo's hand. Its dark wood was smooth with age, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight, even in the dim attic light. There was no key, no visible winding mechanism, just a simple latch. Intrigued, Leo lifted it gently. It felt surprisingly warm. He carried it to the dormer window, where gray light filtered through the rain-streaked glass. With a soft click, he opened the lid. Inside, instead of a metal cylinder with pins, lay a bed of smooth, deep blue velvet, like a tiny night sky. And nestled within that velvet was a single, perfect, iridescent feather, shimmering with colors Leo couldn't quite name: blues, purples, and hints of gold. It looked impossibly soft. Leo frowned. No music. He touched the feather lightly. As his fingertip brushed against the impossibly soft barbs, a sound filled the air. But it wasn't music from the box itself. It was music inside Leo. A melody sweet and clear as a mountain stream sprang unbidden into his mind. It was a tune he'd never heard before, yet it felt instantly familiar, warm, and comforting, like sunlight on his face. He gasped, pulling his hand away. The melody stopped. He touched the feather again, and the song resumed, weaving through his thoughts like a silken thread. This, Leo realized with a thrill that chased away the rainy day gloom, was no ordinary music box. It played the music of feeling, of pure, unspoken joy. He named it the Heart Song Box. For days, Leo experimented. The feather played different melodies depending on what he felt. Happiness brought bright, dancing tunes. Quiet contentment summoned gentle, flowing harmonies. Even a flicker of frustration produced a low, rumbling counterpoint before resolving into something calmer. The box didn't amplify his feelings. It translated them into beautiful sound. It was a secret he treasured, a private symphony. But one evening, as Leo held the box after a particularly happy day spent building a model ship, the melody shifted unexpectedly. A single pure high note pierced the joyful tune, sharp and clear, like a bird's call. Then another, lower, mournful note followed. It wasn't Leo's feeling, it felt like a message from the box. The feather itself seemed to glow faintly. A wave of longing washed over him, a deep, resonant ache that wasn't his own. It was the box's longing. It wanted to go home. This began Leo's journey. He knew the box was special, and its home couldn't be the dusty attic. He showed it to his grandmother, who peered at it with her kind, faded eyes. She murmured, tracing the mother-of-pearl. That pattern reminds me of the Starwood Glade, deep in the Whispering Hills. Folks say things there are different, old misses, Thimblewick, who lives near the edge of the woods, knows more about such things than anyone. Her eyes twinkled. But mind the roots, Leo, they trip the unwary. So with the heart song box tucked safely in his worn satchel, Leo set off towards the Whispering Hills. His first helper appeared almost immediately. As he crossed the old stone bridge marking the town's edge, a small, scruffy terrier with one floppy ear trotted up to him. He had bright, intelligent eyes and smelled faintly of damp earth and biscuits. Lost, the dog asked, his voice a cheerful rasp. Leo jumped. Talking dogs weren't common in Bramblewood. Going to the Starwood Glade, Leo stammered. Ah, excellent choice, name's Digby, the dog announced, tail wagging furiously. I know every sniff and snuffle path through those hills. Also excellent at digging up interesting things and avoiding nettles, mostly. Digby became Leo's cheerful guide, his keen nose leading them along hidden animal trails, his boundless optimism a counterpoint to Leo's growing nervousness as the woods grew thicker and the light dimmed. Deep within the hills, where the trees grew tall and moss hung like ancient beards, they met their second helper. Perched on a gnarled branch was a tiny owl, no bigger than Leo's fist. Her feathers were the color of dusk, and her large, round eyes gleamed with startling wisdom. You carry a song that seeks its source, young one, she hooted softly, her voice like wind through dry leaves. She introduced herself as Lumina. The glade is near, but its heart is guarded by silence. Listen not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Lumina flitted silently ahead, her dark eyes seeing paths invisible to Leo and Digby, guiding them around treacherous sinkholes disguised by ferns, and warning them with a soft hoot when the air grew too still. Finally, after a day of walking guided by Digby's nose and Lumina's sight, they reached the edge of the Starwood Glade. It was unlike any place Leo had ever seen. Ancient trees, their bark silvered and smooth, formed a wide circle. The air shimmered faintly, smelling of ozone and crushed pine needles. Sunlight, dappled and golden, streamed through the canopy, illuminating motes of dust dancing like tiny stars. In the very center stood a pedestal of pure, polished moonstone, waiting. But between Leo and the pedestal stood the challenge. The glade wasn't empty. Standing sentinel around the moonstone pedestal were 3 figures carved from living wood tall, elegant guardians with faces like wise, ancient masks. They didn't move, but the air around them hummed with a palpable energy. It wasn't hostility, Leo sensed through the heart song box, which now played a complex, questioning melody. It was vigilance. Deep, unwavering protection. Digby growled low in his throat. Guardians, look fierce, Leo, show 'em your teeth. He bared his own small, sharp ones. Lumina landed softly on Leo's shoulder. Force will only make them roots you to the spot, young one. Remember the silence, remember the song. Leo looked at the silent wooden figures, then down at the heart song box in his hands. It was playing a melody of yearning now, pure and strong, directed towards the pedestal. The guardians remained impassive. How to reach them? Wisdom, not force. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out Digby's nervous panting and the shimmering light. He focused on the box. Not just on the melody it played for his feelings, but on the song within it, the song of the feather itself, the pure note of longing he'd first heard. He poured his understanding into that feeling, his recognition of its purpose, his desire to help it find its home. He didn't just listen, he felt the feather's story, its separation, its deep connection to this sacred place. Slowly, he opened the box. He didn't try to approach the pedestal. Instead, he simply held the open box towards the silent guardians. The feather glowed softly. The melody that flowed out wasn't just in Leo's mind this time. It resonated in the very air of the glade, a pure, wordless song of homecoming, of belonging, woven with Leo's own empathy and respect. The air hummed louder. One of the wooden guardians shifted, its head turning slowly towards the sound. Its eyes, deep knots in the wood, seemed to soften. The rigid posture relaxed. A low, harmonious hum, like the deepest note of a cello, emanated from the guardian, harmonizing with the heart-song box's melody. The other two guardians followed suit, their wooden forms seeming less rigid, more fluid. The humming grew, filling the glade with a sound that vibrated in Leo's bones, a sound of ancient approval and welcome. The path to the moonstone pedestal was clear. Leo walked forward slowly, reverently, Digby quiet at his heels, Lumina watching from his shoulder. The air felt warm and welcoming now. He placed the open heart-song box gently onto the smooth moonstone. The iridescent feather seemed to pulse with light. The melody swelled, triumphant and achingly beautiful, filling the glade completely. Then the feather detached itself, lifted gently by an unseen breeze. It floated upwards, spinning slowly, shedding tiny motes of iridescent light like falling stars, before dissolving into the shimmering air above the pedestal. The music faded, leaving a profound, peaceful silence. The box remained, the blue velvet empty. But Leo felt no sadness. He felt a deep, resonant peace. The box had fulfilled its purpose. The song was home. As he looked at the empty box, a new, gentle warmth spread through him, the warmth of gratitude, of connection, of having helped something precious find its place. The wooden guardians bowed their heads slightly towards Leo. A sense of ancient blessing settled over him. He picked up the now ordinary, yet still beautiful, wooden box. It felt lighter. Lumina hooted softly. A song returned, a balance restored. Well done, listener. Digby nudged Leo's hand. Right mission accomplished. Now, about those biscuits I smell back in Bramblewood. The journey back felt different. The wood seemed friendlier, the sunlight warmer. Leo carried the empty box, but his heart felt fuller than ever. He understood now that the real magic wasn't just in the feather, but in the connection it fostered, the connection to his own feelings, to the ancient magic of the glade, and to the helpers who had guided him. He had learned to listen deeply, not just to music, but to the silent language of longing and the wisdom found in stillness and empathy. That night, back in his room, Leo placed the empty heart-song box on his windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, catching the mother-of-pearl. It was just a box now, beautifully made. But when Leo touched the smooth wood, a faint warmth remained. And sometimes in the quietest moments just before sleep, he thought he could hear the faintest echo of pure, joyful melody, not in his mind, but carried on the night air, a lullaby from the starwood glade, a reminder that kindness and listening unlock the deepest magic, and that even an empty vessel can hold the profound comfort of a journey completed and a song finally home. He drifted to sleep, wrapped in the peaceful resonance of understanding, knowing that wonder often hides in the quietest corners, waiting for a gentle heart to discover it. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight, filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lyra, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. "But," he continued, "we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature." Lyra, the fox, nodded thoughtfully. "Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles?" Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "We listen, dear Lyra. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back." As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Soren approached, his eyes wide with concern. "Tiberius," he said softly, "I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do?" The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. "Ah, Soren, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself." The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony." As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dripped like liquid gold through the canopy, lived a community unseen by human eyes. Here the breeze carried secrets on its breath, and the roots of the world hummed with old magic. Among the hollows and fern-carpeted clearings, a young squirrel named Pip scampered. His fur was the russet brown of autumn leaves, and his eyes held the restless spark of perpetual curiosity. One crisp morning, as Pip chased a spiraling maple seed, he noticed something amiss. The crystal brook, which usually sang a merry tune over polished stones, ran sluggish and murky. Silverfish darted erratically instead of their graceful dances, and the luminous moon petals by the water's edge had wilted overnight. A chill hung in the air, unnatural for late spring, when warmth should have kissed the forest floor. Pip's nose twitched at the sour tang of decay beneath the usual perfume of pine and wild honeysuckle. Guided by worry, Pip sought out elder thistle, a tortoise whose shell bore intricate patterns like a map of constellations. Thistle resided beneath the grand willow, whose branches wept shimmering strands of silver moss. The air here thrummed with the willow's low, soothing hum, and the ground felt soft as velvet beneath Pip's paws. "Grandfather," Pip whispered, nuzzling Thistle's weathered neck, "the brook is sick, and the cold bites like winter's ghost." Thistle's eyes, deep as forest pools, grew solemn. "Ah, little one, you sense the season not." He explained how the whispering woods thrived on balance, guarded by the heartstone, a gem hidden in the oldest oak, pulsing with the rhythm of the seasons. When harmony falters, the stone's magic phrase, cold seeps where warmth belongs, life withers where it should bloom. Long ago, Thistle recounted, the forest creatures learned to tend the heartstone together. Fireflies polished its surface with dewlight at dawn, earthworms loosened the soil around its roots, and songbirds fed it melodies to strengthen its pulse. But lately the northern winds had grown fierce, scattering the fireflies and silencing the birds. Without their rituals, the stone's energy dimmed. Determined to help, Pip gathered his dearest friends, Luna, a moth with wings like frosted starlight, and Bramble, a badger whose gentle strength could move mountains. Under Thistle's guidance, they embarked on a quest to mend the season knot. Their journey wove through landscapes alive with magic, fields where bluebells chimed like tiny bells when touched, caves where glowworms painted constellations on damp walls, and meadows where dandelion seeds rode thermal winds like golden chariots. As they traveled, Pip noticed subtle wonders, the way spiderwebs glittered with captured rainbows after a shower, the earthy scent of truffles rising from Bramble's careful digging, the velvet brush of Luna's wings against his ear as she navigated moonlit paths. Each sensory detail was a thread in the forest's living tapestry. Their first challenge came at the Misty Falls. Here the water usually cascaded in liquid diamond sheets, but now it oozed thick and silent. "The falls are clogged with sorrow moss," Luna observed, her antennae drooping. "It feeds on imbalance." Bramble used his powerful claws to clear the rocks while Pip and Luna gathered bundles of sun-kissed thistledown, a natural remedy Thistle had taught them. As they laid the down upon the moss, it dissolved like sugar in tea, and the falls sighed back into music. Next they faced the silent glade, where the songbirds had ceased their chorus. A bitter frost coated the wild roses, stealing their scent. Luna fluttered to the highest branch, her wings dusting the air with iridescent powder that melted the ice. Pip scampered up, offering acorns filled with nectar from the last blooming honeysuckle. One by one, robins and wrens emerged, their voices tentative at first, then swelling into a symphony that shook dew from the leaves. Finally they reached the elder tree, its trunk wide as a hill, roots cradling the heartstone. The gem, usually ablaze with shifting colors, spring grain, summer gold, autumn amber, winter blue, now flickered weakly. Frost crept up its sides. "The wind spirits are distressed," Thistle murmured. "They feel unheard." Pip remembered his grandmother's tales. Wind spirits danced to the laughter of young creatures. So he did something bold. He scurried to the highest twig and spun in dizzying circles, tail whirling like a pinwheel, chittering a playful tune. Luna joined, looping figure eights in the air, while Bramble drummed a joyful rhythm on a hollow log. Their mirth rang like bells. From the north, a single breeze spiraled down, tentative at first, then whirling into a gale of giggles. More winds gathered, weaving through the trees in ribbons of cool air that smelled of distant snowmelt and alpine flowers. As they danced, the frost on the heartstone melted. The stone blazed anew, pulsing warmth through the roots and into the soil. By the time they returned to the crystal brook, life had returned. Water chuckled over stones, clear as spun glass. Moon petals glowed like captured moons, and silverfish traced liquid silver spirals in the current. The air hummed with the thrum of cicadas and the perfume of awakened earth. Under the grand willow, Thistle smiled. Well done, little guardians, remember this, the forest breathes as one. Every wing beat, every root's reach, every note sung or silence kept, it all weaves the balance. Pip curled beside Luna and Bramble, watching fireflies paint the dusk. He felt the wood sigh in contentment, the rustle of leaves like a lullaby, the damp moss cool beneath him, the taste of wild strawberries sweet on his tongue. Above, the first star blinked awake, reflected in the now steady brook. And as the creatures drifted to sleep, the whispering woods cradled them, whispering ancient truths on the breeze. That harmony lives in listening, magic in kindness, and strength in the gentle bonds that tie root to rain, wing to wind, heart to heart. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right, a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. equals inefficiency, disruption, cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The Florinite body, built for Florin's warmth, struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly, the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path. their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. The Whispering Locket in the Moonlit Grove. In a village hugged by misty blue mountains, where chimney smoke curled into the stars like silver thread, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Lila. Her hands were always stained with ink from sketching wildflowers, and her pockets bulged with acorns collected for good luck. But Lila's greatest secret lay buried beneath her woolen quilt, a worn map of the starwood forest, its edges marked with her father's faded handwriting. Where the ferns dance double, the hidden world breathes. One crisp autumn evening, as amber leaves pirouetted past her window, Lila discovered a peculiar glint beneath the roots of the ancient hawthorn tree. Brushing away soil and cobwebs, she unearthed a locket shaped like an owl's eye, its bronze surface etched with constellations. When she clicked it open, a melody hummed forth, 3 notes, deep and resonant as a cello's cry, and the forest beyond her garden gate shivered. The first note, a fox in the frost. The starwood's usual chorus of crickets had stilled. Moonlight pooled between the pines like liquid mercury, guiding Leela to a clearing where frost flowers bloomed in fractal patterns. There, whimpering beneath a fallen oak branch, was a fox, but not any ordinary fox. His fur shimmered russet gold even in shadow, and his eyes held twin sparks of topaz fire. "Little thief," the fox grumbled, though his voice was more weary than cross. "You've awakened the owl's locket, and now the veil is fraying." Leela crouched, ignoring the cold seeping through her stockings. "You can talk." "All creatures can talk," he huffed, nudging his trapped paw. "Most humans just forget how to listen. Now, unless you'd like the shadow root to poison this entire forest by dawn, please lift this accursed timber." Together they freed his leg, strangely unbroken, revealing a scar shaped like a crescent moon. "I'm Tobin," he said, shaking frost from his coat. "Keeper of the Between, and you, ink-fingered child, have just volunteered to mend what your curiosity tore." The second note, the veil and the shadow root. Tobin led her to a birch grove where the air rippled like pond water. With a flick of his tail, the locket's second note rang out, a clear, high chime, and the trees parted. Beyond lay the veil, a mirror world where willows wept amber sap and mushrooms glowed periwinkle. But creeping through this wonder was the shadow root, a thorned vine oozing black smoke, withering everything it touched. "It's spreading faster," Tobin muttered. "The locket's song usually keeps it dormant, but when you opened it tonight..." Guilt prickled Layla's throat. "How do we stop it?" "By reaching the heart tree before moon high, but the path's grown dangerous." His ears flattened. "The shadow root twists minds. It'll show you fears, doubts, old sorrows. Stay close, and whatever you do, don't let go of the locket." The crossing, trials in the between. The first test came at the Chasm of Echoes, a gorge where the rocks screamed with voices of those who'd fallen. "You'll fail him," the cliffs jeered as Leela balanced on a rotting log. "Just like you failed Papa when he fell ill." She froze. Her father's last raspy breath, her own small hands too weak to lift the medicine vial. "Breathe, little thief," Tobin urged, nudging her forward. "The past is a weight, not a chain." The second test struck in the Valley of Whispers, where fog clung like damp lace. Shapes emerged, Leela's mother, face gaunt with worry, burning her map of Starwood. "Foolish girl, wandering where you don't belong." Tobin nipped her sleeve. "Illusions, remember why you came." "Why did I come?" she whispered. His tail brushed her wrist, warm, real. "Because some hearts are born listeners. Now listen, there's the true path." A cricket's chirp, faint but unwavering, pulsed through the mist. They followed it to a stream, glowing with minnows like swimming opals. The third note, the heart tree's lament. When they reached the heart tree, an oak wider than a village square, its branches cradling nests of sleeping owls, Leela gasped. The shadow root had strangled its trunk, leaching color from its leaves. The locket's third note, a mournful hum, echoed through the hollow. "Place the locket in the roots," Tobin instructed. "But beware." The shadow root struck. Thorned tendrils yanked Leela into visions, her mother's empty chair by the fire. Tobin lying motionless, fur dull as ash. The starwood reduced to skeletal trees. "You did this," the vine hissed. "All for a pointless adventure." Tears blurred Leela's vision until she glimpsed the locket's glow. Not just bronze, bioluminescent like fireflies. Her father's voice surfaced, gentle as always. "Courage isn't the absence of fear, my dove. It's love refusing to surrender." With a cry, she slammed the locket into the heart tree's core. Light erupted, golden starburst, scorching the shadow root into ash. Epilogue, the songs we carry. At dawn, Leela woke in her bed, the locket cool against her chest. Had it been a dream? But through her window, the starwood's leaves now blazed crimson gold, and on her sill sat a single topaz feather. Tobin visited often after that, visible only to her. They'd wander the vale, mending fragile places, a cracked turtle shell here, a wilting moonflower there. Her mother, though still wary, began leaving berry tarts on the windowsill for that skinny orange cat you're always talking to. Years later, when Leela's daughter found the locket beneath the hawthorn tree, the child marveled at how its constellations shifted into new stories. And if villagers sometimes glimpsed a girl with ink-stained hands walking beside a fox made of twilight, well, they simply smiled and said the starwood loved its listeners best. The locket's song endures, as all true magic does, not in grand explosions, but in quiet moments. A friend's nudge, a mother's tart still warm from the oven, the courage to whisper, "Try again tomorrow," and somewhere in the between, the heart tree blooms, its roots humming with the music of 1,000 rescued worlds. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with the soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us. Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small, ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. The evening sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in streaks of lavender and peach, when young Leo first noticed the peculiar shimmer at the edge of the Whispering Woods. It wasn't just the last light catching the dew. It was a soft, steady glow emanating from a moss-covered archway Leo had never seen before, nestled between two ancient, gnarled oak trees. The archway seemed woven from living vines and speckled with tiny, luminous flowers that pulsed like sleepy fireflies. Above it, shimmering letters appeared and disappeared like breath on a frosty window, the door of Whispering Pines. Leo's heart thumped a little faster against their ribs. The grown-ups always said the woods were deep and best explored in daylight, but this felt different. It felt like an invitation. Taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, Leo stepped forward. As they passed beneath the arch, a gentle warmth washed over them, and the familiar woods dissolved like a dream. They found themselves standing on a path paved with smooth, glowing stones the color of moonlight. It wound through a forest unlike any Leo had ever imagined. Trees weren't just tall, they were colossal, their trunks wide as cottages, draped in velvet mosses of emerald and sapphire. Instead of leaves, enormous, softly glowing mushrooms, some like parasols, others like delicate bells sprouted from their branches, casting a gentle, honey-colored light. The air hummed with a low, soothing melody, as if the forest itself were breathing a lullaby. It smelled of damp earth, sweet blossoms, and something else, like warm cinnamon and old books. Curiosity, bright and fizzy, bubbled within Leo. They followed the path, their footsteps silent on the luminous stones. Soon they encountered the first wonder, a stream that flowed not with water, but with liquid crystal, clear and sparkling. Tiny, fish-like creatures made of pure light darted beneath its surface, leaving trails of shimmering bubbles that popped with soft pings, releasing miniature rainbows that hovered for a moment before fading. As Leo watched, mesmerized, a cluster of floating stones drifted lazily down the path. Perched upon the largest stone was a creature no bigger than Leo's hand. It resembled a tiny owl, but its feathers were made of swirling, iridescent mist, and its large eyes shone like polished amber. It tilted its head, blinked slowly, and hooted a sound like wind chimes. H-O-O-O-O-O-M, it chimed questioningly. "Hello," Leo whispered back, feeling a smile spread across their face. The mist owl blinked again, then fluttered its insubstantial wings, causing the stones beneath it to ripple and chime softly. It seemed to gesture with its beak further down the path before dissolving into a puff of shimmering vapor that drifted upwards, joining the light filtering through the mushroom canopy. Encouraged, Leo continued. The path led them to a bridge spanning a chasm filled with swirling, colorful fog. The bridge, however, wasn't solid. It was made of intertwined beams of pure, soft light, humming faintly. As Leo stepped onto the first beam, it wobbled precariously. A wave of dizziness washed over them, and the colorful fog below seemed to swirl faster, whispering indistinctly. Fear prickled Leo's skin. Go back, it seemed to sigh. Too far, too strange. Leo closed their eyes, remembering the warm glow of the archway, the gentle chime of the mist owl. This wasn't meant to be scary, it was wondrous. Taking a slow, deep breath, Leo focused on the steady hum of the light bridge beneath their feet. They planted their next step firmly, calmly. The wobbling lessened. Step by careful step, breathing steadily, Leo crossed. On the other side, the humming softened into a comforting purr, and a cluster of luminous blue butterflies, their wings edged in silver, fluttered around Leo's head in a brief, silent dance of approval before vanishing into the giant ferns. Further along, the path opened into a clearing dominated by a single, magnificent tree. Its bark was pure white and smooth as porcelain, and its branches held thousands of tiny, star-like blossoms that pulsed with a gentle light. Nestled amongst its roots were several small, furry creatures that looked like kittens sculpted from living moss. They blinked sleepy green eyes at Leo. One, bolder than the rest, padded forward and nudged Leo's hand with its cool, velvety nose. It made a soft, purring sound like rustling leaves. Suddenly a cool breeze sighed through the clearing, carrying with it a deeper chill. The star blossoms on the tree dimmed slightly. The moss kittens shivered and huddled closer together, their purrs turning into tiny whimpers. Leo felt the cold seep into their own bones. Looking around, they spotted a small, dark cave mouth at the base of the white tree. The cold seemed to be flowing from it. A low moan echoed from within. Leo's instinct was to back away. Darkness and cold felt ominous. But seeing the shivering moss kittens, their green eyes wide and trusting, stirred something else. Courage wasn't just about facing big dangers, Leo realized. Sometimes it was about offering warmth in the face of coldness. Remembering the cozy feeling of their own blanket at home, Leo knelt beside the moss kittens. Gently, carefully, they gathered the little creatures close, sharing their own body warmth. The kittens stopped shivering, their purrs returning louder this time, a soft vibration against Leo's chest. The purring seemed to resonate, flowing outwards. The star blossoms on the white tree brightened perceptibly. The cold breeze faltered, and the mournful moan from the cave softened, then faded into silence, replaced by a deep, contented sigh that seemed to come from the tree itself. Warmth flooded back into the clearing. As Leo gently set the moss kittens down, they nuzzled Leo's hand gratefully before scampering back to their roots. The largest blossom on the white tree detached itself and floated gently down, landing softly in Leo's palm. It wasn't just light, it held a warmth that spread through Leo's fingers, a feeling of profound peace and quiet gratitude. A deep, resonant voice, like roots shifting deep in the earth, echoed softly in Leo's mind, not with words but with a feeling. Thank you, little light bringer. Kindness warms the deepest shadows. The path back seemed shorter, bathed in the gentle, unwavering glow of the mushroom forest. The liquid crystal stream chuckled softly as Leo passed. Near the shimmering archway, the cluster of floating stones drifted by again. The mist owl reformed, perched proudly. It hooted its wind-chime hoot, a sound that now felt like a familiar farewell, and dipped its misty head towards Leo before dissolving once more. The stones chimed a soft, clear melody that lingered in the air. Stepping back through the door of whispering pines felt like slipping through a curtain of warm air. Leo stood once more at the edge of the familiar whispering woods, the last streaks of twilight painting the sky. The archway shimmered one last time, then faded, leaving only the two ancient oak trees. Leo walked home, the warmth from the star blossom still radiating gently from their palm, though the blossom itself had vanished. The ordinary world felt different now, softer, richer, holding secret wonders just beneath the surface. They hadn't fought dragons or found treasure chests, but they had walked a path of glowing stones, befriended creatures of mist and moss, and learned that courage could be found in quiet breaths and shared warmth. The greatest adventure, Leo understood as they climbed into their own cozy bed, wasn't always about how far you go, but about the kindness you carry and the quiet wonders you discover when you dare to step through an unknown door. The memory of the humming bridge, the purring moss kittens, and the grateful sigh of the white tree wrapped around Leo like the softest blanket. And as sleep gently pulled them under, Leo knew, with a heart full of peaceful wonder, that the door of whispering pines would always be there, waiting for those who listened with a curious and courageous heart. The forest outside their window rustled softly, a lullaby whispering of hidden glades and starry blossoms, promising that even in the quiet dark, magic was never truly far away. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you've found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters, written by their ancestors, contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow. Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. Every ending is a new beginning in disguise. With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things. Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Leora felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom not for themselves, but for the world." Leora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Leora. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Leora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be get a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship, and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn, she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Leora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it, a reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Leo always felt a bit like a dandelion seed drifting on the breeze, never quite landing where he belonged. His family's cottage sat at the edge of Whisperwood, a forest so ancient its oaks wore beards of moss, and its streams sang secrets only the owls understood. Yet even surrounded by such wonder, Leo's shyness kept him anchored to the garden gate, watching other children chase fireflies while his own voice stayed tucked away like a folded letter. That changed on the night the storm came. Rain lashed the cottage windows like silver needles, and thunder grumbled like a giant shifting in sleep. Seeking comfort, Leo curled into the window seat, tracing raindrops with his finger. A flash of lightning split the sky, crack, and something small and dark plummeted from the oldest oak, landing with a soft thud in the wet ferns below. Heart pounding, Leo tugged on his boots and oilskin coat, slipping into the downpour. There, beneath the gnarled roots, lay a stone. Not ordinary granite, but a disk of polished obsidian, cool and smooth as midnight water. Moonlight rippled across its surface even through the storm clouds, revealing veins of silver that pulsed like sleepy starlight. As Leo's fingers closed around it, the rain gentled to a hush, and the stone warmed in his palm. A soft hum vibrated through him, and suddenly the oak's roots seemed to unfold. Where solid earth had been, a tunnel yawned open, glowing with the faint blue light of foxfire moss. Hesitant but pulled by the stone's gentle thrum, Leo stepped inside. The air smelled of damp earth and wild ginger, and the walls shimmered with phosphorescent fungi. Deeper he wandered until the tunnel spilled into a cavern so vast it stole his breath. Above, bioluminescent vines hung like constellations. Below, rivers of liquid amber flowed between islands of luminous mushrooms. This was Glimmerhold, a hidden world woven into Whisperwood's heart, where time dripped like honey and magic hummed in every leaf. But Glimmerhold was fading. The amber rivers ran sluggish and dull, the glowing vines flickered weakly, and a gray mist crept along the cavern floor, whispering with a chill that made Leo shiver. On a toadstool island, he found Pip. Pip was no taller than Leo's knee, with fur like spun moonlight and moth-like wings that drooped with exhaustion. Large, liquid eyes blinked up at him, not with fear but profound sadness. The heartstone weakens, Pip sighed, voice like wind chimes. Without its song, Glimmerhold sleeps and never wakes. The heartstone, Pip explained, was the luminous crystal pulsing at the cavern's center, a beacon of pure magic nourished by joy and courage. But fear, thick and cold as the creeping mist, had smothered its light. No Glimmerhold creature could approach it, The mist thickened at their touch, feeding on their dread. It senses our despair, Pip whispered, wings trembling. Only someone untouched by its shadow might reach it. Pip's kind, the Lumini, had shunned them for suggesting hope remained. They call me foolish, Pip said, a tear glistening like dew. But you carry starlight in your hand. Pip nodded to Leo's obsidian stone, now glowing softly in sync with the dying heartstone. So began their unlikely quest. Leo, who'd never ventured beyond his garden, and Pip, exiled for believing. Guided by the stone's warmth, they navigated Glimmerhold's wonders and perils. They crossed rivers on bridges of woven light, avoiding the mist's icy tendrils. They climbed cliffs where crystalline flowers chimed warnings when the fog thickened. Leo's quiet nature became their strength. He noticed things others rushed past, a hidden path veiled by weeping moss, the way the mist recoiled from the stone's silver veins. When shadow beasts made of the gray fog coalesced, snarling with voices like cracking ice, it was Leo who remembered the light drinker moths nesting nearby. With a soft whistle, his first unafraid sound in Glimmerhold, he summoned them. The moths descended, drinking the shadows like nectar, until the beasts dissolved into harmless vapor. Pip marveled. You see the world differently. Leo simply smiled, patting the small creature's head. Their bond deepened with each challenge. Pip taught Leo the names of glowing flowers and how to listen to the rock's deep songs. Leo shared stories of fireflies and thunderstorms, his voice growing steadier. Yet the closer they drew to the Heartstone, the heavier the air became. Doubt gnawed at Leo. What if I'm not brave enough? What if I fail? The obsidian stone dimmed in his pocket. One night, camped beneath a weeping willow of liquid crystal, Pip nestled against Leo's shoulder. My kin think courage means roaring like thunder, Pip murmured. But yours is the quiet kind, like roots pushing through stone. Leo realized Pip was right. His courage wasn't in loud words but in small steps, entering the tunnel, trusting Pip, facing the mist. True bravery, he understood, was feeling afraid and moving forward anyway. Finally, they stood at the Heartstone's plinth. The crystal, once radiant as captured sunlight, was now a murky gray orb, veined with sickly black. The mist swirled thickly around it, forming shapes of snarling wolves and bottomless pits, manifestations of Leo's deepest fears, being lost, being laughed at, being forever alone. The obsidian stone flared, pushing the fog back slightly, but Leo's hands shook. It feeds on fear, Pip whispered urgently. Show it something stronger. Closing his eyes, Leo clutched the warm stone. Instead of fighting the fear, he let memories flood in. His mother's lullabies, the scent of baking bread, Pip's trusting eyes, the wonder of bioluminescent vines. He thought of the Lumini watching from afar, their own hope a fragile ember. He thought not of being unafraid, but of what was worth fearing for. Opening his eyes, he stepped into the mist. It clawed at him with icy fingers, whispering, "You don't belong here, you're too small, too quiet." Leo's breath hitched, but he focused on the stone's pulse, a steady, warm rhythm against his palm. He pictured Pip's wings lifting in joy, the rivers running gold again, the willow's crystal tears turning bright. He poured every ounce of that hope, that fierce, quiet love into the obsidian disk. It blazed like a fallen star, its silver veins erupting into pure, liquid light. Leo pressed it against the Heartstone. A chime resonated, deep and pure, shaking the cavern. Light exploded from the point of contact, a shockwave of gold and silver that tore through the mist like sunlight through cobwebs. The darkness shrieked and dissolved. The Heartstone ignited, brighter than ever, pulsing waves of warmth that raced through the rivers, up the vines, into the very air. Glimmerhold awoke. Mushrooms glowed like lanterns, amber rivers sang as they flowed, and the air hummed with rejuvenated magic. The lumini emerged from hiding, their luminous forms shimmering with awe. They gathered around Pip, their earlier scorn replaced by murmurs of wonder and apology. Pip beamed, wings fluttering with newfound strength. "Leo saw what we forgot to believe in," Pip declared. "Hope isn't loud, sometimes it's just a quiet hand holding a light in the dark." Leo's journey back through the tunnel felt different. The obsidian stone, now cool and dormant, rested in his pocket, a reminder. Emerging into Whisperwood, dawn painted the sky in peach and lavender. The storm had washed the world clean. At his garden gate, Leo paused. He didn't feel like a drifting seed anymore. He felt rooted, like an oak holding starlight in its branches. That evening, as his mother lit the fireplace, Leo sat beside it, the obsidian stone warm in his lap. "Mama," he said, his voice clear and steady in the crackling quiet. "Let me tell you about Glimmerhold." And he did. He spoke of rivers of light and a friend with moth-winged courage, of fear that melted before kindness, and a heartstone that beat strongest when fed by small, brave acts. His mother listened, her eyes soft with wonder, as the fire painted dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, a certain small creature with moonlight fur perched on the oak branch, watching the cottage window. Pip smiled, hearing Leo's voice weave magic into the night air, a different kind of magic, warm and human, and full of quiet strength. Glimmerhold was saved, but so was something else, a shy boy who discovered that his gentle heart was the greatest magic of all. And as Leo finished his tale, the obsidian stone on the windowsill gave one last, soft pulse of silver light, content and still, like a promise kept in the peaceful dark. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young bookbinder named Corin, whose fingers could mend torn pages, but whose heart struggled to repair itself. Each morning he climbed the cobblestone path to his workshop, a crooked tower with windows like curious eyes, where he repaired ancient grimoires and illustrated children's tales. Yet for all his skill, Corin moved through life as cautiously as a moth afraid of its own shadow, clinging to routines as tightly as the ivy gripping his tower's stones. Change unsettled him. The rearrangement of a shelf or the arrival of a new season sent him retreating into his shell like a hermit crab. One brittle autumn afternoon, as Corin dipped his quill into ink the color of midnight, a peculiar book arrived without warning. It lay on his work table, bound in covers that shifted from deep cobalt to silvery green depending on the light, as if woven from twilight itself. No name marked its spine, but when Corin brushed his thumb over the pages, they hummed faintly, like a tea kettle singing on a hearth. Inside, the book lay utterly blank, until the moment Corin sighed in frustration and words began to bloom. "To the one who mends stories," the first line read, "you've forgotten how to read your own." Corin startled, nearly upsetting his inkwell. The letters shimmered like liquid starlight, and as he read on, the room seemed to soften at the edges, the firelight growing warmer, the scent of aged paper deepening into something alive and verdant. The book spoke of a forgotten garden hidden in the heart of the valley, where a tree with crystalline leaves grew, a tree said to reflect the truest self of whoever stood beneath its branches. Legend claimed it had withered long ago, its magic locked away by a guardian who feared the vulnerability of truth. "Nonsense," Corin muttered, though his hands trembled as he turned the page. Yet that night dreams of the tree haunted him, roots like braided moonlight, leaves chiming like bells in a breeze, and a voice, soft as a spider's thread, whispering, "What are you afraid to see?" The next morning, Corin found a sparrow perched on his windowsill, its feathers the exact shifting blue of the mysterious book. It dropped a single seed into his palm, a seed that pulsed with a faint, rosy glow before darting away. Compelled by a curiosity he couldn't name, Corin tucked the seed into his pocket and set out, the book tucked under his arm like a nervous heartbeat. His journey led him beyond the village, past fields where pumpkins slumbered under frost-kissed vines, into a forest where trees whispered secrets in a language just beyond human hearing. Here he met Tansy, a woman who tended a cottage overrun with murmuring plants. Her hair was a storm cloud of curls, her apron pockets brimming with seeds that glimmered like trapped fireflies. "Ah," she said, eyeing the book in Corin's arms, "so you've met the Mirror Gardener's diary." Before he could ask, she pressed a steaming mug of spiced chai into his hands. "The garden's been waiting for someone like you, someone who's all mended edges but hasn't yet dared to grow." Over days that blurred like watercolor, Tansy became his guide. She taught him to listen to the root song of plants, a melody felt in the soles of the feet, and showed him how the forest thrived on change. "See how the maples shed their pride each fall," she said, catching a scarlet leaf. "They don't mourn the loss, they dream of what they'll become." Yet when Corin planted the glowing seed at the forest's heart, nothing happened. Days passed. He fretted, pacing until his boots wore paths in the moss. "Perhaps it's dead," he groaned. Tansy chuckled, stirring a pot of soup that smelled of earthy sage. "Or perhaps it's waiting for you to stop holding your breath." That night Corin sat alone by the planting site, the mysterious book open in his lap. Moonlight pooled around him, and for the first time he voiced the fear that had coiled in his chest for years. What if I'm not enough? What if I grow and it's not good? As tears fell, watering the soil, the seed finally stirred. A sprout unfurled, not toward the sky, but downward, its roots diving deep into the earth, glowing like veins of molten amber. The tree grew rapidly, yet not as Corin expected. Its trunk twisted like a question mark, branches spiraling in patterns that made his head spin. When he touched the bark, visions flickered, himself as a child, hiding in closets during thunderstorms, as a teen, burning his first failed manuscript, as a man, turning down a journey to distant libraries for fear of the unknown. The tree mirrored every self-doubt, every clipped wing of his spirit. "It's ugly," Corin whispered, throat tight. "Is it?" Tansy appeared beside him, cradling a bioluminescent squash. "Or is it honest?" She pressed her palm to the trunk, and the tree shuddered, its gnarls smoothing slightly. "Strength isn't in being unbroken, Corin. It's in accepting that growth requires breaking. Watch." She sang a note so low it vibrated in the bones, and the tree shivered. A crack split its trunk, and from the fissure spilled not sap, but liquid light. Where it touched the ground, flowers erupted, indigo blooms that chimed when the wind stirred them. The tree's once tangled branches straightened just enough to reveal their pattern, a spiral, not a cage. Corin wept. Then tentatively, he added his own voice to Tansy's song. As their harmonies wove through the air, the tree's crystalline leaves burst forth, each one reflecting not his face, but moments of courage he'd never acknowledged, staying up to comfort a sick friend, patiently teaching a girl to bind her first book, daring to plant this very seed. By dawn, the garden had awakened fully, a labyrinth of luminescent flora where shadows danced like contented cats. The tree stood at its center, still crooked, still bearing the scars of Corin's fears, but now radiant with a beauty that made passers-by catch their breath. Villagers began to visit, finding their own truths reflected in the leaves. A baker saw her late mother's smile in the bark's grooves. A fisherman heard his son's laughter in the chiming flowers. Corin returned to his tower changed. He still mended books, but now he added new pages to them, stories of a timid gardener who learned to sing to seeds, of a tree that grew strongest where it had once split. His workshop became a haven where children gathered to paint their fears onto paper kites, then release them into the sky, watching anxieties transform into specks of color against the clouds. Years later, when a young apprentice asked him how to stop being afraid of growing, Corin smiled, lines crinkling around eyes that had learned to find light in the cracks. He handed the child a seed from his pocket, ordinary looking, but warm to the touch. Plant it, he said, and water it with the stories you're afraid to tell. Then listen closely when it answers. And in the hearth's glow, as snow fell gently beyond the windows, the child leaned forward, ready to begin. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical Teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony. Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. The little town of Willow Creek slumbered under a blanket of stars, and in a small house on Oak Street, young Leo couldn't sleep. Rain whispered against his window pane, and the usual comforting sounds of the creaky old house felt strangely restless tonight. His gaze drifted to the cluttered shelf above his desk. There, nestled between dusty dinosaur models and a slightly chipped mug shaped like a rocket ship, sat his great-aunt Mildred's music box. It wasn't particularly grand, just a simple wooden cube, dark oak polished smooth by time, with a tiny silver key sticking out one side. Aunt Mildred had called it her window box and winked whenever Leo asked why. He'd wound it up countless times, listening to its familiar, tinkling melody, sweet but ordinary. Tonight, however, something felt different. A faint, almost imperceptible glow seemed to emanate from its seams, like trapped moonlight. Curiosity, stronger than sleepiness, pulled Leo from his bed. He padded softly across the cool floorboards and lifted the box. It felt warmer than usual. He placed it on his desk, the glow seeming to pulse gently in time with the rain's rhythm. Hesitantly, he turned the silver key. Instead of the expected melody, the lid sprang open with a soft click, revealing not the usual brass cylinder and pins, but a swirling miniature landscape. Tiny, perfect trees swayed in an unseen breeze, and a path of luminous pebbles wound towards distant, snow-capped mountains no bigger than Leo's thumb. A scent like damp earth and wildflowers filled the air. Leo gasped. Before he could even blink, a powerful, gentle suction pulled him forward. He tumbled headfirst, not with a crash, but with a soft whoosh, landing on moss so velvety and green it felt like a living carpet. He was inside the music box. He stood barely taller than the tiny trees, in a world both impossibly small and breathtakingly vast. The air hummed with a low, resonant sound, deeper and more alive than the box's usual tinkle. It was the sound of the miniature world itself. His journey began there, beneath towering blades of grass that glistened like emerald towers. He felt a pang of fear. How would he get back? But it was quickly replaced by wonder. As he stepped onto the luminous path, a small figure darted from behind a clover leaf. It was a mouse, but not like any mouse Leo had seen. This one wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on its nose and carried a satchel overflowing with minuscule scrolls. "Ah, a traveler," the mouse squeaked, adjusting his spectacles. "Most unexpected, Bartholomew Quill, chronicler of the Whispering Vale, at your service." He bowed deeply. "You've arrived at a rather dissonant time." Bartholomew explained that the music box wasn't just a container, it was the heart harp of Willow Creek. Its gentle melody normally resonated with the town's quiet joys, its sorrows, its sleeping dreams, weaving a harmony that kept the ordinary world feeling safe and solid. But the mainspring, deep within the glimmering caves beneath the mountains, had fractured. The true music was faltering, replaced by that low, anxious hum Leo had heard. Without repair, the town's spirit, its sense of wonder, its quiet resilience might slowly fade. Leo's heart clenched. He had to fix it. Bartholomew, with his encyclopedic knowledge of the Vale's geography and his nervous, twitching energy, became his first guide. Their path led them through forests of luminous mushrooms where fireflies danced complex patterns, across streams that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny pebbles, and up slopes of fragrant thyme. Near a waterfall that fell like liquid crystal, they met their second helper. Seraphina was a snail whose shell wasn't just a home, but a swirling galaxy of iridescent blues and purples. She moved with agonizing slowness, but her voice was like warm honey. "Haste scatters understanding, little traveler," she murmured, watching Bartholomew fret about time. "Listen to the stones. They remember the true rhythm." Seraphina taught Leo patience, pointing out how the humming changed pitch near certain rocks, how the wind carried faint, mournful notes from the direction of the caves. She spoke of balance and the deep, slow pulse of the earth itself. The journey wasn't easy. They navigated the shivering bog, where ground that looked solid turned treacherously soft, its sucking mud humming a deceptive lullaby. Bartholomew's maps fluttered uselessly in the damp air. It was Seraphina's calm observation that saved them. "See how the reeds bend, they lean away from the deepest sinkholes. Follow the bend, not the map." Leo learned to trust subtle signs over frantic plans. Deeper into the vale, they encountered the whispering willow's ancient trees, whose leaves rustled secrets and warnings in a language Leo couldn't understand. The hum here was a discordant wail, making Leo's teeth ache. Bartholomew hid behind Seraphina's shell, trembling. The trees seemed agitated, their branches lashing like angry arms. Force was impossible. Charging through would be disastrous. Wisdom was needed. Remembering Seraphina's lessons, Leo closed his eyes, blocking out the frightening sight. He focused only on the sound beneath the wail. He listened past the discord deeper, until he found it a faint, trembling thread of the heart harp's original melody, tangled and lost within the noise. It sounded scared. "Stop." Leo called out, his voice surprisingly steady in the cacophony. He didn't shout. He spoke with the calm Seraphina had shown him. "We hear you, we hear the fear. We're here to mend the spring, to bring back the true song." He hummed the fragment of melody he'd found, pure and simple. The lashing branches slowed. The wail softened to a confused murmur. A single willow leaned down, a gnarled branch brushing near Leo. He felt its fear of the silence, fear of the broken harmony. "We understand," Leo whispered. "We're going to fix it." The trees rustled, not angrily now, but with a sigh of weary hope. They parted, creating a path lit by the soft glow of their leaves. Finally, guided by the now clearer sound of the fractured spring's distress, they reached the glimmering caves. The entrance was a jagged tear in the mountainside, pulsing with an unhealthy, flickering light. Inside, the air vibrated painfully. At the cave's heart lay the source, a magnificent, coiled spring made of pure, resonant crystal. But a deep crack ran through its center, and instead of singing, it emitted that jarring, painful hum. Wisps of shadow seemed to gather around the crack, feeding on the discord. Bartholomew consulted his scrolls frantically. The scroll of mending, it speaks of starlight and spider silk, or was it moonbeam and moss? Oh dear, oh dear. Seraphina inched closer, her shell glowing brighter. The crack drinks the light, she observed softly. It fears harmony. Leo looked at the fractured spring, feeling its pain echo in his own chest. He remembered the whispering willow's fear, the deceptive bog, Bartholomew's anxious energy, Seraphina's deep calm. He remembered the true sound of the heart harp, the feeling of safety and quiet joy it had always given him, even before he knew its magic. He thought of Willow Creek sleeping peacefully outside the box, unaware of the struggle within. Force wouldn't mend crystal. Wisdom whispered something else. The music box's magic wasn't about loudness, but resonance. It wasn't about fixing the crack with material, but reminding the spring of its own true song. He needed to harmonize with it. Ignoring Bartholomew's panicked squeaks and drawing on Seraphina's deep stillness, Leo walked right up to the fractured spring. He placed his small hand gently against the warm, humming crystal, right beside the crack. He closed his eyes again, shutting out the flickering shadows and the discord. He reached deep inside himself, past his own fear, and found the quiet core of the heart harp's melody that lived in his memory, the simple, tinkling tune that meant home and Aunt Mildred's smile. He began to hum it softly at first, pouring into it all his hope, his newfound patience, his understanding of fear, and his love for his ordinary, extraordinary town. His hum was small, almost lost in the cave's noise. But it was pure. It resonated. The fractured crystal beneath his hand vibrated in response. The jarring hum stuttered. Leo hummed louder, pouring his whole heart into the familiar tune. Bartholomew, inspired, stopped fumbling with scrolls and added his own high-pitched, earnest whistle, weaving around Leo's melody. Seraphina began a deep, resonant drone from her shell, a sound like the earth's steady heartbeat, providing a foundation. Together, their three sounds intertwined: Leo's melody, Bartholomew's harmony, Seraphina's grounding bass, creating a new, beautiful chord that filled the cave. The shadows shrieked and recoiled from the pure sound. The crack in the crystal spring began to glow, not with a painful flicker, but with a warm, golden light. The light flowed along the fracture, sealing it like molten gold filling a seam. The jarring hum dissolved, replaced by a single clear, resonant note that swelled into the heart harp's true, glorious song, a sound of profound peace, deep joy, and gentle strength. It filled the cave, then spilled out, washing through the whispering veil like a healing wave. The trees sighed with relief, the stream sang sweeter, the very air shimmered with restored harmony. Leo felt the music vibrate through him, warm and comforting. He looked at his friends. Bartholomew beamed, his spectacles gleaming. Seraphina's shell pulsed with serene light. "You listened, traveler," she murmured. "You remembered the true song." The world around Leo shimmered. The luminous path glowed brightly at his feet, leading back the way they came. With grateful hugs for Bartholomew and Seraphina, a slow, gentle embrace from the snail, Leo stepped onto the path. The world blurred and he tumbled backwards with another soft whoosh, landing back in his desk chair in his own room. The music box sat before him, lid open. Inside, the brass cylinder and pins were back, but now they glowed faintly. The familiar tinkling melody played, but it was richer, deeper, woven with the echoes of the Vale's song and the warmth of friendship. Leo carefully closed the lid. The rain had stopped. Outside, the town of Willow Creek slept on, but Leo felt different. He saw the ordinary objects in his room: the dinosaur, the rocket mug with new eyes. What quiet magic might they hold? He climbed into bed, the repaired heart harp's melody, a soft lullaby drifting through the room. It wasn't just a tune anymore. It was the sound of a mended spring, of wisdom found in patience and listening, of friendship that helped you find your own true note. As sleep finally claimed him, Leo smiled. The world was full of extraordinary secrets, hidden in plain sight, waiting for a curious heart and a listening ear. And that thought, warm and comforting as the melody filling the quiet room, was the most peaceful thing of all. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. Welcome back, dear friend, she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. It's good to be home, she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. Anwen, Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us. Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. This is the box of echoes, Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest. Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. The stars above the emerald meadows of Terraloon shimmered like spilled sugar across velvet darkness, their light filtering through the translucent leaves of whisperwillow trees. Beneath their gentle glow, a small humanoid girl with moss-green hair and bark-textured skin knelt by a bubbling brook, her luminescent amber eyes reflecting the water's dance. Leela's fingers trailed through liquid starlight as she hummed the evening song, her melody harmonizing with the chiming crickets and rustling ferns. The peace shattered when a metallic screech tore through the night, followed by an earth-shaking crash that sent fireflies scattering in panicked constellations. Through the smoke and sparking debris emerged a hulking figure of angular obsidian plates, its faceted eyes glowing crimson. Zorblax of the Crystal Wastes coughed static, his jagged hands clutching a fractured power core that hissed violet vapor. Organic life form detected, his translator box crackled in monotone. Surrender nutrient-rich soil samples or face disintegration. Layla's initial fear melted into confusion as she noticed the alien's trembling joints and flickering chest lights. "You're leaking," she observed, pointing at the viscous purple fluid pooling around his triangular feet. When Zorblax staggered, his threat protocols misfiring sparks, the Terralunar did something unprecedented in his 87 solar cycles of existence. She offered a hand wrapped in healing lichen. Their first week together passed in halting exchanges and comic misunderstandings. Zorblax nearly vaporized Leela's herb garden while attempting to increase photosynthetic efficiency with gamma-ray pruning. Leela, in turn, nearly short-circuited his systems by offering a hug after noticing his depressed humming frequency. Yet through these fumbles, fragile bridges formed. The crystalline warrior learned to distinguish between invasive weeds and snack blossoms, while the planetary caretaker deciphered the meaning behind his prismatic eye flashes. The true test came when ancient defense drones awakened beneath Terraloon's crust, their rusted cannons targeting both native and alien as equal contaminants. During a frantic retreat through glowing mushroom caves, Layla's ankle twisted in a crystal fissure. To her astonishment, Zorblax abandoned his prized plasma sawblade to carry her, his normally efficient speech patterns glitching with unfamiliar urgency. Friend unit integrity, paramount, he stuttered, shielding her body with his own as energy bolts sizzled against his backplates. In the smoldering aftermath, Leela tended his scorched armor with bioluminescent salve. "Why risk yourself?" she whispered. Zorblax rotated his trapezoidal head, studying the way moonlight refracted through her tear-filled eyes. Calculation: 73% probability of mutual destruction if separated, 27% chance of... His vocal emitter crackled, then emitted a sound like grinding quartz that she somehow recognized as laughter. Revised analysis: some variables defy quantification. Their final alliance against the drone hive became legend across 3 spiral arms. Leela's knowledge of subterranean route networks guided them through labyrinthine tunnels, while Zorblax's combat algorithms predicted attack patterns. Victory came not through force, but when the mismatched pair jury-rigged an empathic pulse transmitter, combining his neutron battery with her neural connection to the planet's mycelial network. As the ancient machines stilled, their visual sensors finally perceiving the world's beauty, Leela noticed Zorblax's new habit of collecting iridescent pebbles for optimal tactical arrangements that suspiciously resembled terralunar wind chimes. On the dawn of his repaired ship's departure, the crystalline warrior stood awkwardly at the meadow's edge, his shadow stretching across dewy grass. Conclusion: this unit's mission parameters have expanded, he announced, extending a clawed hand holding a tiny sapling potted in recycled armor plating. Proposal: designate Terraloon as secondary maintenance hub, frequency indefinite. Leela's answering smile outshone the rising sun as she pressed a seed capsule into his buzzing palm. Translation: friends are family we choose across the stars. Now, when meteor showers dance above Terraloon, villagers smile at the glinting object in synchronous orbit, part warship, part greenhouse, its prismatic sails tuned to sing harmonies with the evening song. And across the galaxy, a certain ambassador teaches that understanding blooms brightest not through sameness, but in the spaces where jagged edges and tender roots intertwine.